All right, everybody. We've got applause as we are starting 7 hours of commercial-free interviews to channel Scott Hansen here. My name is Jeff Gluck. I'm along with Jordan Bianchi. We are motorsports writers, and we are co-hosts of the Teardown here on Dirty Mo Media, and we are not moving from these seats.
We hope.
Well, look, there's emergencies that could happen. We've both had our final bathroom breaks and are hoping that's going to last. There is a chance one of us, look, I mean, sometimes you can't hold it. Sometimes I might just suddenly pass out, and you might go, oh, Jeff hasn't eaten in 7 hours. He's got to get some food. So then you'll take over. Somebody will rush in, drag me off, put food in my mouth, and then I will just be back if that happens. That'll probably be not till like 5-6 hours into it.
I would hope you ate beforehand to like get this prepared.
I ate breakfast, but even that was 3 hours ago. No, I'm good.
Okay. All right.
You know, you don't want any reason to have to get up at this point.
We did this last year. I remember going to this last year and we all thought, man, how are we going to do 7 hours? Like, that's a long time. No drinking, no eating. I know, and we did it. And it worked out. And it was fun. And we had good conversations with a lot of drivers. I think you can expect that same thing happen today. And all 45 drivers entered in the Daytona 500. We'll stop on by and we'll chat them up.
Well, I mean, I did leave last year after the 7 hours going, whew, I don't know if I can do that again. And then here we are a year later. But, thank you to NASCAR, obviously, for including us in the Stop On Media Day and for giving us this lovely room, as you can see. Amazing backdrop here at Daytona International Speedway. So,
we're blimp right behind us.
What's that?
The Goodyear blimp was right behind us a second ago.
Oh yeah, now it's up there. Yeah. It's gonna go from the afternoon to nighttime while we're doing this, and then Daytona 500 qualifying will be later tonight at 8 p.m. Jordan, you got here at 5 or something crazy, 6 something in the morning.
I have a confession. I was a little late to garage opening today.
Oh, you slept in?
No. I put the wrong pair of shoes on, so I had the wrong
pair of shoes on.
Yeah, so I put the wrong pair of shoes on, so I had to turn back around and grab the.
You had to go back.
I had to go back and get the right pair of shoes.
Were they mismatched?
No, they were my black shiny shoes.
Okay,
but I wanted to wear my blue shoes for this.
Why? Nobody can see. Nobody watching on the stream can.
It's not a matter of the stream. It's a matter of just the look. And so I was pulling into Daytona and I went, son of a gun! I got.
Wait, you were here and you went back to your hotel?
I was pulling in onto Williamson to go into the turn 1 tunnel, and I'm like, oh crap! I got to turn back around and go get my shoes.
Wow.
So I got here at like 6:10.
Well, thankfully, we now have our first driver.
Hey!
Wow.
Yeah, we're live.
Yeah.
We're live.
Oh,
wow.
we're live.
We're live with applause.
All right, I guess I'll sit down then.
Yeah, this is not.
How do I get a round of applause?
I don't know.
Man,
if
you look spiffy today, dude.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
We're unclear if that applause was just for you or if they're going to do that for every driver all day. We don't know that.
Yeah, let's do it just for me.
I like
that.
Right there.
I like that.
Yeah. Well, welcome to Daytona 500 Media Day.
Thank you. First stop.
Wow.
P1.
Yeah.
It all goes downhill from here.
It's
I know.
mutual. I was thinking this morning, so I'm 45 years old, and you're probably about to embark on at least a 20-plus year career. Do you think I can make it to the end of your career before I retire or keel over? Will I still be here?
I hope so. I hope I'm here for 20 years, first of all. But, man, I don't know what I would do if I went to the track each weekend and Gluck wasn't there.
I mean,
I say the same thing.
And what about Bob? I mean, what about who's going to fill Bob's spot?
There is no replacing Bob.
No, that's the thing.
Bob, his understanding of the rule book is...
Oh, my gosh.
So, quick story. We were doing obviously the lawsuit going on in the trial proceedings. And at one point during the trial, they're talking about the rule book and everything, and they asked like Steve O'Donnell and Steve Phelps and different NASCAR people, have you read the rule book? Have you read the rule book? And they're like, no. And then one of the lawyers is like, well, has anybody ever read the rule book? Everybody in the courtroom just about turns around to Bob.
That's fun. That's true, though.
It's so true.
I mean, that's... You're a big hole, too. You would be a big hole to fill.
I'm a big hole.
You're a big hole. No, Bob would be a big hole to fill.
Forgot a letter before that hole, but yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for making us your first stop here. I think what's interesting is as I've gotten to know your story a little bit more, I think a lot of people will be like, oh, man, like it's so surprising that you adapted so quickly or you've gotten fast so quickly, right? And, it's not a surprise to you and your family because this is what you've done, since you were 4 years old, and you've immediately won right away. So, it doesn't seem like so much comes natural to you, whether it's, talking to people, personality, obviously the racing part. So what is hard for you? What do you struggle with that you want to try to get better at?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you can say from the outside that it's all easy for me, but like there's been times, and this year is going to be, a big struggle for me. And I know that I'm going to have to fight, a bunch of battles that I don't know. I mean, that I don't even know right now. I know things are going to come up and, just challenge me and surprise me. But man, like even just 2 months ago, like when I first got in the Cadillac for the Rolex 24, like I was just slow. Like I couldn't figure it out. And it took me time to get up to speed in that. And that was kind of the first time where I had been in something where every single driver in the field was really, really good. And that kind of was like an eye-opening experience for me almost, and kind of a look into the future of what, this year is going to be like. But man, I wouldn't say that my life is, just sunshines and daisies and, it's all easy and, I don't have to, work to do anything. I'm very fortunate to have a lot of natural talent. I think that's definitely true. But, this year I'm racing against 35 other guys that have a lot of natural talent. And I think this is going to be the first time where it's, really a challenge like that.
A lot of people know your story, obviously. Jeff, by the way, wrote an amazing...
I know, I heard. I was just talking to Mike Ford. He said it was awesome. I got to read it today.
Jeff wrote a great profile of Everybody Knows on The Athletic. Please go check it out and read it. What is something, though, that you'd really want people to know about you as they're getting to know you? What is that one thing that, hey, I really want you to make sure that you know this about me?
Yeah, I think I think there's a lot of things that, people don't know about me. But I think the biggest thing is, I think sometimes people, I know it's everywhere. Oh, 19-year-old this, young kid. But I think sometimes when I'm talking to people and, I think people just don't realize how inexperienced I am. Like, this whole world, my first oval race was less than like 3.5 years ago. I have I've gotten to do a lot in a short time, but, I haven't been doing this for 10 years. I didn't grow up racing legends. I think people forget that, I haven't been doing this for as long as sometimes people think. So, I think just I have a lot to learn still. I adapted quick to the O'Reilly car and was able to do really well last year. But, at the end of the day, I'm still 19. I have a lot to learn. I have a lot of experience to make up. And, I just don't want people to think too highly of me. And then, if I start out slow, I know that it's going to take time, and hopefully by a couple of weeks in and a couple of races in, halfway through the year, I start, as long as I'm getting better every week. That's the biggest thing. Like, as long as I'm figuring things out and improving, then I'm happy.
Connor, you're the youngest of 3 brothers, and your oldest brother works at Front Row Motorsports in the truck series. How often do you get to see him? Like, do you cross over to the garage or, get to see him during race weekends or anything?
Yeah, he used to travel. He works at the shop now as a shop guy, so I don't see him at the track much anymore. He's coming this weekend to watch. But it's really cool to have like a family member who is in the garage. And not a lot of people know. I feel like that kind of flies under the radar. But it's really cool. Like, because I have someone I can relate to in my family, and that he understands it all, and he knows more about the cars than I do, and it's cool to have a brother that still has the same passion for this sport that I do. My middle brother raced for a little bit, but didn't quite love it as much as me and my oldest brother do, and if he could be racing, he'd be racing right now. But he always wanted to be involved in the sport, so it's cool to have that.
Did I see somewhere like the Red Bull hats, or there's select hats for Red Bull athletes, and only them can get a hold of them?
Yeah, that post. I mean, a lot of people got mad.
Did I see that?
I saw a lot of comments. Yes, you're right. It was PRN. PRN posted. Yeah. So like that, the hats with just the Red Bull logo. Like if you can see like KTM has like the KTM Red Bull logo, and Red Bull F1 has the Red Bull Racing logo, and Trackhouse we have the Trackhouse Red Bull logo. But the hats with only the Red Bull logo, like they don't sell them. Like you can go and like Chinese people, like they can make them and they sell for cheap online. And you can get them overseas and whatever it is. But like Red Bull themselves in America you can't buy a Red Bull
So if
hat.
I grab that hat from you and I tried to sell it, like what are we talking? A couple $100?
Yeah, you could sell it for a couple $100. Yeah.
That's not my need.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You need to make some money? No, I'd get fired quickly for that. But yeah, it's really cool. Like, I think it's, as an athlete, it's just a feeling of exclusivity, and it's something that they've always done. So, you can go on eBay and buy second market stuff, but you can't go to the track and buy a Red Bull hat with just the Red Bull logo. And I get questions all the time of people like trying to get my hat, and I always feel so bad saying no because, when a 5-year-old kid walks up to me, I'm like, hey, can I have your hat? I'm like, I'm sorry, I can't. But it is cool. It's kind of an exclusive, group thing.
Well, Connor, we will get you on to your next stop. Thank you for
thank you guys.
The pole position here, and good luck the rest of your media day.
Yep, thank you.
Thanks.
All right, Connor Zilisch, everybody. And by the way, we've been told Connor Zilisch or Connor Zilisch is acceptable pronunciation. That is official from the family. And now we will welcome in Chase Briscoe. More applause.
I think you are the #1 guest on this show. Like you've been on this show, I think, more than any other driver.
Well, I'm a big fan myself.
You're basically a co-host at this point.
Jordan, we do have breaking news here with Chase Briscoe.
Bianchi bomb or no?
This is
he didn't know
Gluck
about it,
bomb. Is that? Yeah. Well, listen. This is for just the people that listen to the Teardown on a weekly basis. Jordan and I do this contest where we guess the good race poll every week. By the way, I would like to note I got it down exactly.
You were
percentage.
You were on it.
Nailed it.
10th of percent.
That's a great start to the year.
But I'd like
downhill.
You don't
Fair.
qualify for the playoffs with a winning, though.
I'd like to announce. I hope
all
this is
consistent.
not news to Megan Lieben, who is Chase's PR person.
Yeah,
but-
I never told her. I forgot.
Oh shoot!
Oh,
Well,
shoot.
this
That's
might
all right.
get overruled quickly.
She looks very nervous right now. She looks very nervous.
We have a 3-hour commitment every week now.
Chase is going to be joining. Chase will be joining the Good Race Poll contest this year. He volunteered. I didn't initiate this, Megan. Don't blame me.
Yeah. I'm a big fan.
He texted me last week, and you said that you believe that you get pretty close a lot of times.
a lot
you
of
would like
times,
to participate.
but it's all like you now. It's probably all downhill. I'll be like 30% off every single race the rest of the year.
So I ran Big Joe Wall. He does our tabulating of our results, and he ran some scenarios for me this week because I needed to ask you guys on the stream how we're going to score this. We could either do the winner gets 1 point and the other two get 0, or we could do some sort of a
3-2-1
system. Yes, but he ran it and he said that it doesn't really come out favorably. He thinks that we should do 1 and 0-0. What do you think?
I'm fine with that.
Oh, whatever.
Okay.
You
Yeah.
guys decide.
What about a half point? Or it'd be the same, I guess.
I guess it's the same. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we could. The Chase is back, so we could do the.
Are we resetting
points.
at the Chase?
Yeah, that's the other question I had too. Like, how are we doing the playoffs this year? Like, do you
I guess
get a
we have
bonus
to reset and seed it.
Do you get a bonus point for winning the regular
Yeah,
season?
you
I
have
feel
to,
like
it has to be an advantage going into the Chase if you win the regular
I
season.
feel like you should get
Yeah.
like 2 points.
Yeah, it
It's
should
gotta
be
be more than that. It should be 3-1.
3?
0.
Yeah, it
That's
should be.
fine.
I agree with that.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
So 1 point for winning the regular season, then 3 points for the #1 seed, and then okay.
Yeah.
And then
That's fair.
Chase, once I win and Jordan loses, you and I will help decide.
Only the dead last guy does the punishment?
I believe so. Yes.
I think that's fair, too.
So the other
Like
two people
fantasy
will
football.
decide the punishment for the dead last person. Even though Jordan forgot the dunk tank.
I did not
supposed to do.
forget. I just ran out of time.
Ran out of time.
I need an
forgot.
assistant in my life. That's what
Yeah.
Anyway, so thank you for volunteering for that. That's very exciting for
Yeah,
us.
I'm excited.
That'd be good.
But is there anything else that you're excited about for the Speed Weeks aside from?
I'm just
Joining
excited
the
to
poll?
see Sunday night, hopefully, what the race poll is.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's Sunday night, not Monday night.
Yes, that's right. I know.
So
the
if you
forecast-
finish like last in the Daytona 500, not to put any like bad juju on
Do
you,
that to me.
but you win the good race poll, does that help make up for it?
I mean, it's close. The pay's a little different, I think.
Yeah. I mean, I can write you a big check, just don't cash it.
Yeah, that's fine.
yeah, I do think though that I'm very interested to see. Somebody is one of these favorite type guys, which you're in that group now, right? Like you're probably among the 5-6 guys that can win the title that everybody's gonna pencil in. Somebody is gonna wreck in Daytona and Atlanta and leave in some big deficit, and you can't win your way out of it. So, that could be a panic for that type. I mean, there's still 24 races left, but that's going to be for some favorite, it's going to be a lot harder suddenly.
You're using up your mulligans pretty early.
Yeah, that's what I always say. Is like, you get, say, 2 or 3 mulligans over the course of the regular season, right? You don't want to burn 2 of them in the first 2 weeks just because it makes it really, really hard, because you still have other super speedways to run. 1.5-mile stuff can happen, short tracks. So, yeah, you definitely, you don't want to run, say, 15th to 20th, but that's still way better than 38th here and then going to Atlanta, getting in a wreck early. So, yeah, it's going to happen to somebody, if not multiple people, and yeah, hopefully it's not us.
First time you made the Champ 4 last year. This year, I think expectations are higher. You realistically could win the championship this year. Have you thought about that? Do you enter the season even thinking about that? What is the mindset?
I haven't really necessarily thought about it. No, I'm just more focused on trying to go run good every week. And if you do that, then the championship becomes a way more realistic possibility. But I don't know. It's so hard, I feel like, going into the season, and you can have these expectations, but you just don't know who's going to get better, what teams are going to get worse. And for me, at the end of the day, I just want to win races and still be consistent. My thing's always been, I want to be one of those guys when you turn on the TV on Sunday and you see, now the 19 up there, it's not a surprise, right? Where in the past it was a surprise if you saw us up there on the 14 or whatever. And those are the guys that I think are going to have the best chance to win the championship, is the guys when you turn on the TV on Sunday, you're not surprised that they're up front, and hopefully we can be one of those teams.
For those of you who don't know, I do this 12 questions interview every week. Chase is kind enough to help brainstorm questions in the offseason.
I think I sent like 20 this year. There's a lot.
I believe I used 2 of them.
Yeah.
One of the ones that barely missed the cut that I almost used, I think you thought this was the best question, but I'm going to turn it on you now. You said, who is the most famous person in your phone, and how did you
I thought this would have been great.
Great question.
Yeah.
I know.
I love that question.
I thought that was my best one.
That's a fantastic. Why did you not include that? You never even threw that at me when you ran your list by me.
Well,
That
was
you
a
can still
great
add
question.
It. You can still add it.
Because that would have been like somebody's got somebody in the garage you don't even think of. They're
Yeah,
gonna
like-
pull somebody.
Yeah, so
like Jennifer
Hocevar-
Aniston's in my phone.
Well, it was Hocevar that made me even think of that question, because last year he was doing some video I saw, and he had Derek Jeter's phone number. I'm like, how do you have Derek Jeter's phone number? And he's like,
making
I'm
note
from
of
the
that.
same hometown as him. I think my dad played baseball with him or something crazy. Yeah, and I'm like, this would be so cool to hear all these other guys.
Yeah. Well, maybe
You can still add it.
But
You
what's
can get rid
what's
of-
your answer for this question?
Oh gosh. So, Cole Swindell, I would say, is up there, and then Luke Bryan. Those are the 2 I would say that are probably the biggest, outside of racing for sure.
I have a quick Cole Swindell story before you have to go.
He's coming this weekend. He's pumped.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah.
So I hope Bob doesn't get mad at me for this. This was in Atlanta, and a fan came up to Bob in the garage and starts talking to him. Oh my gosh, I love your work, and you're so Bob's so used to all these people coming up to him and all this stuff.
Typical Tuesday for Bob.
Yeah, right.
It ain't easy being Bob.
They get done with the conversation, and Bob's like, "Oh, thanks, I really appreciate it. What's your name?" And he's like, "Cole Swindell." I had no idea.
That's awesome. Ask Cole about that. Now.
Yeah.
That's great.
Anyway, Chase, thank you for coming in here and being part of our Good Race poll this season.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Looking forward to it.
See how
Appreciate
goes.
it.
Yeah, hopefully I don't lose.
You're gonna hate if you do. Trust me.
Yeah, I'm well aware.
All right, Chase Briscoe, our second stop, everybody, and appreciate him coming in. And
When Hocevar comes in, we're definitely asking about Derek Jeter.
Yeah.
we got to ask. That's a great. We're gonna use that question today at some various points. That's a good one. That's a great. You should have included that.
I know, but my reasoning was I was worried about some of the drivers who would be like, I don't know, I don't have anybody interesting,
They all got somebody.
Yeah. All right, Erik Jones is going to be our next stop. Hi, Erik.
Hey.
We're doing.
Yeah.
We're doing applause this year, apparently.
It's nice.
It seemed to be compared to the first driver that came in, it's already waning, I have to say. So I don't know if they're going to be able to keep this up for 7 hours of the applause.
You got a lot to go.
How many times you said that in your life?
Oh, nobody's keeping anything up for 7 hours, Jordan. If you do, go see your doctor. But anyway,
Aren't you glad you're here?
Very, very.
I was watching a video that NASCAR did, and I thought it was great, by the way. I don't know if anybody's seen this, but they were asking drivers about each other. And one of the questions was who would survive long enough in the outdoors or something like that. And you didn't say yourself, but, you've also somebody that's gone hunting for mountain lions. Mm-hmm. So I thought, I don't know, you were actually my first thought. Well, I mean, because I just
can
thought
be, yeah.
here, talking about surviving in the outdoors, you've gone hunting for mountain lions. You're probably okay. You're going to be doing okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think I could make it quite a while depending on the climate and where it was. Yeah, I think I'd be all right.
Where'd you go hunting?
I was in Idaho. That was, man, that had to be like 3 or 4 years ago now.
Okay.
But it was pretty cool.
What's that like to hunt? I mean, how do you hunt a mountain lion?
Well, you have to track them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's
Wintertime?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So you have to track them with their paws on the ground, but you're riding around basically on like logging roads mainly. So you're driving around on all these old logging roads out on public land. And you basically pull up, you're just looking at the ground all day, and you see one, and you kind of, you want to find a real nice mature male. So it kind of depends on the size of their paw print. But once you find a nice one, then you try to track a dog on it and go find it.
Oh.
So
You can tell I've never hunted before. I have no idea.
yeah, I've never done that. That was the first time for me, but yeah, it was fun. It was something different, and I'd never spent much time in that area, like in the mountains in the Rockies. So it's pretty cool.
Nice.
Tell us about Legacy Motor Club keeps hiring people and seem to be moving in the right direction. And we often judge people based on their teammates. You and John Hunter were a point apart last year, so obviously one is not above the other. You're running right where your equipment seems to be. How do you guys take the next step forward this year?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's been a long road. I mean, it's just we went through a lot of change internally. We went through a lot of turnover for a while, and I think in the last probably 6 to 8 months we've settled in a bit to who we are as a group and probably positions and who's where. So I think everybody's hope is that this year is another step forward. It's we spent a lot of time, a lot of effort, and a lot of money to try to take the next step as a group. And it's hard to go from a team that's 20th to 30th in points to a team that's 18th and higher in points. That's not an easy group to join. You're talking kind of a whole nother step. So we'll see. I mean, I hope it's the year, and I think there's a lot of good people in place, and we continue to try to improve. This is the first time we've had positions filled. There's a lot of reasons why we should and need to run well, but I think if looking at the last few years, this is the best chance we have right now.
Well, we'll get you on to your next stop. Thank you very much for joining us, and maybe we'll see you Sunday night.
That'd be nice.
Or Monday.
Back here, or are we going somewhere else?
We can go wherever you
Over
want.
there, apparently, yeah. All right, Erik Jones, everybody. And now we already have Denny Hamlin waiting in the wings here. So we're just moving right along. And
3-time Daytona 500.
3-time Daytona 500 winner, Denny Hamlin, the enthusiastic
What with that?
applause. Yeah.
So 3-time Daytona 500 champion. Do you ever go back and watch your wins?
Just see the highlights when they get on social media.
But it's not something you don't go search for them or anything, or just kind of relive it.
The 2016 one I did, I tried to find any view from the stands as possible, because when you hear it from the stands, it is just so much more exciting.
Huh.
And that was the first year Fox had all the new guys in the booth, and they were all talking over each other, and it was just a mess in the booth. So I just, you could hear from the stands, because, the main move happened on the backstretch. So it was quiet here. So you could hear the MRN through the loudspeakers, and then you hear the fans as I'm making the move you hear them start to make noises. And so that was by far my favorite view, is from people's home video there.
That's cool.
So the network blew the call, so you had to go find fan video.
It was bad.
Like, oh my God, oh, Denny!
Well, Darrell Waltrip was rooting on Martin Truex.
Oh, that's
coming to the line.
Do you watch that and you're like, come on, DW, what are we doing here?
And
Yeah.
whatever.
Well,
You got the trophy.
we heard a rumor, and I hope it's true, that you will be joining us again as a Dirty Mo Media coworker. Although I don't, when are you going to do an episode?
When the season starts.
Oh, okay. The Clash doesn't count?
No.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we'll look forward to your first episode.
Okay.
Actions Detrimental's back. Do you guys have a hashtag yet? Have you
No.
done that? Okay.
No.
All right.
No
No more hashtag?
I'm not saying no more, but it's not been something that's been thought about. That's for sure.
Coming off the Clash and Bowman Gray, I mean, I think we all agree Bowman Gray is an event and people are excited to see there, but it seems like the Clash probably needs to relocate and move around, especially with the weather and everything. Do you have a preference on where you'd like to see it or what they'd like to do with that race?
You know, do I have a preference? No. Like, there's nothing. I think Speed Weeks needs some fire back in it.
Some juice.
Yeah. I certainly think that was always exciting, but everything was exciting then. It seemed like everything is just a little bit more tamed down from what it kind of used to be. So would you have that still same enthusiasm? I don't know. I mean, listen, Bowman Gray was in the middle of the week. Very tough for the race fans. It's freezing cold outside. The stands were a third full. I mean, I really kind of looked around. It was a third. You can say whatever you want. It was a third full. You would definitely have more people here. It would look like less, but it's not actually less. I don't know. The weather would be better. I don't know. Maybe you do a final race preview at Homestead. Preseason Clash at Homestead. I don't know. I'm just throwing out whatever I can.
Sure.
We're limited by
Weather
somewhat.
Yeah.
But, I mean, not a lot of sports play outside right now for good reason. So, I don't know. It's just when you have a 10-month season, you're going to put yourself in tough weather situations.
That's actually, okay, I've never thought of this before. But that's kind of interesting because let's say you went down there and had like a preseason test at Homestead. They gave everybody a day to practice. And at the end of the test, basically, was the Clash. So you'd have time to get on track. And obviously everybody wants to gather information for that race anyway.
Right.
It's warm weather. And then it would almost be like this, ooh, look what this person, it would be a little tease. And then you'd have the whole season.
Correct, the whole season. And then you're thinking, well, that was 10 months ago. Like, how much has evolved? This team's better than they were then. Maybe. I don't know.
And the thing is, too, is when Miami regularly hosts the Super Bowl. And so when Fox has the Super Bowl and it's in Miami, you can kind of maybe do a combo platter, much like you had in L.A. where that was a hit.
Right. Yeah, and I thought that everywhere we went to for the first year was really good. And then, just like anything else, you just get used to it. And so, you're just kind of limited a little bit. But all sports struggle with exhibitions. It's not new for anyone.
No, MLB All-Star Game. Look at the NBA All-Star Game. It's just a mess right now.
Yeah. It's weird to say this because I don't know if I believe it, but at least right now it seems like the vibes on social media about the NASCAR season are pretty positive from a group of people watching that are not always it's been a couple rough years. Even the hell yeah ad, people are liked it and enthusiastic. I mean, do you sense that as well, that
I do.
People are in a little bit better mindset right now?
Yeah, I think so. I think there's been, as was talking about, a reset, right? There's been a reset, but I think overall they're giving the loud fans what they were asking for. Maybe not all of it, but some of it, right? It's we want 900 horsepower. We got a little bit. Some people wanted 36 races. You're going to get 10, right? And so they're giving you a little bit here and there, and certainly seems like getting back to the the kind of the roots of racing and just kind of how they're going to promote it and embrace who they are, which is all good things. So I'm in support of it.
Very good.
Cool.
Appreciate the time.
Denny
Thanks for coming
Hamlin,
by.
everybody,
Okay.
3-time Daytona 500 champion, and we'll be back on Actions Detrimental, we understand, soon once the season starts in a few days. Whether that's
Officially starts.
Sunday or Monday. Thank you, Denny.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
All right, so we're already moving through. We've already gone through 4 drivers here,
We on time?
Jordan. We're on time. That we had a little bit of a switch with the
Oh, did we?
schedule where
I have mine over here.
we had a leapfrog situation where Erik Jones made a daring pass on Denny Hamlin to swoop ahead, and then Denny caught up, drafted back up, and so Erik Jones, we had to send him off as Denny was trying to make the pass there. So according to this schedule, we have a slight gap now until Jimmie Johnson. But of course, we'll keep talking to you here. You know, I am excited about Chase Briscoe, by the way, joining our contest because he said that his guess, and we didn't get to talk about this, so I'll get your opinion on this. His guess would have been 41% for the Clash. Mine was 42.3, and it was exactly right. Again, not to my own horn.
Good job. Good way to start the year.
But I guess if we're only going to do 1 point for the winner, it doesn't matter anyway. But do we need to start now? With like, do we start at 0? Does mine win count?
No, you
from the
count.
Clash?
No, it counts.
Okay.
It's a win. We do all 38 races, depending on the playoff format, how we ever do that.
But he was saying because he didn't officially join until
we take him at his word what his guess was. You nailed it on the nut.
Okay.
And so yeah,
All
we're
right.
good. Congratulations to you. So, Jimmie Johnson.
Yeah,
Coming up next.
Coming up next, we've got Jimmie Johnson, Ross Chastain, Joey Logano, Austin Cindric, Bubba Wallace, Christopher Bell. Looks like
Jimmie's gonna be fun. Jimmie's really excited this year because he's racing in San Diego, and he is so stoked about the hometown race and everything that's gonna entail, and it's gonna be interesting to see. Yeah, he's 2 races, and I mean we gotta ask the question, right? Like how many races is he gonna keep doing this? We thought maybe last year when he hit 700.
Yeah, I mean the Coke 600. I thought. Oh, actually, I had to check with Amy Stock from Legacy. I was like, is he retiring after this? She's like, no, I don't know how that got out there. That was
No, I think people just connect the dot, like 700, and maybe want
Yeah.
to run on a big, nice number. But he's going to keep doing it. And then San Diego this year, and then it's interesting. It just seems like there's reasons for him to continue to come back. And don't forget, by the way, he almost won this race a year ago. He was in the mix at the end. I think he finished 3rd or 4th. So yeah.
Well, it's interesting because you just want to see him, get the feel for these next gen cars and run competitively again.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he's the greatest driver of all time, greatest NASCAR driver ever. So, it's not fun to go see him, struggle in these cars. But he's clearly when you don't do this every week, it's challenging. So. It'd be also cool. I mean, if he could somehow, and it's probably a fairy tale, but if he could somehow get one more win, he moves up on the all-time wins list in a significant way.
Yeah, he breaks the tie he has with Cale Yarborough.
Yeah, and then of course,
I believe that's right.
no,
it
was
Darrell Waltrip.
right?
Darrell Waltrip. Yep.
Bobby Allison was.
No, Darrell Waltrip's at 84. Yarborough's at 83. That's right.
Yeah, and so he would break the tie he has with Yarborough and move up to tie Waltrip. But Bobby Allison, remember, was tied there also, right? And then Bobby Allison got the extra win.
Yep.
So, which Darrell Waltrip didn't agree with.
I gotta look at the. I thought, yeah. So
we have phones. We could look it up.
I could. Well, I forgot what I was gonna say now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
For me, like I think NASCAR needs one of those fairy tale storybook moments here that hasn't happened in a while, because there's been wins in NASCAR history that everybody can go back to, and you're just like, oh my gosh, that was unbelievable. Remember when that happened? I mean, even like the Trevor Bayne thing here,
2011.
You're just like, that was so incredible. And there's been some good finishes, but
the finishes have been good here. That's the thing. Like the finishes has been good, but you haven't had that moment per se.
You haven't had like if Kyle Busch wins this race,
That would be a moment.
that would be a moment. Or like, if Denny had won Phoenix last fall,
That's a
that
moment.
would have been incredible, right? But we haven't had, sort of those, the kind of stirring emotional thing that will make people, go back and make a documentary about it in 20 years recently.
Yeah.
I mean, or there hasn't been a lot of them, at least. I'm sure I'm missing some obvious ones. but-
Okay.
Okay.
So here's what we got. Bobby Allison, 85 wins. Darrell Waltrip's at 84. Jimmie is tied with Cale Yarborough at 83.
Yeah.
So
Well,
there we
wait,
go.
did you say Bobby Allison 84?
85 for Bobby
Oh,
Allison.
right. Yeah. Because he got the extra.
He got the
Exactly,
extra one. Yep.
Right.
And the thing with Jimmie is, and it's really unfortunate, is his career ended during COVID. His full-time career ended during COVID.
Yeah.
It's just a guy like that who's done so much and accomplished so much and is arguably, and I agree with you, the greatest driver of all time in NASCAR, didn't get the fanfare and the farewell goodbye that he deserved, and that was tough to see.
You're right. Yeah, with the empty.
Yeah, empty grandstands, and hindsight 2020. And if you had said to him, "Hey, would you maybe wait if you could have, if you knew this was gonna, would you waited a year? Would you done it a year sooner? It's just unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because the IndyCar opportunity for him was tempting, and the timing was working out for that too. So, yeah. By the way, I don't think I've asked you, who are you picking for this race? Who's your early pick for this race on Sunday? I'm picking Austin Cindric.
Okay, I was gonna say my de facto pick almost feels like every year is Ryan Blaney.
Yeah,
like I think he's arguably the best super speedway driver of this car. He's won in these places. He's never won the 500 though. He's long due for this, so he's my pick.
Yeah,
he's kind of my pick every single year.
I think Austin Cindric. By the way, I mean they had a single car speed practice this morning before we started this, and Austin Cindric was the fastest. So could that bode well for pole qualifying tonight? We don't know.
Chevys are really fast in qualifying here. Typically the Hendrick cars.
So how's the new body or the new nose going to change that?
And then last year it was Chase Briscoe, and so
right.
And then yeah. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes. But again, qualifying, what does it mean here? But we know Hendrick Motorsports, for example, always brings their big guns. It is very, very important for Hendrick Motorsports to do well in qualifying, to get on that front row. We'll certainly expect them to be in the mix.
And remember, everybody. So just as a primer for tonight, and I'm sure they'll talk about it a lot on the broadcast. They have slightly tweaked the rule, Jordan, for how you make the Daytona 500. So before it was obviously in qualifying, you had the two of the open cars would lock in their spots tonight, and then you had the ability for the next two to fall back on their time if somebody didn't leap over them, basically, depending on who was racing their way in. Now that's gone now. So you'll have two lock in their spots on qualifying for timing alone. And then the duels will have the highest of those cars in the duels, period. There's no falling back.
There's no ever-changing thing like, oh, this guy's running here, so this means this person has to do well, or, oh, this person qualified well, and they can do this. Now it's a simple, here's whoever finishes the highest among the non-open cars is in the 500. It's a very streamlined.
Among the open
cars. That's what, yeah.
Right. So I actually like that change. I think that's a smart.
I agree. Because it's one of those things
you were watching and you're like, oh well, this guy he could get in now if this guy is higher because he can fall back on his speed and
it was all over the board. And if you're watching at home, as they explained, it was like we want to make it we want to simplify it, which it's one of those things of like, why didn't you do that?
Yeah, I know. I know, right?
Why?
I know.
So many rules are like, why you could have done that sooner. I don't understand that.
Yeah. It's I don't know. The funny thing is, I don't remember why they had the whole. I guess there were so many more drivers back in the day trying to make it right. Yeah. So some of these rules have even their roots in the top 35 rules and provisionals and okay, we'll let this guy do it. So, yeah, it's kind of wild, honestly.
I mean, the duels back in the day used to be some of the best racing around because it was qualifying was so important because you weren't locked into a spot and you had to race your way in or qualify your way in, and it just made the duels when you had 50, 60 cars show up, sometimes even more, it made the duels that much more fun to watch.
Yeah.
I'd like to get back to that point, but it's going to be hard to in this day and age because you've got the top 30, you lock in the top 30.
But I mean, at least there's a decent amount of cars.
This year's been good, and it's definitely an uptick, which is nice.
Yeah. I mean, you're going to have some pretty decent cars going home.
Oh, for sure.
So,
I mean, you got an extra RFK car, you have an extra front row car, I mean, you have an extra legacy car, you have an extra 2311 car. I mean, there's some notable teams that have.
Yeah, I do like though, Jordan, that now the way it's structured, it's pretty simple. You have two chances in two very different ways to make the race, right? You could say, all right, we're gonna optimize our qualifying. We're gonna try everything we do and completely sell out with the wind tunnel and everything to make this car, a bullet and really try to get the qualifying speed. Or you could say, you know what, let's focus on racing our way in. Let's hope that we're in a duel where we can race our way in and we'll draft our way in, and let's not even worry about the qualifying aspect of it. So I like that as well. If you're an open car, you can. I mean, look, I would rather just qualify in and not have to worry about the duel. Obviously, that would be my preference, but not everybody's going to be able to do that. So.
Yeah, we say all this, and it still really means something to make the Daytona 500. You know, you go back a year ago, and your Junior Motorsports trying to make their first, Cup Series race, and the emotion on their face. One, after qualifying. Remember, they didn't lock in on time, and they're like, "Oh man, now we gotta have to sweat this out through the duel," and then all of the drama in the duel, and then what it meant to them afterwards. I mean, you still have those moments. You just don't maybe have them to the same level that you used to.
I wish I had the entry list in front of me, but who are your picks to make it on speed?
Allgaier for sure. The Hendrick Motorsports connection. I think they lock in on time.
Yeah.
If they don't, Justin is really good in the draft, and he's going to certainly have help.
Okay. Because I'm kind of thinking Corey Heim might have
Corey Heim,
the 2311 Toyota.
Sure.
I mean, Toyotas were fast in qualifying last year.
That's one. I like Corey LaJoie as well.
Yeah,
Ford.
RFK car.
An extra Ford, and that's going to be huge. So that's 3 right there, and then.
Right. Chandler Smith at the front row.
Yeah, I mean, he ran into a bit of a issue last year in his duel and ended up crashing out.
Yeah.
So that's thing. But those cars are typically very, very fast.
I always like how Anthony Alfredo races too.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And the Beard Motorsports car, they do a great job every year getting in. They draft really, really well.
Yep.
It's going to be interesting. But you always get these stories. Like, remember Connor Daly a few years ago?
His car was hopping around.
It was hopping. Yeah, it was. I mean, kindly, it wasn't the most well put together car.
Right. That was a disaster. And then he made it.
But it was like he was out of the race. He was going to make the 500 for the entire thing. And then Austin Hill ran into some issues the last lap or whatever. And Connor Daly in this car that shouldn't have been on the track ends up getting in. And afterwards, he didn't even bring us, he had to send his mom to go get him clothes and stuff.
Well, even last year, I think it was last year where it was the last lap, the spot changed. Or
Remember 2 years ago, Jimmie Johnson?
Oh,
Jimmie Johnson was
Yaley?
Yeah, it was Yaley. So Jimmy and JJ were racing for the transfer spot, and on the backstretch, Jimmie was well behind Yaley, and then Jimmie got this monster push, and Yaley, kind of got pushed out, and just it flipped like that. But Jimmie said, going into turn 3. I'm thinking I'm going to fail to qualify for this race. I've got all of these sponsors. I got everybody coming here.
Yeah.
I think that was the first year of the name. The Legacy Motor Club was going by that name. So this big thing. And he's like, I'm going to have to spend my Sunday explaining to people how I didn't qualify for the Daytona 500. So maybe the duels don't quite have the challenges it once was because there's not as many entries, but it is hard.
We started our day with Connor Zilisch, and what is realistic for him? What should people actually expect to see performance-wise from him?
I think he just finishes top 25 in points. Really, I think he could win a race. I don't want to say he's expected to win a race because that's really unfair. But if you win the race, I don't think either of us would be surprised. But it's really, really hard to win and have consistent success as a rookie. Chase Elliott's 2016 season was probably one of the best rookie seasons of this, last 10, 15 years. And he didn't even win a race. He had a great year consistently and everything. But think of the great drivers who have come through here as rookies. Christopher Bell, Kyle Larson, Chase Elliott, Ryan Blaney. They didn't win as rookies. It takes a while. Ty Gibbs is another one. Mm-hmm. It takes a while. And if you can just string together decent results and show improvement through the course of the year, that's the big thing.
Yeah, it's so weird because you're like, man, top 25 would be a great rookie season normally, but he also has these incredible expectations.
I know, but
and we know he's adapted. And
I know, but that's the thing is you just have to temper that down a little bit. He is this is such a leap up, and the thing with the Xfinity Series last year for him is he was in great equipment. And this is no knock on him at all because, he is an incredibly talented driver. And what he was able to do on ovals when everybody is saying, oh, he's never done it, he never won an oval. And then he goes and wins one.
Yeah.
But when you have a very fast car in the Xfinity Series, it allows for a little bit more wiggle room. And he just did an interview and he was talking about that a little bit of how sometimes you kind of get in that head a little bit and you start not to have to do all the little things that you need to do to have success because your car is so good. And that's the thing he has to remember. So when you move up here, it is so hard to run consistently well. And it's not like he's with a Gibbs or a Hendrick or Penske. This is a Trackhouse organization that while as great as they were on road courses last year, and Chastain did win the 600, they still weren't blazingly fast on ovals last year for the most part, especially in the second half of the year.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's like you want to give the kid time, of course, and be realistic, but it's also like he's shown that
I know
he adapts so quickly. So
it's just patience. What was your expectations? I said top 25 in points.
Yeah, I mean that's what it should be. That would be a great season. You look who wasn't top 25 in points last year. Like there's big names that are outside the top 25 in points, right? Like it's hard to do that, even for Cup veterans.
Yeah.
So it's not easy to look. There's probably, 33 really, really good cars now.
Ish, yeah.
It's not like. This has to be this era.
It's the most competitive.
It's the most competitive era ever, and not even like because the next gen car necessarily, but like the drivers that are in it. There's no, like there's a ton of these back markers. There's like 7 or 8 back markers. There's like 1 or 2 really. Mm-hmm. So it's a tough field.
You look at Noah Gragson last year, who finished. I think he was 33rd in points.
Yeah,
I think that's
so.
thereabouts. He's a very talented race car driver who I think if he was in they just had a bad situation last year, a lot of bad luck, and front row was obviously going things, off the track. And you hear about it now from teams too. It's like, man, like I was talking to some people in the garage today from both those teams, and they're like, it was tough last year, like in the back of their mind.
Yeah.
And if you put him in a good situation, like I think I could see him having success, but it's just, there's so much that has to go right. To your point, there's 25 cars that could win a race this year, and it wins for Erik Jones last year. I think it would be, they weren't lights out every week, but he could win a race and it wouldn't surprise anybody.
Yeah, for sure. Well, if you're just tuning in and you're like, why? I thought those were drivers going to be drivers. We accidentally took the drivers out of order. There was a jumble, and so you can't see this, but they come to this door here, and when we see a driver, we just wave them in. So we took the drivers out of order, so now we create a gap for ourselves. But we're supposed to be joined by Jimmie Johnson here shortly, and then right after that, Ross Chastain, Joey Logano, Austin Cindric, Bubba Wallace. So yes, we will. Things will be moving right along pretty quickly. But and then at 2:30, we actually have a moment where we'll have 10 minutes with 2 drivers at the same time. Todd, Gilliand, and Noah Gragson.
Aforementioned Front Row Motorsports.
Right. So that'll be good because those guys will play off each other pretty well. But
you got a sleeper for this race?
A sleeper. I used to always say Justin Haley was my super speedway sleeper, and now he's not around anymore.
Only full-time driver in last year's race who's not in this year's race.
Crazy. Yeah, Connor Zilisch is the only new driver in the Cup field this year. I'm just looking at this. I'll tell you. Remember who had a really, really good run last year? Was Riley Herbst.
Yeah, he was running in the mix in the back.
On the last lap, he got spun in through the grass here and kept going, but he was going to have a chance to win the race last year. Do you remember?
I remember.
That was crazy. I'm talking where you asked for sleeper. And
Riley's finished top 10 in Daytona 500 before.
Yeah. Man, I don't know. I think obviously, if you're going to rank the stories of what transcends NASCAR or what does big, I think a Kyle Busch finally wins his first 500. Could be big.
21st attempt.
Brad Keselowski could be big. Bubba Wallace, I'm not just saying that because he's lurking there. Bubba Wallace
just a jacket.
Is making a special stop just to give Jordan crap.
Should wear the fur coat? I'm always. It's hard to look this good all the time.
It's like your jacket here is like a magnet for driver comments. It's just pulls them in, even when he's not even supposed to be in our room for 40 minutes, and he makes a stop by just to give you crap about your jacket.
It's a great conversation starter.
Yeah.
You've seen my closet.
That was wild. I picked up my hard card season pass from Jordan, and on my way up to Bowman Gray Stadium, Winston-Salem, and he's like, "Oh, swing by my apartment." I saw inside his closet the sport coat collection. I saw the Jordan sport coat collection. I mean, when I own, I think 3 or 4 total sport coats. Jordan had an entire wall, like massive walk-in closet, there had to be what, 60,
80, there's 81 or 82.
80, more than 80 sport coats
Yeah. And suits.
in Jordan's closet.
You're welcome.
I don't know. I was going to say I could probably use some hand-me-downs since I only own a few, but not looking like that. Not really my style. But anyway, I lost my train of thought as Bubba was giving you crap.
We were talking. Bubba loves to give me crap.
we were talking sleeper picks?
Sleeper
or
picks,
something? Or-
yeah.
No, we were talking about something else.
Justin Haley swapping out for
Yeah.
Zilisch.
Anyway, look, I think there's probably, there's probably, what, 30 drivers that could win this
Yeah.
race? So
Speaking of winners,
yeah, speaking of winners,
2-time.
we have the ultimate
I
7-time.
don't know why it's like that. Don't.
Thing just smoked me. Steered right into it.
Oh, well, welcome to the heat then.
Yes.
All the tough questions.
Yes.
Yeah, Jimmie Johnson
What questions?
is here.
What questions don't you want to answer? Because that's the ones we want to ask.
Oh, no, I'm good at this stage of my career, but I was just doing one of the radio stations, and they just over and over mentioned my age. And I was like, is that necessary? 50-year-old, and 50-year-old, and 50-year-old. Yeah, just turned 50 in
I
September.
would not have guessed that. That's a compliment.
Thank you. Unfortunately, Father Time chases us all down.
Father
You know
Time
what,
is
though?
undefeated.
Undefeated.
Like, you were talking on your podcast with Marty Smith last year about, 50-year-olds didn't used to be like you guys. I mean, you guys are, good shape 50-year-olds, not, when I was growing up, I feel like, you saw somebody who was 50 and you were like, that's an old man.
That's the way I remember it too. But
Yeah.
were we just young and dumb? Like,
I don't
Probably.
No. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I've wondered that a bunch recently. I'm like, I don't know.
I don't think 50-year-olds kept themselves in. Did they?
Some did.
Really?
I don't know. I don't know. I look at. I think I'm 44, and I struggle with that. And I'm like, am I really 44? Like I remember my parents at my age, and I'm
Yeah.
like them, and like
I don't know if it was our perception
Yeah.
or. Because I certainly train plenty, and I eat relatively well, but it's not like I don't go in the sun, and I'm gonna have some drinks, and
Yeah.
I'm cycle, snow ski. These elements that should be beating up my skin, but I don't know.
I wake up every day and it's like I have a new body part that hurts like randomly, like it's
That
like a
doesn't get
knee
better.
or a hand or some other thing, and it's like what are we doing here?
Yeah, that doesn't get better. No, just keeps going downhill.
I feel old.
Just keeps going.
Oh my goodness.
Well, Jimmie, obviously the chase has returned, and as people say that Kenseth, I guess, was the killer of the old format. It turns out, I think, looking back in hindsight, that you were the killer of the original chase, because Brian France must have just said, "This guy won it 6 times in this and 5 in a row, and we got to do something else." And now, after years of the other format, everybody woke up and goes, "That wasn't so bad. It was just one guy won a lot. Maybe everybody got tired of it." So now it's back. What do you think of it returning?
It's hard for me to say that I don't like it. I do like the change, and I feel, and my position all along has been, our sport, the year, you need to be good on all types of tracks. You need to be consistent. There are these inherent elements that are there, and I feel like the 10 race format does a better job of representing that. And that's what I said going into the previous format. And then when I watched it, first lived it and started making different decisions in the car and roughing people up and driving in a way that I haven't before, I was like, damn, they might be onto something here. And then you look at it on paper, and every single point truly did matter through the course of the year. So, I actually grew to respect that system more and more. But now as it comes back, it's back into a place that I have a soft spot for. So, I'm good.
You're doing 2 races this year so far?
2.
We got Daytona and then San Diego.
San Diego.
How excited are you for San Diego, hometown race?
Just thrilled. It's the 20th anniversary for the foundation, so we'll have a big time there and a nice golf tournament, a bunch of fun stuff going on with that. And then, to be back in my hometown, there's no way I thought NASCAR would be literally be in San Diego. And my grandparents served, and actually all 4 of my grandparents are buried up on the hillside there.
Really?
We'll be overlooking
Wow.
the racetrack. So,
That's
and I
really
haven't been
cool.
to their graves in way too long. So I can't wait to go up there and say hello.
I was gonna say, and the schedule for most of the years you raced was pretty stagnant through, pretty consistent, right?
Yep.
And now it's all this variety, and then all of a sudden, boom, here's San Diego on a military base. It's just completely out of the blue.
It's so wild. And I think, this car, the leadership at NASCAR, the willingness from the tracks, and the fact that they are now, again, privately held, just gives us this versatility. And I think we can take our show anywhere. And I don't think it needs to live in places real long. We saw the element at the Coliseum, that good 2 to 3 year window. I think Chicago, San Diego is at a 3-year commitment right now. I think that's wise, and let's take the show on the road.
We always judge drivers off teammates, especially in this next gen era, because it's hard to tell who's doing what. Your 2 drivers last year were within 1 point of each other in the standings. So I guess it's probably, as a team owner, it's a lot easier to go, well, I guess that's what our cars are, what they are doing. So how do you guys take the next step up in the standings this year?
Yeah, we need to put better cars under our guys. I mean, last year we had speed at times, but consistently we didn't. Short tracks were really tough on us. Mile and a halves were better. Restrictor plate tracks, both Erik and John Hunter did a great job there. But we've really been quietly building our foundation as an organization, and they're bigger tasks than we had thought, to be quite honest. And through last year in development of our software tool chain, those particular tools, the integration, the correlation, there's been a lot going on behind the scenes that we haven't been able to lean on yet. And as we got to the end of the season, we're making decisions to really use our own tools. We're working towards our independence. I mean, we want to be an organization that can sit there with Penske, Hendrick, and Gibbs and say, hey, we're an independent team and can stand alone and succeed. And so we knew it'd be tough. Last year was harder than we thought, but I feel that I know for a fact we're in such a better position starting 2026.
I mean, there were races last year. Charlotte 600, for example. I know Indianapolis, Erik was really fast. You guys had great speed, but it just seemed like being able to get that to the finish line was a struggle sometimes.
It was, and I think this car, you even watch Chase Elliott all the time as a friend and old teammate, and the volatility in results and performance on a given weekend. So I don't think all organizations deal with it, but it's wild how the way qualifying works in your pit stall. There is really a trend of being consistent that puts you in just such a better place. And that's really kind of our motto this year. And then with the point system changing as it has, that's kind of the name of the game, and hopefully we can perform better.
Very good.
Well, Jimmie, it's so cool to see you still here. I think it's a great thing that we'll have a link between generations with you racing against Connor Zilisch, stuff like that. So looking forward to see what you do on Sunday, and thanks for stopping by.
Good to see you guys.
Thanks,
Fun.
man. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Yep.
All right, we are going to roll into Ross Chastain next, who has been patiently waiting, sitting on the floor.
Don't hurt yourself.
We almost
That's the last thing. That's the last thing we need. Is
almost
you get
injured
hurt.
Jimmie Johnson. We would have had a story right here. Jimmie Johnson injured by microphone on the teardown.
Good
Would have been
publicity.
terrible. Good publicity. I don't know. That's kind of what we want. Ross Chastain's here now. Oh my gosh! Look at that.
I got a Valentine.
That's so. I got a Valentine from Ross Chastain. It says,
Thank you.
"Let's be friends forever." What did you get?
I wolf you.
Oh,
Aw.
Jordan loves dogs too.
I
so-
love dogs. It's the number of dogs I follow on Instagram account is ridiculous.
Really?
Yeah, I follow more dog accounts than people, I think.
What do they do? What are the dogs doing?
Just funny, stupid things,
Like-
tricks or
Okay.
being goofy. The voiceovers is a real big thing now.
yep.
That's hilarious. Just
Yep.
being dogs. Like it's just
Well, I don't know that that's actually. I don't think they're in their most natural habitat when they're on Instagram. Okay.
it's okay. He doesn't like dogs.
No, it's not that I don't like dogs. I just don't have like a crazy I'm going to follow them on Instagram type of thing.
You don't like dogs. You say all the time why would you want a dog?
No, I just don't want them to jump
He's
up on me
backtracking.
and slobber and all that stuff. I don't need all that.
Kids.
Oh, no.
Dogs.
No.
Y'all
His
equally
dislike.
right?
Exactly.
Exactly. Well, that's probably true, I guess.
Because you don't want them jumping up and slop, but isn't that what kids do?
That's what I say all the
right.
time. See?
It's true. Yeah, that's a good point, Ross. Well, Ross, you just came. I mean, were you just in New York yesterday? Was that right? Yeah. So you flew up to New York.
Yep.
And I'm sure all of you saw the Guinness Book of World Record Loudest billboard was set. By the way, I don't know what the world record would have been before for the previous loudest billboard because I didn't know that was a thing. But
Yeah, I don't know who had it, but they said it was at 100 decibels, and we were like 133.
oh wow,
Did it feel that was it loud? I mean, did it?
Yeah, they've had me right in front of the thing.
oh really?
And everybody else had on like earmuffs.
Oh, they didn't give you any.
No.
Oh.
I didn't ask for it either.
Did you plug your ears?
No, I was mashing the gas, man.
Oh, you were
yeah.
the one. Oh, I see. Okay, I didn't
Yeah, I
know
had
that.
to push the loud pedal, literally.
That's
Oh,
great.
okay, okay.
But yeah, great intention. We went and did it and executed it through Times Square.
It's pretty cool to be in New York City like that and do something
It was
to that level.
Yeah, we flew in the night before and then walked out yesterday morning, and like it was all set up. They were doing final checks, and we fired it up and did it. But yeah, cool to be a part of something like that. Very intentional with giant billboards all around, but we were right down there on the ground with our engine.
I think I'm starting to have tinnitus, so I don't think I would have had a good time. Like I'm getting the ringing in my ears, so I don't think me being at that. I'm glad you did it, not me, is what I'm
God,
saying.
he sounds so old.
Does he know? He does.
I know.
I say this
Oh
all the
my
time.
God.
He's like an old man.
I've
Does
been here.
when you're bald and you get old, does your skin turn gray? Or what happens
I tell
up
you
there?
what, it gets very drafty up there.
Draft.
It's very cold up there.
Wear a hat, man.
I have a beanie, but
It's the ugliest damn beanie you'll ever
see.
see. It's like this bright yellow or orange thing.
Beanies
He looks like
aren't-
he's going hunting.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
those are good. Get one with a light on the front.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
peak old man.
Yeah, yeah. It's fine. I am. I'll have to own it. I mean, this is my 23rd year covering NASCAR, so you can't. At some point, you can't hide it.
Is ear ringing called what?
I think it's tinnitus, right?
Yeah.
That's what Google
correct.
says.
It-
Dr.
it is,
Google. I
yeah.
haven't seen an actual doctor yet,
Yep.
but
Well, glad to know you while we do. You're probably not gonna last much longer.
You know what makes it better is drink some beer.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Then you don't know where the ringing is coming from.
Then you can. Never mind.
Well, we talked about, we were just talking with Jimmie Johnson about teammates and all that stuff. And, when you look at the overall points for last year, you were significantly above your teammates. And now this is going to be kind of a situation where that really comes into play because it's not a win and you're in format anymore. It is about consistency. It is about running well throughout the course of the year. Whether you look at your points before the regular season or your points in the chase itself, it looks like you're going to be able to contend for a title this year. So do you change anything in the way that you approach the racing? Do you just go out and do your typical thing?
Well, for sure. Every year's another chapter in learning and trying to apply it. Study the group as in the garage and try to be better than we were. It comes back to speed. Like Jimmy said, you got to put faster cars under their drivers. I've got to do a better job behind the wheel of my car. And we, as in like Brandon McSwain, my new crew chief, has to give me cars that go fast. It's really as simple as speed. Like if you go fast, you're going to get more points than if you go slow. And the fast cars get more points. And over a body of work of 26 races to set us up for that run of 10. So yeah, I don't want to crash. I want to finish races, and I want to finish as far forward. That's been the goal since I first raced. That's never changed.
How many people, family, friends do you have coming out for Sunday's race? Because this is a home state race for you.
A lot, a lot. Yeah, it's a challenge. We work with NASCAR well to try to take care of my family and the people that supported me through my early racing and friends that helped. My dad's over at lunch with Rusty Hillman right now, a longtime racer in South Florida, and helped me and my dad early on with like our coilover car, like our first late model. We didn't know how to even adjust the coilover springs on it. We had always just had like stock chassis big springs that you could do with just a extension on a 3/4 ratchet. So to buy the tool to twist the coilover spring, like we just didn't know what we were doing. So him and his wife are over here and family friends from back home. It's a tough time for the farming side right now because we do have plants in the ground. And we're recovering from that cold where we got a foot of snow up in Charlotte. As that cold air came south, it did freeze down here and hurt a lot of crops. So farmers are fighting through that right now, and I think it's actually good for my dad to come over here and take a few days to just be here. The farm will be okay, and he'll be back on Monday.
So what happens if a freeze comes that far south? Are they ruined? Can they be salvaged? I don't know what happens.
Yeah, every farm's different and how they survived it, and it's down to it's down to single-digit degree differences of temperature. So just 20 miles east or west or north and south can be a couple degrees different, and how they prepared their fields also plays a big role for us in watermelons. My dad did have a complete loss for his crop. He had about half of his crop planted, and so that whole entire half that was already planted was lost. So that's calling the greenhouses, calling the seed companies, and we work with some great folks. Enzazaden is one of our big ones, and we go and try to find more seed that's already grown in the greenhouse. It takes several weeks once it's in the greenhouse to grow to be ready to be transplanted into the field for the way watermelons are grown in the States these days. We're not planting seeds in the ground like they did decades ago. We're growing them in a greenhouse first and then transplanting them by hand.
Oh, okay.
So
no
Dad
idea.
did a lot of phone calls. The Melon One group had a lot of phone calls go out as that cold came through to find more plants. And it's a big investment. You got to reinvest in your stuff. It's really like blowing a motor in the lap 5 of the Daytona 500. But you're going to show up the next week again with another engine from your same group, and it's really no fault of the seed companies. It just got too cold. They literally froze.
Wow, that's unbelievable. I had no idea.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
I just thought you put like a seed in the ground and.
Yeah.
And they've done that. Look, and there's still people that do plant on, a few that plant on open dirt, but we plant on plastic, and we're trying to hit a specific market for the harvest. So we're very intentional in where we're planting and when, and that's how we're able to sell watermelons every day of the year. We have watermelons here in the States.
Wow.
What you were speaking of watermelons, you smashed one in the Hell Yeah campaign video. What did you think of that? I don't know if you've seen the whole video, but what did you think of that?
I have seen it. When I was filming it, I was a little I questioned them. I was like, why this and why me doing this? And they showed me Carson's stuff with Cletus. They showed me Larson's donuts in the Corvette. So I had a bit of an idea of how it was going to be. They told me about Daryl and the reacting to the side and with Marchand. So that gave me a little better picture, but until I saw it all come together, I didn't, and I saw it on social with everybody else. So we smashed a lot of watermelons that day out back of Trackhouse. That's behind the shop. But they had a vision for it, and they did that spot. And then NASCAR asked me to smash one after we set the world record yesterday. I don't go around smashing watermelons just for the fun of it. It's for wins. It's for accomplishment.
Yeah. Sure.
I felt like that brand spot was going to be good to do it and for the commercial, and I felt like that setting a Guinness World Record was definitely worthy of smashing a watermelon. I've smashed them with college graduates. I've smashed them with people that go into remission coming out of cancer treatments.
Cool.
That kind of stuff is really special. Obviously, the ultimate spot would be like the Daytona 500 one day.
Yep.
And they've never tasted any sweeter than Victory Lane or on the front stretch.
Well, we appreciate you coming by, Ross, and thanks for the time and the conversation and the Valentine.
Yeah, thanks.
I mean, I have to be the most unique guy today between the Valentine card and the watermelon talk. No one's going to talk about any more random things.
This might be my only Valentine all week, so.
I'm going to have one.
Thank you.
Appreciate it,
We
man.
appreciate that.
Thanks.
We'll keep that near and dear to our hearts. Appreciate it.
Ross Chastain, everybody.
Up next, we're going to have Joey Logano, who obviously I'm very excited about as the newest member of the Bald community.
Yeah.
Which we talked about on the 12 Questions interview this week. He was the first one. And then we'll be joined by Austin Cindric, Bubba Wallace, Christopher Bell, and Shane Van Gisbergen, and then Chase Elliott coming up. So that is the next hour of people coming up for us. We're already over 1 hour down, 6 hours to go here.
Don't give me an update.
So-
just keep
No
plugging.
updates? You don't
no
wanna know the
update.
time?
Nope. Just keep plugging away.
Okay. All right. Well,
No
that's good.
plugging away.
All right. Joey Logano now is here. It's for all the bald people.
Well, it's funny you bring that up for the bald people. I have something for you.
A hat?
I have a hat. And I have something for you, too.
Oh.
Look at this. This is an amazing promotion. And I'm coming right out here and just saying it because you brought it up. You need to keep your head cool. 22 cents off a gallon. This is a $25 gift card to go with it. You just download the app.
I appreciate
Become
it.
a Shell Fuel Rewards member. Opt in for Race Day Rewards every Sunday because I know you guys are traveling. You need to top off your rental car before you drop it off, right?
It's a good promo.
22 cents off a gallon.
Were you not winning enough that they doing?
They took the Wednesday. Well, Wednesday was gone like years ago.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So thanks for paying attention. But now you can do this every week. which is
Yeah, no,
pretty
that's
great.
amazing. That's what
Yes.
I'm saying. I mean, now it's like 37
And
times.
to make it even better, you might even hope for rainouts.
22.
Because Monday you would get a
double it
race
up?
on Monday, yeah.
Really?
So it would continue.
Oh,
into
does
the next
Bowman
day.
Gray? Can we would Bowman Gray have counted?
Oh
for,
wow!
Well,
the promotion didn't start yet then, but that could have been
a 5-6 day
Whoa. You could have. I mean, you would have just been doing. You've been like me doing donuts in the yard all day just to fill back up.
So they'll really. So if there's a rain out, it's supposed to be on race day.
That's
So
right.
They'll change it. They'll.
It'll be that, and then if it rains out, it'll be the Monday.
Remember Texas a few years ago, where you said
Yeah,
like a Thursday.
when Wednesday?
It was a Wednesday.
Was it Thursday?
It was a Thursday.
No, I think it was Wednesday.
Was it
But yeah.
Wednesday?
Yeah.
Whatever it was.
It
Whatever.
felt like 2 weeks. I'm with you.
Whatever it was.
It felt
It
like
was
a long
multiple
time.
days.
Yes.
You're
That would
cleaning
cost
up.
Shell a
You
lot
would have.
then.
You would have been just filling up everything you could find.
Oh.
Well,
yeah.
thank you for the hat. 'Cause
Anyways,
obviously it,
so
you know,
I know it's cold up here now.
it
I
is
get
cold.
it.
Yeah,
I get it.
Yeah, I was just saying that. I mean, nobody can relate. Jordan can't relate, but he was saying, even at night, it gets cold.
Oh, really?
So it's up
You know,
there.
someone told me today is that God only blessed so many people with perfect heads, and the rest of them they gave hair. A fan told me that this morning. I thought that was a good one.
Were you?
Never
person
thought of it
called
that way.
themselves, I hope?
Absolutely, yeah.
Here's the
Yes,
question.
it's like a left-handed person saying you're in your right mind or whatever. It's
Okay.
that one.
Here's
I'm
a question
left-handed
for
too.
both of you. So when you guys shaved your head for the first time, was there like a concern of like, man, what is my head going to look like?
Yes.
Was it like, are you staring in the mirror for a while? Like,
Yes.
walk me through this.
Well, I mean, for me, I don't know for you, but for me, I just gave my son the clippers and said, "Have at it, bud." And then I was like, like this is what it is. And first thing I thought, better get some suntan, because that is a white head. I mean, it was white. And so now I got a little. I'm blended now.
Okay.
You know,
I saw you were walking around in Disney World, no hat, and I thought he's going for the tan.
you got to.
Yeah.
You got
Yeah.
to do that.
I
yes.
saw that.
You get it.
Right. Yeah.
How was Disney, by the way?
It was good. We had fun. My kids are, I think, at the right age now. Finally,
What park?
we did all of them.
Okay.
We checked them all out, but like they're like into the fast rides now
Oh,
finally,
that's the best.
and I like that.
Yeah.
I really like the fast rides personally. Like the nostalgic rides, doesn't do it for me. Like I want to
Yeah.
go fast. There's that, and I'm like the worst. I don't know any movies. I don't watch much, but there's that Guardians of the Galaxy ride in
yeah.
Epcot.
Yeah.
And the roller coaster does it spins while it's going. That's the best one. By a long shot, it's the best ride.
Well, the best roller coaster there is down right now. It's Rock and Roll roller coaster, and they're
No,
converting.
we did that.
Is it back open?
It was rolling.
Okay.
It was rolling. This one, you have not done this other
I have
one.
done it. Yeah.
You've done the
I've done
Guardians one?
Yeah. I like Rock and Roll, but yeah.
More? Disagree. Respectfully.
That's fine.
Well, Joey
Anywho.
Logano, not a small world guy. We
Oh my
found
God.
out.
No,
today.
not
I got
that.
stuck on there once for 45 minutes.
That's
Yeah,
torture.
I was on the boat. It was some friends of mine,
Torture
and it was,
device.
the ride broke down and for like 45 minutes, and the animatronics were going on the entire time. It was hell.
Yeah.
It was just like,
That's
oh,
not your thing. I get it.
yeah.
I get it. My, I guess, future sister-in-law? What's your brother-in-law's future wife? That's a sister-in-law?
Yeah.
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 She's very Disney, and like so much that she had like happy tears for going on the Peter Pan ride.
Oh.
And I'm like, I don't get it,
No.
And I was trying to be nice about it, but I really wanted to make fun of her.
I mean, you could like Magic Kingdom is like, I'm a big Disney guy. Like I like Disney a lot, but Magic Kingdom is really geared towards small kids. Like it's
it's perfect for my
it's
young
great.
kids. It was
But
good for
like
that.
the other parks are a little bit more adult, especially Epcot is great.
Yeah, I
It's
like that. I had fun. It was
Yeah.
good. It was good. And we went to the beach yesterday here in Daytona. I enjoyed that as well.
That's good.
Kids are fun these days. They're the perfect age,
Yeah.
primo age.
Well, you might have some more fun this week because you're obviously one of the favorites. In fact, I don't know if you look at the odds, but the odds I saw, the three Team Penske cars all had the exact same odds, and we're all tied for the best. So at least one sports book thinks that you guys are the three to beat, and they can't even distinguish among you because you'll probably be drafting together, and who knows what will happen at the end. But I know like the Chevys will have changed this year, so we don't really know how they'll draft. But other than that, like things for you guys should be pretty much the same as it's been, right?
Yeah, you said it. Yeah, it should be kind of status quo. I think we're all curious to see what qualifying looks like from a speed perspective of, where do we stack up? Where's the new Chevy body stack up? And how do they handle in the pack? Because, I mean, all that determines how you proceed through the weekend, right? If you have the fastest cars, you can set your strategy off of that, right? If you don't, then you got to change some of the things you're doing. What I do know, and what has not changed, and I don't see changing in the future, is the teamwork that we have figured out at Team Penske with our 3 cars, and even the 21 as well, is second to none on the racetrack. I think everybody really gets it now, and I think a lot of that is because we've been there so long, right? You like when you have that continuity of working with someone for a long time, but also like you've helped and you've gotten helped, right? You've seen both sides of it. Everyone kind of works together really, really well. And that's hard to have that. That's not something you just say and do, right? You got to kind of learn that and earn that trust.
Well, I do think it's interesting though, because everybody always asks for Daytona 500 picks, right? And then I just tend to say, okay, well, I'll go with the fastest car, because how can you possibly pick somebody that's going to be running 15th, everybody wrecks ahead of them? You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. I don't know how you do it. So, it's I can understand why people pick you guys, but then it's like, it must be agonizing for you to run so well at so many of these races, and then whatever happens, do you just feel like it'll come back, or like, will it cycle back around to where you'll eventually, if you eventually put yourself in that spot enough times, eventually you'll win?
I like to think so. The more you're up front and in contention to win, eventually you're going to win. Sure, there's those moments like last year, right? Where I don't know exactly where it was on when he took the white 10th-ish, whatever, and be able to get through the wreck. Sure. Is that going to happen every time? No, it happens some, though. It does happen. And it doesn't take anything away from his win, in my opinion. It's still, win's a win. I don't care how you get him. But, yeah, it doesn't change your approach to drafting and all that. You still got to be up front and leading, and eventually, hopefully, things play out right.
Yeah.
Well, we appreciate the time.
Absolutely.
Thanks for stopping in.
Always
Thanks
a
for
pleasure.
the hat.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Hat.
Enjoy your free money.
Thank you.
Open for rain days now. Rainouts now.
At least there's a bright side to a rainy day.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go. That's a good slogan.
Do you like that?
That's good.
I just came up with that.
That's good. I'd write that one down and use that again.
I got to go.
I'll give a plug as Joey departs here to check out my 12 questions interview with Joey. 8th straight year, by the way, it was. 8th straight year that Joey has 8 times has been first on the 12 questions interviews, Jordan. I always go with Joey first because he's such a good interview, as you can see there, and such a good quote that, you're like, well, I if my questions suck, I don't really want to know until the later drivers. So he's going to give good answers no matter what, even if the questions are bad.
Have you, a little bit inside baseball, have you ever asked him a question for the 12 questions and then it was like, oh man, that one didn't really land and we're going to tweak that?
No, because that's part of the blessing and the curse with him, right? Because you get there and you're like, man, this is a great answer. These are going to be great 12 questions this year. And then 3 months into it, you're like, man, this one question is not landing. But it's too late. Because, I try to go with the drivers first that are pretty typically, good talkers, I guess. And then suddenly you're like, oh, I don't know, we're running out. But
did I let him go too soon? I thought I got the cue to let him go. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. It's it's every 10 minutes. The 10-minute thing ends in a 0, Jordan, and it's just a 0 now, and you let him go at an 8. But that's fine.
I thought I got the cue from our
an 8
guys.
can look like a 0.
Well,
I understand.
I got the signal, and
math can be hard.
I am just following directions from our great crew. Kobe's over there. See, I did okay. See, thank you.
Well, anyway, we have Austin Cindric, who will be coming up next. Again, my Daytona 500 pick. And although I think you can't go wrong with any of the Team Penske guys for making a pick. And then we'll have Bubba Wallace, Christopher Bell, Shane Van Gisbergen, Chase Elliott, Alex Bowman, William Byron, the 2-time defending Daytona 500 winner who is going for 3 in a row.
Never been done.
Which would really put him into, it's weird because you go, well, the way he won the 2 or, especially last year, it's not like he was, but you win.
Win, like Joey said.
Yeah.
Win's a win. You get them how you can get them.
Yeah. What stuck out at you from Ross or?
We got a Valentine. That was nice.
Yeah. And I thought I was worried that I was going to get the dog one and you were going to be jealous, but they were both dog ones. So
That was nice. It was interesting to hear about the hair transformation for Joey Logano.
yeah. Well, I mean, listen, it is tough because you look in the mirror and it's fairly shocking. So that first image is very shocking. But someone that's not shocking to see is the person that's right on time. Austin Cindric is our next guest here. Hello, Austin Cindric, everybody.
Appreciate you.
Austin Cindric, who I was just telling everybody is my Daytona 500 pick, not really going out on a limb there because the Team Penske cars are all tied for the best odds.
Sorry, that's me.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
It's my Odyssey battery
driving
Xfinity
school.
car.
Got your old 22.
Is it weird when you see when you're out, you see something like this, or you're out in public and you see merch for you? Is it do you ever get startled?
Very weird. When
Yeah.
I see, sorry to interrupt your intro.
No,
That was
you're
very, very kind of you to think that I'm going to go win this thing. So I'll try to make you proud. Yeah, I still am not used to people wearing my shirt or my hat or anything really. It's always like, oh. So it's fun, but very different.
NASCAR, I don't know if you've seen this video that NASCAR had you guys do. They asked the drivers to talk about other drivers. And, it was like, who would you be okay with your sister dating and stuff like that?
Okay.
And I think, I believe, I watched this video, and I think you were the most popular answer for people were like, yeah, Cindric. I was like, that's it's a nice compliment. People are like, this is a great guy. I'd let him date my sister.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I haven't. I remember being asked
Right.
similar question. I think I said none of them. But
That was also a common answer. But in terms of people that picked.
the people that pick, well, that's cool. I respect that. I like
Yeah.
to think I'm a respectable individual.
Yeah. People said they would not let Noah, by the way. That was,
Hard agree.
yeah. So
You want to do his
Couldn't agree more. Yeah.
His P1?
He's P1. I wouldn't say he's the Stefan Diggs, but like you've seen the clip of going around the Bills or the Vikings locker room, whatever. Like, and all of them are like Diggs.
yes.
That was definitely not to that level, but
Right.
that would be similar.
Yeah. Well, it's a great video from NASCAR. I encourage everybody to go check that
Poor
out.
Noah. Your off season consisted of going down to Australia.
Yes.
Beyond racing, what was it like down there, culture wise and everything?
Well, it's the first time I've been there as an adult. I've been 4 times, all for racing. Now I did a bunch of touristy stuff when I was a kid, especially the first couple of times we went down there, kid, teenager, whatever you want to call it. And this was the first time like going there, like driving a car around town, on the wrong side of the road, like, which is not that big of a deal until there's no one on the road. Like if you have other cars that are like references, it's not a big deal. You kind of just follow the flow of traffic. Okay, I turn left here. A left is a right-hand turn. I can figure it out. No problem. But like at night, no one's on the road, and you start to question everything that you're doing because you have no references. That's when it gets kind of sketchy. But it was interesting the things that I like picked up on, like, oh, zoning laws are different here as far as like where buildings are and stuff. And everyone has a fence. Dude, if you go to Australia, every house has a fence. It could be the smallest house with the smallest yard.
Why?
Everyone's got a fence.
We figured out why.
No, I questioned everybody, and everybody got very defensive about it.
They got defensive about the fence.
Defensive about the fence, yeah. No, it was kind of a funny topic because like I said it enough times like within the team and my teammates that then they would ask other people that were with us like, what do you think about fences? And it became this whole discussion about fences and zoning laws. But the fence thing was very interesting to pick up on. And I went to a couple different regions. Like I was on the Gold Coast and Melbourne for a lot of the time, and then Adelaide. But like fences, every business, every house, fence.
So
I need to invest in fences in Australia.
We hear, that there's some level of they're paying attention in Australia to what we're doing here, especially with SVG. What was your sense of how much they know about NASCAR? I mean, they were very interested in your career and stuff.
Yeah, so I got to hang out for the race in Sandown, which was their second to last race of the year, and I watched the event there, and then I went and raced in Adelaide the following week, and so I hung out. But the racing that I have done in Australia is, the race fans are super passionate, very into it. It's a big deal, no matter what the region is, and so I definitely understood that, going in, and I think every race fan that stopped me asked me what the playoff format's going to be for next year.
Wow.
I mean, I got more questions about playoff format from race fans in Australia than I did from race fans in the U.S. And it was borderline annoying because I was borderline at that point annoyed by it in the States. And then you go leave the country, travel halfway across the world, and everybody wants to know what the like. I don't know, dude. I'm here. Like I don't make those decisions. Like
You find out when I find out.
you find out when I find out, which is but it's funny. But they're very very into what we're doing over here. Obviously, they kind of introduced a finals format as well along those lines. But it's kind of the same but different. It's always funny to compare and contrast, racing series and methodologies. At the same day, we're all kind of doing a lot of the same stuff. So how do you tackle some of those same challenges and go about it different ways?
And go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I was just gonna. We make a big deal out of like, SVG is able to be so successful because those cars are probably the most similar type of cars from another racing series to these. Do you think that to be true? Like, and how similar were they from the techniques that you would use in a Cup car to what you were trying to do there?
Not similar enough. No, I mean, on paper, for sure. I mean, you probably couldn't pick out a car that is more similar to a stock car. But at the end of the day, and I definitely made some comments about this after driving it for the first time, our car is built, the next-gen car, the Cup car, is built to do so much. We just raced on a quarter-mile short track at Bowman Gray in the sleet and rain and 30 degrees, and now we're going to go race 200 miles an hour with the same chassis, the same car, and we're going to go race on road courses, do all these things. So, like, the car is built to do a lot of things. It's also built on much higher safety standards than some other cars. Not as a criticism, but it needs to be because it's put into so many different situations that other cars maybe aren't necessarily subjected to often enough to deem them as important. So the cars are going to characteristically drive differently just from the amount of structure that is in that car. So the cars are a lot stiffer than really any other race car that I've driven. But the cars themselves, once you get down to it, when you get within 2 seconds of the lap time that you need to be, you're using completely different driving techniques and characteristics and keying off of different things. And it's been a while since I've kind of gone out and not out of my comfort zone, but gone out and done something that different than what I normally do. Like when I come around the Rolex, like I've driven GT3 cars, like plus or minus, they do certain things if it's front engine or mid engine, but like you can pick it up. Whereas like those are very specific cars, very unique driving style, and it was a ton of fun to just dive in and jump in the deep end and learn something new in a super competitive environment. I mean, they're just as competitive, if not more so, from a lap time perspective as what we are on short tracks and intermediate tracks. So that's their bread and butter, and I was glad I got to do it.
That's cool. Well, thank you so much for stopping by.
Appreciate it.
Yeah,
And,
thanks. Enjoy the race this weekend.
Yeah, thanks.
Can't wait to see what outfits you have.
Austin Cindric, everybody, looking for his second Daytona 500 title. Bubba Wallace is going to be next, followed by Christopher Bell, Shane Van Gisbergen, Chase Elliott. But right now we have the aforementioned Bubba Wallace.
This is the thing. I literally felt left out when Cindric walked in. I was like, oh, did I miss something? But it's just a thing that y'all are doing.
You got to earn it.
We're not doing it. I would
Pleasure as always.
Where'd you get this from?
I got a guy.
it's probably Jeff Bezos from Amazon is this guy.
I don't want to be associated with him right now.
There we go. Look,
Yeah.
God almighty, look at these. Has these been on camera?
No.
Please zoom in on that. My goodness.
I'm telling
Did
you,
he
it's
show you the
hard-
back of his feet are almost bleeding from the back.
Oof, that's the worst. They're brand new, aren't they?
No, I had to buy them. I lost my other ones. So I had to buy special blue shoes to match the blue shirt.
Man.
It ain't easy, man.
We should have a day in the life of Jordan Bianchi on a shopping day. Like what he goes and gets, just to see his thought process.
I'm personally not interested in that.
I think it'd be great content
It's the cross I bear.
because all of us want to know what in the is he wearing. That's the title of it.
That's just, yeah, there you go.
You tell me all the time you like what I wear. There are things I wear that you're like,
Some reporters don't know how to take sarcasm very well. So I just try to make you feel good. dog. You know?
hey, listen, I take where I can get it.
Yeah, I try to make you feel good.
You're
Well,
good.
what
You seem happy, loose.
Yeah, I just realized I got 30 minutes left.
Oh, shit.
Good.
Really? You're almost already done?
It's quick now. It's like 2 hours.
Well, we got to be here like 6 more
How
hours,
come we
5
have to
more.
be here for 7 hours, and you're
Y'all chose this.
Why don't you pull up a seat? You can co-host with us.
No. I don't like half the people y'all talk to.
a very cool moment for you that you posted. You and Ryan and Blaney both had your kids flying down here together.
Yep.
Sure, fatherhood's kind of like full of some of those moments of reflection, but that seemed like one where you could be like, it's pretty neat. One of my oldest friends flying down with our kids, Daytona,
Yeah.
kind of cool.
It's interesting to see. Like Charlie was, he was great on the plane. He never made a peep. He just he fell asleep for a little bit. Bex, on the other hand, great kid. He was just like up and down the aisle, just wanting to play with everything. But it made you think, like, how was Bex? I mean, he's only 16 months old, which feels like 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, was he this calm? And he was. I mean, it was like, yeah, we went to Blaney's wedding when he was 2 months old. We went to New York City for when he was 3 months old. So it was a lot for him, but he took it on the chin too. He was a champ. So it's just cool to see how every kid's different, but how they, take on new things.
Is it? You known Ryan for, I don't know, how many years now? 15? Longer than that,
Since
maybe?
longer than that. 22.
Yeah, I mean, so you remember as a kid, now you guys are fathers and kind of going through these things together. Is that weird? You look back and you're like,
No, I mean, we often say that line from, what's that movie? Have y'all talked to him yet?
no, not yet.
He'll know it. Who would have, look at us. Who would have thought? Not us.
Oh,
that
Paul
that
Rudd
Yes,
saying
that one.
Yeah.
We always say that to each other about any scenario that we do. That's kind of like, what are we doing? But that is one of those moments. But yeah, no, it is cool. It's cool. Now we got another one on the way.
What? I mean, Jordan would not be in favor of this at all.
Yeah.
Kid, but
Yeah.
even
stop
for
at
me,
one.
I'm like, man, 2 under is going to be 2 under.
2 under 2.
2. That's
Yeah.
going to be
It's a lot. Well, we got it done.
literally.
Got it in and got it done. Yeah.
So many things.
But yeah, like it just, we kind of just had that moment of, this is it? Like, are we ready to go for another one? And that was it. So,
Xfinity fast.
it's as fast as Xfinity. Don't know what the slogan is yet. We're gonna figure that one out. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun. She is beyond ready for baby number 2 to come out. She's struggling, but she's handling it with grace. But yeah, it's gonna be fun.
Ready for number 3 then?
No, we're done. We're done at 2. I will make sure that myself. Yes. No.
Does it cause any more? So okay, before they were given waivers. Hey, if you had a kid, you missed a race. You didn't want to miss a race, but if you had to, that you get a waiver. Now you can't do it. I mean, what happens if you?
Yeah. So what is the waiver process?
You have to start. They're basically telling drivers you have to start every race. And so the waiver process is still the same.
I mean,
Yeah.
you could get a waiver, but you wouldn't get any points.
That's the
right?
thing is
So-
before the other old system, you had a little bit more flexibility where if you missed a race, okay, but if I get a win, I'm okay. Now where the points, it's all
Yeah.
points
I
order.
got you. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I mean, look, we've made the decision. I unfortunately missed the birth of my first kid. I'm not missing the second one. And it was actually Amanda's call on the first one. She was like, it's, winning is so important. Like, I don't see a scenario where you're not missing him unless he came on like a Wednesday. But Bex is an asshole. He came at Sunday at 2:00. So, but that was her call. And then this go around, I said, I'm not missing another one because people that don't know that I miss ask, well, how did you do in the emergency? I'm like, I wasn't there. And then you see their look on their faces, and they're like, oh. I'm like, yeah, I was racing, and I don't want to do that. It's fine. I lost the race that day. It's okay. I get another race next week, and I don't get another kid.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I can, but I don't want.
But you said you're going to fix that though, so you're not.
Yes. So I will not. I will be missing a race if it comes down to that, and and that's it. Final.
You filmed. You were part of the new Hell Yeah campaign, and you got to be with Beast Mode Marshawn Lynch, reenacting Friday.
Yeah.
How long were you hanging out with him? Like, what was that experience like?
Super quick. We flew out. We jumped on I forgot, 8 a.m. flight. Got out there, shot for 3 hours, and then got on a flight back. Like, it was super quick. So to see that all come together that way was fun. But any interaction with Marchand, we've had a couple. He's been to Vegas a couple times for the races there. It was a lot of fun. He's a super good dude. So I think he's coming Sunday.
Oh, nice.
Good.
Yeah.
What did you think of that? Did you see the whole ad and stuff?
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What did you think of that?
I thought it was well put together and something a little bit out of the box, like recreating the Friday scene. What was it, Carson and Cletus? Were the flamethrowers real? No shot.
Yeah, Carson has a flamethrower.
Oh,
That's where it stemmed from.
I
He
got
has
you.
a flamethrower.
I got you. Wow, I can't believe legal let them do that.
Maybe. I guess we can.
Well, we'll ask him, but I would. He's known for having. He's showing videos of his flamethrower.
No, that's cool. Like I think that's pushing the boundaries that I think we need to do.
Maybe you need to get a flamethrower.
No, I'm good. I used to be a little firebug when I was a kid.
Kids soon around the house.
Yeah, 2 kids. Yeah, can you imagine?
Nothing they're hanging out doing with the kids.
I know, but they get into stuff, man.
Yeah, that's true. You wouldn't know. Okay. Yeah.
What do you think about this race? I mean, yes, a lot has stayed the same. Everybody pretty much knows how to race now, but I guess the X factor is probably the Chevy body because nobody knows exactly how that's going to draft at this point.
Yep.
And then the strategy keeps evolving now to where people seem to be pushing things on like, well, do we still pit at the same time? And like now everybody's trying to do the same thing.
Yeah.
How do you think this will play out?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it's still going to be fuel saving, and just trying to be the best at that. But I don't know. I hate to be that guy, but I guess we just have to wait and see. I don't see much changing though.
Yeah.
Do you enjoy super speedway racing? You're good at it.
I do. Yeah, I do. I actually have fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know a lot of people. Like I think it was AJ after Talladega, or was it Daytona? I hate this.
Yeah.
I was there. I used to be there, and he's obviously been doing it a lot longer than me. But yeah, I actually enjoy it. I'm excited to climb in the car and excited to go through the motions. Win, wreck, or lose. Like you get to see all that, and I enjoy it now. I used to hate it though because you were just riding along, and next thing you know, you're wrecked. I'm a big believer in you put yourself in the wrong situations, then that's expected. So I try to do my best at putting ourselves in the right situations. So
Well, we appreciate you stopping by and giving Jordan crap as always.
Oh, always. That'll never change, my dog.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yes, sir.
It's great.
Y'all be good.
Fun.
Appreciate it.
Wonderful.
All right, Bubba Wallace, everybody, in the purple Xfinity colors.
Yeah.
There's a little X on the chair, a little marker.
We don't know where to sit.
Hey, we're very professional.
Yeah, and obviously, I think what's going to be interesting about this race is we've seen these strategies try to play out, Jordan, and we don't know if that's going to continue to be the prevailing strategy. Somebody's going to push the issue. Somebody at some point is going to run hard and go, oh, hey, wait a minute now. Like, let's try to get our group and maybe outpace everybody else. So we now have SVG, Shane Van Gisbergen, popping in here.
Oh, schedule change.
Oh, we did get yelled at earlier.
We got
for
yelled at
going
for going out of order already. We jumped the restart.
All right, we'll get to Shane in 10 minutes.
We look forward to it. Thanks for coming back.
We almost went out of order again, but
and we just got to follow the rules. We're just
here following the rules. We did mess that up earlier. So
that was
SVG,
not our fault, really.
Coming, but no, it wasn't. They just walk in the room. So
yeah, we're just.
But Christopher Bell's supposed to be next right now, and then we'll get to SVG. Then Chase Elliott, Alex Bowman, William Byron. Then we have the Gilliand Gragson doubleheader at the same time. So, yeah. Do you think that Bubba is actually giving you like a sincere compliment on your outfits, or was
he has given me
doing
sincere compliments on the outfit before?
Not sarcasm.
Well, he's done both.
Now we have Christopher Bell.
He's done both.
Christopher Bell has arrived and is our next.
Everybody
guest
like
here.
we have an X.
X
Just in
marks
case-
the spot.
Just in case you didn't know where to sit.
I missed the arrows though. I did miss the arrows. I went over there.
Didn't fall.
Going over to the production
It's early.
side.
It's
Correct
you know, you're
instructions.
still working through the reps.
Where are we at here? We're still.
Other side here.
Yeah, we're only
Yeah.
in
So
hour number
Shane's
2
out there right now. He tried to jump me.
You
He did.
So we
He
got in
did.
trouble earlier because Erik
You
Jones.
accepted a jump?
Well,
we
didn't
Did you
know.
accept in a jump?
I guess so. Technically, we just
Oh, man.
people come in, they sit down.
Nancy, that's on you. I tried to jump and Nancy wouldn't let me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
We did.
No,
We
Erik
followed
Jones
the
walked in. He just came in, sat down. We're like, oh, okay, we're just
We're
doing
like,
our thing. And
great. We'll roll with it. We didn't really realize we were breaking protocol. We're not too good at this. So.
And then Shane sat down a minute ago, and they're like, nope, you're out of here.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Well, you're back here for another one, and you know, you're super speedway racing. You go from you're just doing the same things, and you have different results, and you know, you sort of shrug your shoulders and say, I'm not doing anything different. Just the results and the outcome are the same. So, do you just come here with the same approach as always?
Yeah, I mean, we're doing something right for sure. In 2023, I didn't even know the stat until today, but ran third in 23, third in 24th, and then last year I was on the front row before I got wrecked out late in the closing stages. So last 3 years we've been in position for sure, and I think it's we're doing something right. So if we can do that again and put ourselves in position, nothing is guaranteed, but we'll certainly have a shot at it.
What is your prep like for this race compared to other races?
You know, it's unique because I would say the other super speedway races, my prep is very little because I have said a lot. You know, I think that these races are a lot luck. But the Daytona 500 is unique because it's the first race of the year, so there is a lot more. You just have more time to prepare for it. So it's certainly way more than other speedway races.
A year ago this weekend, in a meeting room right across the track over here, was the
We met together,
playoff
didn't we?
committee.
Yeah, we met together.
And I think in the room at the time, you were probably the closest to laying the foundation for what eventually happened, because you had suggested that there was a lot of movements to still have elimination rounds and points, and you said, why don't we just carry over the points at least? Like, instead of losing, if I'm having a great playoff, okay, so we get that you're probably still going to make these cuts, but how about letting us keep our points? And it was sort of like, well, why don't they do this to the chase then? Like, to me, like, so I know there was a lot of dialogue throughout the year. There was so much of, you know, back and forth of what's going to happen. But I know that you had to be, when they called you with the news to say, hey, it's going to be 10 races straight up compared to what we thought it could be.
Yeah, I don't think anybody thought we'd end up with this.
Yeah,
for sure.
So you had to be pretty stoked.
I mean, I just want to say thank you, Mark Martin, because there was nobody that stood up to this task of the changing the format. Nobody stood up to it more than Mark did. And I remember when we first went into that meeting, you know, everybody's kind of tiptoeing around, and Mark just smashed his foot down and said, it has to be this. So, you know, I greatly appreciate him and what he's done. And you know, I don't know. I love it. I absolutely love it. We ended up much different than what I thought we were going to end up. I think everybody will say that. And I feel very confident that this format, year after year, will provide a deserving champion.
Has to be refreshing for you because, I mean, you've had the best playoff a couple times, you know, best 10 weeks overall. And then it just didn't even work out, you know, to make the Final Four in some instances. It's like, man, what do I have to do? I mean, I think we tend to forget at sometimes or tend to overlook that, you know, the competitors out there have devoted their entire lives to this. And yes, it's for entertainment. Yes, for people to tune in. But you guys are like, it's very serious to you. It's not just like, some crazy thing happened. Oh, well, like this is everything. And now this will give you guys so much more of a chance to actually make your legacy on your terms and, you know, beat the best and establish a name for yourself that way.
Yeah, I mean, you said it very well right there. It's the biggest takeaway and something that I think is really, really important that people need to understand is the previous format weighted races unfairly. And we had 36 races, not 36 tracks, but 36 races at
whatever, probably 20, 25 tracks that we go to, some multiple times a year, some once a year, but some of them were throwaway events. And that did not seem right or seem fair at all. And then there were other tracks, Phoenix, whenever that was a championship race, if you weren't good at Phoenix, you were never going to be a champion. And then, for us, Martinsville was a track that we had feast or famine at. I won once in 22 to lock myself into the championship 4, and then the next 2 years we didn't perform well enough at Martinsville, and because we didn't perform well enough at one track one day, we didn't have enough points to make it through. So this format weights every race, whether it's the Daytona 500 in the regular season, Sonoma in the regular season that had no bearing on the chase. Now all of those races will have some sort of implications further on down the line, which I think is super important.
It seems like your team is really, really well positioned to, I don't say take advantage of this format, but have excellence in this format, because in the chase era, you guys were pretty fast consistently. You look at last year, you guys 8 top 10s and 10 races. It just seems like you guys are set up well to do this because you guys run well at every kind of track and are used to this.
Yeah, I mean, look, nothing's guaranteed, and anybody can step up to the plate. Like I hope that we're the ones who step up to it, but I feel really excited about the opportunity, and I think it's a great format. We'll see what happens, but I feel good about it.
You're his championship pick, so
I look what you guys do. I mean, even when you guys weren't winning last year, like you guys were consistently running well. You had speed every single week, and I think Adam Stevens is one of the best crew chiefs in the garage who people don't even talk about much. The guy's got 2 championships to his name, and I just think it sets up so well for you guys because you're good super speedway road courses. I know you said Martinsville, but you have speed on short tracks. Like it's there.
It is. I'm really looking forward to the challenge ahead of us, the opportunity ahead of us, and I feel now more so than ever that it is in our hands. It is ours to go get, and let's go do it.
Do you, obviously you're not going to race any different at a place like Daytona because you want to win the Daytona 500.
You say that, but the weight implications that comes from this race mean more now this year than they have ever before. So yes, while if you're running in the top 5, top 3 in the closing laps, you're going to risk it all for a Daytona 500 win. I think all of us will say that. But in the back of your mind, you're going to be thinking a DNF here today will hurt way worse than it did the last couple of years.
And you get points for the duels, by the way.
I'm well aware.
That carries through as well.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that's interesting because, I was just writing a story for The Athletic about the way the racing could be cleaned up, and it comes in a couple of different ways, right? Number one, guys going for the win on a late restart who haven't won or trying to be desperate for winning in, but also guys that have already won a race, and then they're like, hey,
it's win or bust, right?
Yeah, like I don't
that
care.
Win or bust mentality is definitely going to be diminished, which I think is a good thing. You need to run well over the course of a year to become a champion, and that's what we got now.
Appreciate it. Christopher Bell, thanks for coming
by.
by.
Appreciate it. Christopher Bell, everybody. And now Shane Van Gisbergen, who's been patiently waiting.
I know.
When we tried to go out of order, it's now finally his turn, his time to shine. Sorry. Welcome back, Shane. It's not us that didn't want to talk to you.
Yeah, we got in trouble earlier.
Yeah.
For jumping out of order. So yeah. We got a very stern
I found
lecture.
myself out of order. I've got less words per minute.
What
than
is
people,
this like
so
when you get like pulled? How many how do you get out of order in a rotation? I don't understand. Like
Peyton, she's good.
Trying to whip through this as quick as possible.
Well, obviously, this has been a lot of talk about the chase format and everything, and your rapid improvement on ovals. And, I think that this is going to be one of the great storylines for us to watch this year is, can you get up there to that chase bubble? Can you use the extra points on the road courses to put yourself in position? What's your view on all of it?
Yeah. So I heard Christopher just talking then, and you can tell for someone like a top driver, it's perfect for them, but for someone like us who's probably fringe of making it in or not, it's a real challenge, but I think it's more of a pure championship. I think it's a good thing, and looking at it, we would have made it last year, and we had a pretty diabolical start to the year. So there's a chance there, but it certainly changes my mindset. Like, it's more about qualifying now. It's more about being up there in stage one. Can't be patient at the start of the races. You got to accumulate the points as much as you can and take less risk to be scoring points every week, I think. So that's probably a negative in some ways. You'll see people racing maybe a little bit smarter or doing less to get the win. It takes some of that desperation away, but it's more of a pure championship. So you can see both sides of it.
I think you're going to make the playoffs. My prediction is you make the playoffs because I think your gain on the ovals has been noticeable. And let's go back up to Bowman Gray. You're leading that race. I mean, that was not something I don't think a lot of people had in their bingo card, but you were in the mix.
Yeah, when it rained, yeah. But we weren't that great when it dried up. I think we were better last year, actually. But, yeah, when it rained, it was cool to get to the lead and then got up front and I was, shit, what do I do now? I felt lost. It was fun, and then I got taken out, which wasn't fun, but...
Typical Bowman Gray. My pen.
Man, throw your pen.
But, yeah, it was good. I feel like, I said it in the interviews today, like I feel like I'm still making progress, still learning something, and, every week we're getting better, so just got to keep that up.
What do you think should be realistic? Somebody that came into the series recently with not a ton of experience on ovals and stuff, now Connor is going to try to be doing the same thing. What should we realistically expect from someone like him?
Honestly, I have no idea. He set the bar so high last year in Xfinity, but I really have no idea how he's going to go this year. I know that he's an exceptional talent. Like, he's amazing for how old he is and where he's at. So, yeah, I'm intrigued like everyone else. Like, I don't know how he's going to go. I know he'd be great, but how great, I don't know.
Yeah. Do you anticipate battles with him at the road course? Because the conventional wisdom as well. Now SVG is going to have another challenger, and Connor and SVG will go head to head.
Like, I hope so. Because that's good for the team. One of our team cars will be up front, but yeah, just we got to race like teammates as well. It's easy to get caught up in the. In that and fight too hard. It happened at Watkins Glen, so in the Xfinity. So hopefully that doesn't happen. It's much more important than a team car wins than one of us, and I'm sure he'll learn that, yeah.
I saw some videos. Charlotte got, dumped on with snow and everything, and it looked like you were having a good time and making the best out of it.
Yeah, like I'm not, I've never really lived anywhere where it's snowed, so it was pretty cool just playing around on the quad and the Kubotas, and then now it's just a nuisance. There's just sludge and crap everywhere. So the novelty wore off real quick. Yeah.
Did you think Austin Cindric, represented himself well going down there to Australia? And
I don't know. Like, I had some thoughts. Like, he was last, but it's so tough. That's a very tough track, and it's end of the season. Like, if you put anyone in, ask them to go to Phoenix, they'd run last. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of how it is. They've done a full season, and it's the end of a supercar season as all street circuits and close together. So, but he was in a really good team. He had good test days. So yeah, it's a hard one. I'm sure if he went back next year, he wouldn't be last, but hopefully he gets that opportunity. And hopefully it didn't scare off, someone like a Kyle Larson going and doing it, or a Connor. Yeah.
I just think it's so interesting how it keeps to be like, I think it's maybe a little bit too easy for people to say, well, Shane ran supercars. These cars are so similar, so you can just transfer back and forth. You see other guys, they haven't been able to replicate, even coming from Australia, haven't been able to replicate what you've done, and then Austin going there. I mean, I'm sure it was extremely hard, but it's just, I think you've a little bit made it look too easy for people in some ways.
Like, I obviously had an exceptional Chicago, and that's probably skewed it, but yeah, like, the cars are so different. Like, the way they drive over the curbs, the way the differential is, like, they're not the same. So, yeah, it's a very difficult transition for anyone to go and do.
How much time have you spent? Do you still spend trying to improve on road courses, or do you feel like, hey, my game is pretty A plus on that, and I need to focus, elsewhere?
Driving wise, you're always trying to be better. Like, people drive very differently here, so there's some things that people do better, but it's mainly about car setup. Like, tried to understand what this car likes, and we've tried to do some stuff, and now that the team kind of trusts me a little bit, I guess we've kind of gone on a different direction sometimes, and some races it works, other times we could be better. So yeah, I feel like there's always room for improvement for sure.
I don't know how much you have, are able to look at the San Diego course yet, or if it's enough to run anything. I mean, have you gotten a chance to see it?
Drove it on simulator.
Okay.
NASCAR has it at their center. Just trying to sort out curbings and brake markers and stuff like that, trying to help them. And it's kind of like Sebring a little bit, like a airfield kind of, and very bumpy and long straights, square corners. But I think there's a lot of passing zones. But there's also, I think it's turn 4 or 5, there's a very fast blind left-hander with a wall on the outside. Like there's no room for error. And on the other side of the wall is like a lake or water.
Oh.
Like it's,
Yeah,
it's pretty cool. It's a big risk, big reward corner kind of thing. So I think it's a really cool track with good passing zones too.
How is it? Does NASCAR, when they design these courses, have they come to you now and kind of solicit your opinion? I know they talk to some drivers, but just with your expertise, it seems like you'd be somebody to lean on.
Yeah, which is cool. Like I've driven a lot of tracks around the place, and like how they first had the pit entry was really, really bad, and we came up with some suggestions, and they fixed it and put another corner in. And so the best thing is they're open to drivers, and it's really cool how they listen and implement things. And other series, they just tell you to deal with it, and the results would be subpar.
You end up in a lake.
Yeah. So I think the way NASCAR do things is really cool, and it was over a year before the race, kind of when they started. I think it's good.
How important is your number change to you this year?
Oh, certainly up there. Yeah, it's I've been asked this again a couple of times today, and the thing I say, every big name driver in a series, what number they are or what number they were, most of their career. And for me, I'd love for people to know me as 97. They do in my part of the world. That's what I race for majority of my success in supercars, and that's what I started in. All my quad bikes, speedway cars, they all had 97 on it. So yeah, cool to represent that, hopefully for the rest of my career here.
Nice. I love that. Well, thank you so much for stopping by. We appreciate your time. And
Cool.
thanks for being patient.
Yeah.
Coming back twice.
Yeah. Thanks for the extra clap.
All right. Now we are going to be joined by Chase Elliott. He's rolling in here. That's your personal greeting. We hope you enjoyed that.
Thanks.
Nice to be welcomed, I guess, into a room. We never feel like that.
Yeah, they didn't clap
Copy
for
of
us.
the McAfee deal?
Yeah. Is this where you're taking off of from McAfee stuff, or you just?
No.
Oh, I just wanted.
There you go.
That
We need
works
energy.
too.
Can you bring energy? We have no energy.
No, I think this is my last one. So you're probably energied out, I'd say.
Get the heck out of here.
How do you feel about coming into this year? I mean, I think on social media, I know you're not big on there, but it's actually, I have to tell you, a very pleasant change. It's like the NASCAR fans are actually very in a good mood right now. They're encouraged by the change in the championship format. They're encouraged by the Hell Yeah campaign that's going on. Like, they seem to be in a good place. How do you feel?
I'm glad to hear that, number one. I feel good. I think that all the changes, the points things, I mean, like, obviously I was at the launch, but I really, and I had great things to say, but I cannot reiterate how much I really mean them. Like, none of that was fabricated, or like, all that was very genuine. I really do think that everything we have going on right now is really positive, and it just feels more like us. Like, it just feels more like racing and motorsports. And I just think we've spent so much time trying to be like other sports. It has, it's taken away from who we are as an industry. And the cool thing about what we have is it's special, it's unique, it's not like other sports. It doesn't need help fabricating entertainment or excitement or amazing moments, or creating legends, all those things. And I think that we had just gotten so far away from the nuts and bolts of who we are that I think that was unfortunate, and I'm really happy about the change and the points. I think that's going to really help that a lot. And dude, it is so much, it's so easy and nice, and I think people realize that, for us to get behind something that we really, really like. And you don't have to try to, try to talk about it, or whatever. So I think just that genuine level is
so much higher, and I think that rubs off on everyone involved. And so I hope people enjoy it. And if you don't like it, or you don't enjoy racing or motorsports, that's totally okay. But I'm really proud of our leadership for saying, hey, this is what we're going to do. This is who we are. Let's embrace it, be proud of it, and put on the best show we can put on. And instead of trying to cater to everyone all the time, because that's just not realistic.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited from a media standpoint, because it was hard for us to figure out who you were racing before. Because, it was like, okay, somebody would win and in, but throughout the regular season, sure, you had maybe a guy going for the regular season championship, and then, in the playoffs, you'd have one or two guys trying to make it to the next round and survive elimination. But until the Final Four, we didn't really know, couldn't really see you guys going head to head, right? I love the idea of being able to stack you up against Bell and Hamlin and Larson and Byron, Briscoe, and be like, all right, here's the top guys. Here's who can, the more pure form of motorsports as we know it, hey, they finished 5th this state, great. They finished 10th this state, great. Hey, they won this state, great. And see how it shakes out. That's very powerful to me. And I think that will be cool to see the rivalries and the, friendly rivalries, whatever it is, build in that sense. I don't know if that makes sense, but
it does. Yeah, I totally agree. I just think that, again, it fits us better, and you have more times for things to come out in the wash. And I've said that some, but motorsports, there's just a lot of variables in motorsports that you might not have in other sports out there that ultimately it I'm just glad it's not going to come down to, if it does come down to one pit stop at the last race, then okay, great. 2 guys or 3 guys were all right there in the mix over the course of 10 weeks, and they all, performed at an elite level for 2 months straight to get themselves in that position, and it was that close. Then great, amazing. But to be forced to that last day, that one-day event, an entire season, I think is tough. And it just I don't think it accounts for all the different things that motorsports brings. And I know they want parity. I know that's such a big deal to what they were trying to accomplish and all that, but man, we've talked about this. I think I've said it to you guys. If a guy goes out and wins 10 of these things in a row, so what? Celebrate it. Someone is becoming a legend of one of the biggest sports in America. So what? It's great. No different than a guy going out and dominating 450 laps of 500 at Bristol. Was it the most exciting thing in the world? No, but I guarantee you on Tuesday or Wednesday, you're going to be like, dang, that guy, dude, he dominated. That's pretty cool. Mm-hmm. So I just think sometimes the narratives can get a little off what they should be. And I hope we do more of, celebrating the goods, throughout the year.
This seems to be the most, I don't want to say excited, but encouraged, optimistic, just happy about the season and kind of where the state of the sport that I've heard in some time from you.
Well, they made a good decision. So again, it's easy to feel that way. I mean, when you agree with that and protecting the integrity of a sport that I've really is all I've ever known, I think it's a really positive thing. So excited to be a part of it. And I think for me it's another opportunity, another year to come down here. You have a shot to win the Daytona 500 when you roll in the in the tunnel, and that's a testament to the boss's commitment to winning and the men and women that that work there. So yeah, I haven't had any time to get in a bad mood yet, so we'll see how it goes.
I didn't say you were in a bad mood.
Yeah.
I just see more. Yeah. You seem more encouraged.
There's still time. Don't worry.
There's one of the big storylines early of this season that's going to be intriguing is the new Chevy body, and maybe there's a chance it could be I don't know, it's just nothing happened. It's kind of the same as always, but maybe it'll be a huge gain. I don't know how long. I tend to jump to conclusions too quickly, so help me out here, I guess. How long into the season will we be able to tell what you guys have? By the time we get through Vegas, is it going to be that obvious? Okay, well, this is what it is, or Phoenix. I mean, how, or does it need to be longer than that?
I think Vegas. I think on the by Tuesday, Wednesday after Vegas, and we have all
or at least for us. I don't know about the other Chevy teams, but for us at HMS, I would say by the time we get to Wednesday and we've all had a chance to digest Vegas and start to put together kind of the collective performance and the report cards from 2 speedways, a road course, a shorter track in Phoenix, and then certainly a 1.5 miles, you're going to have a pretty good idea of we're really strong in this area. Maybe this is an area we're deficient in. Maybe we were kind of in the middle somewhere else, and hopefully it's just really solid everywhere, but odds are that probably won't be the case. There will be work to do like there always is, but I would say you'll have enough sample sets by that point to kind of know where you're at.
This change to the playoff format really seems to, I think, strengthen you guys or showcase your strength, because your team maybe doesn't get enough credit for consistently. You look at average finish week to week, you guys are in the mix on the regular. Based on that alone, it would seem that this format would really play to your team's strengths.
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on how you look at it, and if you're judging off the last couple years and solely average finish, then sure, that would be an easy conclusion to come to. Just me living it each week, I also understand, like the beginning of last year, we missed a couple wrecks by an inch or two, and that could totally, a couple wrecks here or there that I did nothing different. We just got caught up in. It was unfortunate. Could change that narrative. So I'm a little careful with that. And as far as, I do think that, from an average finish perspective, sure, being in the mix, we were, at different points throughout last year, but I want to be like leading laps consistently, not just kind of on the outside of that bunch, looking in, hoping to have everything go right, there at the end. So I thought for us, truthfully, like the last month of the year last year was really about as strong as we were all year long, leading some laps at different places, putting ourselves in better positions. Like, truthfully, those are the things you have to do to really be a contender, in my view. And that was fun, to finally kind of get in that mix a little more and have a little extra to build off of. So I was proud of that. I know it didn't finish like we did, but even Phoenix, like, sped on pit road there at the last race. I know we weren't in it, whatever, but we had a solid day, led some laps, and so just I thought some of those things, it wasn't where we want to be or the end result that we want to have, but I did see some progress, and that was good, because sometimes that can be hard to achieve.
Well, Chase, appreciate you stopping by. It's going to be a very refreshing start to the year as we all embrace this new way of racing, going back to the roots a little bit. So I'm glad you're as enthusiastic as we are, and good to see you.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks, guys. Yep.
Chase Elliott, everybody, and we will be joined by 2 of his teammates coming up shortly. It will be Alex Bowman next, then William Byron. And then we'll have another pair of teammates at the same time, Todd Gilliand and Noah Gragson. Then we roll into Tyler Reddick, Daniel Suarez, Michael McDowell, John Hunter Nemechek, all coming up in the next hour here, Jordan. So a very refreshed Chase Elliott there. Really loves the decision they made. Yeah,
it's nice to see that.
Yeah, no, and I agree with him. I get it. That's obviously feel that way about this Chase format. It's a nice reset, and I think a lot of the drivers, publicly or privately, have felt, you could see they felt that way, right? Like it's about the old format. Like it was some frustration there, and it was hard for them to wrap their heads around it and truly embrace it. So, you see that they're enthusiastic about the change now. And somebody else that's gonna, Alex Bowman loves. That's for you. That's for you, Alex.
I thought they were clapping for your outfit.
I mean, I'd get you a jacket like this.
I don't think I could pull it off. I feel like you guys know my personality pretty well.
We do.
And that's probably not it.
You're getting married, so I mean, you're gonna have to dress. Dress up.
So, I may have had my fair share of misfortunes in life on the racetrack, some bad luck here and there, but I hit the freaking jackpot with Chloe because she doesn't want a wedding.
No.
I don't have to get dressed up.
Where you guys? What are you gonna? Can you share what you're gonna do?
I have no idea what we're gonna do.
Like
but
a courthouse thing?
She has no interest in having a wedding.
None. Okay. Just
Yeah.
do a courthouse
Great
thing.
money saver.
Yeah, I know, right?
Spend it on the honeymoon.
It is great for me. Love that.
Go to Vegas.
Yeah, we'll do something cool.
That's fun.
Yeah.
You got some new colors, and not as flashy as his, but I really like this. This is my early contender for paint scheme of the year.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. You know, Greg from Off Axis Paints Helmets, he designed the car. So it came out really good. Super happy with it. Honestly, on paper, when I saw the rendering, I was like, I don't know. And then they wrapped the car. I'm like, oh, it looks really, really good. So it came out great.
Do you get any voice or say in the paint schemes or anything? Or is it more of a, hey, here's what we're doing?
Yeah, I mean, they lean on me a little bit, depending on the scheme, like depending on what we've got going on. So a little bit of voice. I wouldn't say a ton, but definitely a little.
Obviously, we were just talking with Chase about the new Chase format, and he's pretty refreshed and enthused about it. You're another guy that's going to really shine in this format. You really know how to, take what your car gives you and bring home the consistent finishes. And, when you look at what your overall season points would have been last year is up there, I haven't got to talk to you about it yet, but I assume you're pretty bullish on this format.
Yeah, I think on paper it definitely suits us a lot better than the win and you're in style and the elimination round style. Last year it was pretty bad there at the end for us. So I think, some other years would have looked really good with this format. So I'm excited about that. I'm just excited about kind of going back to work and seeing what we have. Obviously a new car with the Chevrolet body being a little bit different. So excited about that and just ready to get going. I think it definitely suits us a little bit more.
Did you have a good off season? Did you get recharged at all?
Honestly, I just worked really hard through the whole off season. Like I didn't really take like a chunk of time off, to be honest with you. Like I was in the gym a lot, which turned into being in the gym by myself a lot because everybody else was taking time off. Worked really hard on Chili Bowl, which I call it work. I guess that's time off, right? That's what
a hobby, right?
What I wanted to do, and had a great week down there, so that was a lot of fun. Obviously got engaged. Went to Wyoming for a couple days, but there was no snow, so we kind of just hung out.
Stayed in Charlotte for the snow.
Yeah, we had way more snow in Charlotte than Wyoming did, so that was pretty wild to see that part of the country in the winter with no snow. It was like 45 degrees and raining, so that was incredible. But yeah, it was a good off season.
Do you know what you're going to There's sort of a debate, right? Like people say, I can't really approach this season any differently. I just got to go out and race how I normally race and, let it all shake out, right? Or people are going to say, I don't know, I really need to make sure I'm taking maybe less chances or taking the points and settling or something. I don't know if that's to that degree, but do you think that you'll approach this regular season any different than you normally would?
Maybe a little bit, but I don't think it's like the season as a whole getting approached differently. I think there are just like moments in the season that will get approached differently, like the fall Daytona race, right? Like that's going to get approached differently by everybody. I would say like those, like throwing Hail Marys, trying to get yourself into a win, whether it's, getting crazy at speedway races at the end or fuel mileage stuff or whatever, like maybe some risk doesn't get taken there. But other than that, I feel like kind of business as usual, right? Like we're trying to maximize each and every day that we go to the racetrack, and we're going to continue doing that. I think that's kind of been the strength of HMS and the strength of the 48 team. So yeah, probably continue that in the same sense, but little moments will be different.
And you guys made some changes to the 48 team too, right?
Yeah, the whole team's different. So whole group of new guys working together. A lot of guys that have worked together and worked with Blake on other teams. So kind of getting everybody up to speed and getting rolling. It's been fun. It's a good group of guys. And yeah, I'm excited to see where we can end up.
What's the process of getting to know a new group? Because obviously that chemistry is so important. I mean, how much time do you spend, hearing people's stories or, building that chemistry and things like that?
Yeah, so it's different for everybody. I would say like one of the guys was at BK Racing when I was there in 2014. So I've known Tommy for forever. Nick, our car chief, he builds my shocks for my Chili Bowl stuff, so I know him. Ryan and Alex are two people that I don't know and that I'm kind of having to get to know and kind of starting like a new relationship with. So yeah, it's different in every situation. I feel like our group really likes working together, which has been good. I've kind of enjoyed that side of it so far, and you know, the class didn't go how we wanted it to go, but we're continuing to get better and to learn every week. Working with a new engineer, I was like best friends with my engineer from last year, so that's a change for me. But Jonas has been super fun to work with so far. So yeah, it's been going really well.
How far into the season do you think you'll know what you guys have with the new Chevy body?
I mean, I really feel like it's going to show up at the intermediate stuff, right? So I know we go to COTA after Atlanta, and I don't even know where we go.
Phoenix,
then Vegas.
So you'll probably, I mean, we'll get an idea at Phoenix, but Vegas will be, you know, I think a good, you know, what's the body going to do, right? Because all your grip there is aero. So, yeah, I'm excited about that. That's one of my favorite racetracks, so I'm excited to get there.
Will it change things here much in how you draft, or is that not as relevant?
I hope so. Like, I hope it's better for us here in some ways. You know, I think there's a lot of things that they did to try to make it better at Speedway Racing, like trying to make it push better and stuff like that. So I'm looking forward to that. A lot of smart people worked really hard on that thing, right? Like anybody, like any manufacturer is going to have that. But yeah, we're just excited to see what it shakes out like.
Do you enjoy super speedway racing? Is this a thing where you come to Daytona and you like this actually, or is it just get me through here?
I don't know. That's a tough question because I don't want to sit here and be like, I don't like super speedway racing. I just really don't like crashing. Like, I've hit so much stuff in my career. I'm cobbled back together. I don't need to make that any worse. So certainly, like, there's that aspect of it that I think is there for everybody. But it's also a great opportunity to go and win a race. So we're gonna try to do the best we can. We've had, you know, some really good days here in Daytona, and obviously the last time we were here really sucked. So trying to be a little bit better.
Well, congratulations on the engagement. It's good to see you again, and thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, guys, for having me.
Appreciate it.
Alex Bowman, everybody, with the new colors for Ally this year. And we will be joined by William Byron, the two-time defending Daytona 500 winner, coming up next. And then double duty with Todd Gilliand and Noah Gragson at the same time. So, you know, I really do think that Bowman could be Chase Elliott and Bowman back to back there are two people that could really benefit. Hendricks, I think, can have a big year.
I think Hendrick is really well positioned, presuming their car, the new Chevy body is, you know, in the ballpark and everything. But this team is just so ingrained they don't have prolonged slumps. They just weather everything. They're good everywhere. They have smart people who know how to use the system to their benefit. And Alex Bowman is a driver who, in times in his career, has won races, has had, you know, been atop the point standings, has been in the mix. This sits up really well for him, and especially for a driver who's in a big year. He needs a big year.
Well, I mean, we've seen at times when a manufacturer will roll out a new car or a different body, there can be some struggles at times. Ultimately, I mean, you don't make that switch if you don't think it's going to be better. Mm-hmm. And then they still have to be within a box, right? I believe the other manufacturers even have to be in the wind tunnel as part of the testing. So it's not like you can build a car and have a huge significant advantage, but you can find areas that you think you're deficient in and try to get better at those. Or, you know, obviously we know that the Chevy body before was a little bit pointy, and so at super speedways, the noses weren't really conducive to pushing, and so now that's going to be a little bit more rounded. Mm-hmm. So you could see, as Alex was saying there, a difference there. But obviously the aero stuff is what you're really doing it for. And so we'll find out. But so we don't know yet whether they will hit on it right away, whether it'll be fast right away, or whether it's going to take some time. You know, and sometimes that could take a couple months to catch up. And then that's a situation where you could see, some movement in the field where you say, oh, suddenly, it looks like the Fords and the Toyotas are running away with this thing, or they're having a better year. And then by the end of the year comes around and you say,
they make gains.
Oh, wow. Like, look at this. You can't write people off as easily as you used to at times. So
no, I mean, the only thing there is if you do find yourself in a point hole again, it's going to be harder to come out of that, and this format does not allow. Wow.
Here we go. 2-time defending Daytona 500 winner, William Byron.
I got to say, I got to teach on that because I saw it on Jimmy's social media. So I knew it was coming, but I feel honored they all cheered. How are y'all doing? Good?
Good. I got to say, I was walking the garage today, and there's a lot of black haulers.
Yeah.
Your hauler is anything but black. Yeah. And the Hendrick haulers in general have color to them, but yours is like popping.
Right.
Like it is, you see it coming.
Yeah, we went from like the green colors to like big red.
Yeah, it's
now
like an orangish red, like
yeah.
whatever. I mean, wow. Like,
yeah.
It jumps out.
I think it looks good.
It looks good.
Nice and clean. And like you said, it's like a cherry red. So it's kind of like the Cars hauler. So yeah, we'll go with it.
All right, I want to share something that Jordan's going to make fun of me for, but William, you were my inspiration because yesterday I went to a barber shop in Daytona and I got my beard trimmed with the nice lines and all this stuff because I notice you have a good beard trim. You always seem to show up with a very clean thing.
Yeah.
And I thought, you know what? If I'm going bald like Joey, I also need to have a beard trim like William. So thank you for the inspiration.
Well, yeah, sure. I got to thank my barber, Matt. He's very detailed. Every time I go to him, he's like got it all lined up, and it usually lasts for like 3 weeks. So I'm like, all right, he does it for me. But yeah, it's good. I like having the beard, and it's honestly like my dad hates facial hair or did. So that's my way of being like, hey, it's still clean cut enough to not be too bad.
Yeah, it makes me feel a lot better. Like I walked out of there feeling like, okay, like it's all nice now.
Do you have like one guy you go to, like, and it's a certain thing, a certain style you're going to do every time?
I do. It's not really. It's not like I really seeked it out or anything. Honestly, my pit crew goes to him, so they were like, man, I think it was 2022. They were like, you got to start going to this guy. So yeah, that's kind of how it came about.
I noticed too, like, I would imagine this would be kind of a dream for me. I mean, it's obviously never happened for me, but like my favorite team wanted to do a co-branded hat with me. Like, I mean, wow, that would be amazing. The Hurricanes, have you seen this hat? Yeah, they have a co-branded hat.
You're a legit fan. Like you're no bandwagon.
Yeah, no, I don't feel like I am. I mean,
you're legit.
Yeah, I went to games when I was 6 years old. So like, there was maybe a few years in there where I didn't go to games there in Raleigh. So it's a little bit of a hike, but I mean, yeah, I go to quite a few games a year. I think I went to probably 12 a few years ago. Last year, probably 8 or 10. And this year, I haven't been to one yet, but kind of backload the season, hopefully. So, yeah, they're great. I mean, they're doing really well. So it's fun to follow them.
You just got to get over that playoff hump. They just
they need goaltending.
They goaltend, and the goal scoring dries up, too, for them in the playoffs.
Yeah, it does. It does. So, I mean, hopefully this year I think they have a better goaltender. And, it seems like those guys, they got, I forget Ehlers, I think. He came from the Jets, so he's good, and we'll see.
Well, William, I know, I don't know how far into your media day you are. But
second stop, so
okay.
I'm full of energy.
So I was just going to say, I mean, I'm sure every single stop, of course, everybody's going to be saying, oh, you go for 3 in a row. What do you think about going for 3 in a row?
Yeah.
It is a weird situation where obviously like this race is different than a lot of the other races. You can't really say, I'm just going to go out and dominate this race and kick everybody's butt. I mean, you've got to put yourself in the right position and be there at the right time. But 3 in a row would put you in the all-time elite company that nobody's ever done. How do you feel about the opportunity?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's not like the nerves of I feel like I don't put a lot of pressure on going to speedway races in general, and then I feel like I just adapt to the circumstances, and for whatever reason it's worked out. I feel like the last couple years, and then we've had a handful of speedway wins in general, but I don't put a ton of pressure on it, so it's kind of weird to hear like a lot of that talk coming in because I'm just like, all right, I'm gonna go out there and race. I don't really like people are so. I get such a weird response when they're like, "What do you think about Sunday 3 in a row?" And I'm like, sure, like sounds great. Like I'll get excited when because because I feel like that's the mindset it takes. Like it takes so long to develop in this race, and you can't get excited. Like if you get excited, you're gonna make some dumb decision and block someone and crash. So like you can't get over your skis. So like I don't know. For me, it's like I'm really excited about it. The opportunity, I think it's great. It's good for our team. It'd be a killer Sunday, but we got to get there first. I mean, we got to get to the end of the race. That's kind of where you need to be there at the end to have a shot.
I saw a social media post about NASCAR drivers bobsledding, and you responded to it, and you were like, I would like to do that. Are you legit? You want to try it?
Yeah, man, it looks badass. I was watching the luge, I think it is, and I mean, those girls are like flat, and like I don't know how they see where they're going, number one, but I mean, the turns look insane, and then if you get off kilter at all, it's like crazy. But that would be cool. Yeah.
That's a whole different level of crazy with the luge and the
it's
skeleton.
insane. Yeah.
Bobsledding, at least you have like a little bit of semblance of like you're in a
we could get a little
protection.
team together. What
Yeah.
about the Hendrick bobsled team? We could get
with
all
your
four of
athlete-
us in there. This would be great injury, prevention.
It's perfect.
Could end badly, but we could
But-
do all
but
the
entertaining.
teams. Yeah, it'd be awesome.
I mean, with the weather in Charlotte, it would have been perfect.
Lee Diffie could be on the call. It'd be sweet.
Yeah, see? There we go.
Let's set it up.
Speaking of the Olympics, did you happen to see this story about the Norwegian biathlete who he won the bronze medal?
Yeah.
Did you see this?
I did see
and then he
it.
said he was cheating on his girlfriend. He was like apologizing to her.
I did see it.
Like-
I actually saw it. I was looking at it. Popped up on my feed at like noon today, and apparently the girlfriend was like, "Yeah, I didn't sign up for this."
Yeah,
Like,
exactly. She's like,
"Thanks
"Don't
to
bring
my
me into this."
family for supporting." I was like, "This is
Yeah.
drama.
Messy. This got
Yeah,
really-
this is-
I was just thinking the NASCAR equivalent, like if somebody did that in Victory Lane, like, oh my God, can you imagine the like?
Oh yeah. Well, you got like I feel like the sort of private life of NASCAR is very kept under wraps, and then you have like Lewis Hamilton dating Kim Kardashian.
Are they dating
Yeah.
now? Or like because they were at the
They're at
Super
the
Bowl.
Super Bowl.
They were at the
Okay,
Super Bowl.
Yeah,
but yeah.
we're getting way off track right now, but anyways.
You just said Olympics, so I thought of the Norwegian.
I see what your
Yeah.
timeline is.
Yes,
what
yeah,
your
yeah.
algorithm is
Yeah,
feeding.
exactly. Yeah. One thing that we haven't touched on yet is the new chase format, and I think that obviously you're probably one of the 2 or 3 guys that are going to be at the top of most lists, and it's something where Hendrick I think is uniquely positioned. Gibbs as well, but I think Hendrick is really set up nicely to take advantage of both speed and consistency. Is there anything that you think you will have to do differently over the course of this season to adjust this format, or is the way that you already race the way that is going to be what wins it anyway?
I think it'll take something different because I think it always does. Like now the emphasis is on that style of racing, whatever that may be. I think it's going to take some figuring out, but what I think is unique is the emphasis on wins with the points. I think that could really change. It's a finishing first to 15th, right? Like, I mean, it could be a big swing there with the race win. So I still think that incentivizes winning, but I think consistency is going to be king. And I think we were pretty good at that last year in terms of getting stage points. So our average finish was not so good. So I feel like there's room to improve. And then, I don't know, like our regular season last year was great, right? We had a lot of points, but just a chance to maybe, improve those bad finishes a little better.
Well, thank you so much for stopping by. We really appreciate your time, and this was a lot of fun as always. So thanks.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Thanks, man.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
William Byron going for 3 in a row, even though he's not.
Just in case you didn't know you had to sit there, that's where you have to sit. Just follow the X.
Now we're gonna double up, so we might need to reposition ourselves here because we've got a 2 for 1, I think.
My teammate's not in here.
Oh, he's not in here. We might just have
yeah.
might have one.
Probably come in at the worst time or something.
Noah doing that? Never.
How are you guys? It's so fun.
We're doing great. Todd Gilliland is here. Have you watched the video yet that NASCAR put together of all you guys talking about each other?
That was actually really good.
It was. Yeah, you had some good one-liners.
Yeah, Zane's mad at me because I said he doesn't pick up the bill, which I kind of stand by, but he doesn't feel like that's true. And I feel like nobody, when you get called out for that, feels like that. But
there was a lot of disagreement on that.
I mean, it should be a pretty easy thing to figure out, though. Like,
well,
just like
mostly because like probably we all don't go to dinner together that much, so Noah would say it's definitely me that doesn't pick it up. So we need to get this out of the way before he comes in.
You should do like a rotation.
Is
like,
that
okay, dude? So actually, that was our teammate thing last year. Is whoever finishes the worst has to buy dinner for like that week. If we cook dinner,
that makes sense.
So since I finished dead last at the Clash, I actually bought Noah's dinner last night. So that should get me some points for Sunday.
Do they run up the bill?
Dude, yeah, like last night was ridiculous. Like it's usually not, but last night he was like ordering 2 desserts. Luckily, they're out of one of them. And I'm like, what are you doing, dude? Just crazy.
You ever do credit card roulette?
No, we should start doing that though. That'd be the best way of figuring it out. But yeah, that video was super funny though. I liked it.
Yeah. What do you think of like the whole, Hell Yeah campaign in general? Because I'll be honest, like when I saw last fall they're doing Hell Yeah, I'm like, ooh, I don't know if this is going to go well. But then when I saw the whole thing roll out, I was like, oh, okay, like this is really good. Like I thought it was pretty cool.
Yeah, no, I think I'm right with you. I think obviously, yeah, when you first see just the Hell Yeah, it's interesting. But yeah, so far this year, everything they've done around it, I think the billboard in New York City is really cool. The videos, like everything that they've done over the last, kind of started last year, but all of this going into this, new campaign type deal is really fun and cool. And I honestly think, it is really NASCAR. So walking through any infield and on all the hardcore fans is really cool. And yeah, hopefully we can, get back to that.
You went up. I saw you. You were shoveling snow. I was going to say we, but
yeah,
I watched you shoveling snow.
I was waiting for you to grab a shovel, which was crazy.
Why didn't you shovel, by the way?
He was like, "Are you going to join us?"
I asked him before. Yeah. I gave him a chance, and he still didn't.
Why didn't you?
And I was like, "No, I'm watching."
You live in Denver. Like you should know how to shovel.
That's what I was saying. He says he has people that does it for him. Man. It must be.
Oh, you have people that do it for you?
It's called an HOA in our neighborhood.
Why is your face getting red, dude? Come on.
Yeah. Pick up a shovel and help out. Be a man of the people.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're at the same time. Oh, dude, come on. You're declining. We got Noah's doing his own applause. Yeah.
Whoa. We doing something?
Yeah, they gave me these earlier.
Somebody said you had crazy shoes. That's what I was saying. Let me see your shoes.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
Noah Gragson is now here.
Crazy.
Everybody.
You can tell me chaos.
You guys are the only
Why do you
people
have mini
that were
bottles,
going at
bro?
the same time today.
I don't
We
indulge.
would
No,
have.
that's
We would have loved to have everybody double
Noah,
up or
out
something.
of us, who's least likely to pick up the bill?
Yes.
You.
Yeah. Except
So
last
You
night.
did it last night because I made you, but these guys won't ever just I'll get this meal, you get next meal type situation. They never it's just way faster than that. Oh, I didn't eat that appetizer. That's him. I didn't eat that appetizer, so don't put that on my bill.
That is not me, dude.
Why don't we just I'll get the bill here and then you get the bill next time we eat, stuff like that. But he never pays. So I started a thing at Front Row where the worst finisher out of us three, Zane, Todd, and myself, whoever finishes worst has to buy dinner when we go to until the next race.
So he was saying that.
So if we go to dinner every week, till I guess Thursday, he's buying every meal.
So
every night it's not just one.
It's every meal till the next race.
And he was saying last night you were running up the bill though.
Yeah, you bought extra
wasn't.
desserts.
The 2 desserts was too much.
I got 1 dessert,
Yeah, because they were out of.
and we all shared.
It's
Getting
just
conflicting
wild.
stories.
You didn't yell at your wife getting a second glass of wine, did you? Alcohol.
I have no
you
comment,
remove
dude.
alcohol off a bill. That's the majority of the bill, dude. So don't be yelling at me over a cake that you ate.
It's wild.
But the teammate dynamic that you guys have.
You didn't have to order those pot stickers either.
Did you go PF Chang's?
We
Yeah.
did. So
Oh,
we're thinking
fire.
about going back every night. It was,
Bro,
it
it's
was
so
actually a
fire.
Good food.
great
And I'm on a
time.
calorie deficit, so I'm eating less, a small portion of it, dude. I'm
Get the lettuce wraps. When you
Wait,
go.
how do you-
I'm on lock right now.
You have to
Yeah.
keep track of your calories.
I'm trying to, yeah.
Oh,
I got a little fat over the off season, so I'm trying to lose it.
that's a pain though, because then you got to find the app and you're entering pot stickers in. You're like, okay, you know what I'm saying?
did not
I just
see
make
it.
healthy choices. I skip meals too, so I could eat a better.
Oh, okay.
I'll skip 2 meals today. I put a little bit of peanut butter and a little bit of jelly into a bowl, and I mixed it up, no bread, and just made a little peanut butter and jelly, no bread, just in a bowl, and I ate that for breakfast. That's all I've had today, and then I'll eat a decent dinner.
So just peanut butter and jelly. You're not putting it on a cracker or anything.
No, just eating it. It's actually pretty good. If you
Trying to go no carbs.
get crunchy,
I understand
get crunchy
that.
peanut butter too. It's gas.
Oh,
Okay.
So yeah, I mean that's tough though. I mean, like, kind of need energy for, to race.
I know. I
This guy
did
doesn't need
protein
any more
only.
energy.
I did a protein only diet at Watkins Glen last year, and I felt so good. And I lost like 6 pounds in a week. I was like, hell yeah. And then I got into the race and I was gassed like halfway through the race. I'm like, why is this? And then so now I have to eat carbs. My crew chief said.
Oh, interesting.
Well, my old crew chief. Yeah.
One time I was on a long bike ride and I was trying to do no sugar and I like bonked or whatever.
Yeah. Coca-Cola. If you're bonked, drink Coca-Cola. It's rocket fuel.
I didn't know what was happening to me, like, because that had never happened, and I was like on the side of the road, like lying down the grass, and then I was like Googling, and it was like, oh yeah, you need to like bring sugar with you if you're gonna do like a long, and I was like, oh okay.
Did you feel like you were dying or something?
No, it was like worse than that. I don't know what that feels like actually, but yeah, it was bad. Yeah, it was terrible. Yeah,
It sounds miserable.
No, it's not.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Yeah.
Won't shovel.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think you guys have such a great dynamic with your teammates. But what is the competitiveness like? Because you do get compared to your teammates a lot, right? Like where you run, and so it's like you guys want the team to do well, and you're friends, but you don't want to like be last, not only just to pay for the dinner, but how it looks. So like, how do you manage all those emotions?
Yeah, I mean, I think, it's a big week for it, just talking about kind of who comes first in every situation. I think we're all on the same page of like, we're all, no, dude, we're all, probably here for ourselves first off and our own teams. And then, Front Row Motorsports as a whole. Obviously we've known each other for a really long time, so we want to look out for each other when we can on the racetrack and just in general in life. But and then after that, right, we don't really care about anyone else. So, so there's kind of levels to it, but I'd say that's kind of the majority of it.
Who do you want to draft with?
My teammates and the other Fords, definitely. But I think just trying to focus on what I can control and just being the best teammate I can be, being the best driver I can be for my team, and trying to. If I can't win, I want the organization to win. If the organization can't win, then I hope the other Ford guys can win.
If it comes down to a late race situation and you have Todd and Zane in front of you and you've got to make a choice, how are you deciding? And does it come down to who's buying dinner that week?
You don't want Todd to be last because he'll complain about how he has to buy another.
This is working
cider.
perfectly. So
like you can't even get like.
You're welcome.
Like when we go eat and it's like, hey, could I like? We'll go to Chipotle. He won't even let you get guac at Chipotle. Like, he's tight.
Dude,
Guac is extra.
So blown out of proportion. It's crazy, honestly.
This is slanderous. Well, gentlemen, this has been a lot of fun. We wish we could just have the whole rest of the time with you, but
Crazy.
we have to
off already.
Yeah. Thank you guys for joining us. We
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Yep.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Todd Gilliland and
Yeah, this is live.
this
There's
is live, so
No, if you're gonna squabble, please do it here in front of the cameras.
yeah. And now we'll
married
be joined
couple.
by Tyler Reddick. Tough act to follow, Tyler Reddick, everybody, because we just had two teammates debating the.
You need to see some more sun. You're like me.
I know.
Holy cow.
I know.
Dude, where'd you get that jacket you had at the Clash? Was it your grandma's? I'm just messing.
It's fair.
I think I wish I had my phone. I feel like you would have liked. Me and my family just went on a Disney cruise, and I feel like there was one outfit I had like this tan like monogram 23 like button down shirt.
Oh, okay.
The like khaki looking like golf Jordan pants.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I looked in the mirror. I'm like, I feel like I'm wearing something Jordan would appreciate fashion. I just don't have a picture of it on my phone. I might actually. Maybe I'll walk into the garage tomorrow night for the duels wearing it, something like that.
That sounds
but I had
great.
that mixed with the Levi 3s that just, I think they're getting ready to drop. So
Yeah, you're a big sneaker
I had to
guy.
put together this look for some reason in my head. I'm like, I feel like Jordan would appreciate the kind of outfit I went with for dinner on.
See?
one of
Game
those
respects
nights.
game.
Yeah.
I've actually, I'm glad you brought up a cruise because I've wondered about this from, if you're high profile, like I assume it's somebody on board would recognize you, But the problem is like, okay, let's say you're on vacation, on a normal vacation, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like, turns out there's like a big fan, right? Like you might see them, but you'll be elsewhere in the resort or the city or whatever.
Yeah.
On a cruise ship,
Yeah.
you're probably going to run into them multiple times.
Yep,
Or it's
yep.
like, did you run into anybody that recognized you, or did you skate under the radar?
Me and my wife did a cruise, I think last off season, and on that particular cruise, it was like there's like 4 or 5 people a day, different people a day we'd run into that would like know who we were. The one that was real interesting is like me and my wife, we had like a cabana or whatever you would call it up on deck, one of the sea days, and we're sitting there for 4 or 5 hours, and there's all these open ones, and this group picked the one right next to us, and I don't know, maybe it was just booked that way, whatever. So we sit there for 4 or 5 hours, don't really talk to them or really interact with them at all, and me and my wife were talking about, racing, life, everything, all sorts of private things, if you will,
Oh, yeah.
And we get up to leave, and they say, "Oh, hey, Tyler, we didn't want to bug you, but, good luck on the year and all this stuff." And me and my wife were like, "Oh, they probably heard everything we were talking about." But I don't know. Nothing ever seemed to come of it. But we had that happen a few times on the cruise a year or two ago. But the Disney cruise we just went on, I don't maybe ran into one person, but it was 3 days too. Yeah, I was kind of thinking maybe there was a chance I was going to see more people going out of Port Canaveral this close to the race, but it is a lot, it'd be a lot for a family to do a cruise, then come here to Daytona. So
Yeah.
it seemed like there wasn't many that are doing both.
How was the Disney cruise compared to a normal cruise?
It was great for the kids. I loved it too.
Did you do the private island and everything? Or
Yeah, we stopped at, I think it was called Castaway
Island.
Castaway. It's spelled K, but they call it Key.
Yeah.
Okay. That was cool. Where was I going? I guess I watched more Disney growing up than I realized, all the plays and stuff, the movies, the characters. Like, I never really took myself as a person that liked or was like a Disney kid, but truthfully, I guess I was. I watched a lot of those movies growing up. So for me as an adult, getting to experience all that stuff with my kid has been a lot of fun. And in the past, we've typically gone to Disney World and done the different parks. This time we wanted it to be a little bit more laid back, but still be something that Bo would really like.
You were thinking of going to the Super Bowl if the Broncos were in it as a Broncos fan, and I assume you didn't go. But
Yeah.
I will say it was, for Broncos fans, it's probably the best possible outcome in a way, because if the Patriots had won or even played them close, it would have been a lot more of like, oh, this could have been us. But still, it was
I don't
like,
know, man. I don't know. Maybe at some point I'll go back and watch the game. I thought I was going to, just kind of the way everything fell on that day. Me and my wife had dinner. The kids were going to dinner. We were going to see the play Aladdin afterwards. So like, I was trying to be very present in everything going on, so I wasn't even looking at my phone. Actually, the only part of the Super Bowl I really watched was the halftime show. Me and my wife watched that. That happened to fall right in the I guess the opening before they got the play going. So that was really all I got to watch of the game. I don't know, maybe I'll go back and watch it, but seeing it how their offense played and how Sam played, like he didn't play bad, but he wasn't like outstanding.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I feel like we still could have had a pretty good shot at him. I don't know. Stidham, I don't know, but certainly
if Nick's hadn't
Bo,
gotten hurt.
yeah, it's hard to say though.
That's tough. It's a tough.
Yeah.
Because it's one of those things in sports that happens where, like, living in Denver, we've had 60 degrees all through the one freak snowstorm that we had pretty much the entire winter. Just happened to be in the second half of the game and ruin the Super Bowl chances.
Yeah,
but that's sports, I guess.
I'm scared they're gonna knee jerk. Like, I know they're already wanting to build like a new stadium and everything. I'm not like, I like the elements being in football. Like, snow football is just so fun to watch. Maybe if I was there in person, I'd feel different. But seeing the elements come into play like that is just, I enjoy it. So
there's certain teams, Broncos, Cleveland Browns, I'd say the Packers. Like you have to see them play outside. That's what
the Bills.
Part of Bills. Another great example. Like they have to play outside. My team, the Vikings, they play indoors. It's like no,
I know.
You got to be outdoors.
They've had. I really only followed football since I started racing in NASCAR. 15ish years ago. So how long have they been?
They've been in a dome now for 40 years. But when they were in their peak in the 70s, they were outside and they this big, rugged football weather, and it's like it's part of your identity and your culture. Like you can't give that up.
I guess with the dome, we won't lose the altitude factor, right? But or if they do choose to have it closed for when we play games, whatever they do. But yeah, it was cool to see them do this well. I kind of tuned out a bit because trying to get ready for the season and everything, but it feels like we've had a few coordinators and pieces here and there that mixed up a lot. This kind of got me feeling a little weird about what the heck's going on, but I think,
Yeah, Sean Payton really was quick to scapegoat a couple of his offensive staff. It was like, you're the one calling the plays.
We'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
Well, we'll also see how it goes with this new chase format, and it's going to be really interesting for you because
racing.
Well, you were kind of the, we sort of look at it as like the big three teams over the last couple of years, and you've been the top guy when you look at the overall season points, who's kind of been up there to race with them, and sort of the hope for people that are wanting to see somebody else from one of those teams, other than one of those teams, get up there. Obviously, you won the regular season title a couple of years ago as well, so you've proven in this type of format that you can string it together. What do you think your chances are of being able to contend this year?
I mean, just based off of what our strengths have been over the years, I think pretty good. Even with where we were last year, with some of the struggles that we had throughout the year, I feel like it was 4 or 5 races left to go in the regular season. I mean, we weren't close, but I mean, we were I think within 60 points at some points of that last stretch, and it's like, man, for as much as it seemed like things haven't gone our way, we're still this close. So I don't know. I definitely feel like if we turn the things around we're wanting to turn around, and if we do a better job of executing and capitalizing on the speed that we have, like we kind of did in 2024, should be right there. I do like, for us, I feel like something we've always done a really good job of ever since I've been here, and even, I feel like it was a strength of mine when I was at RCR with the 8 team. When things would go bad, we would find a way to get through it. Yeah, with rec race car, we're not going to win, but find a way to get back out there, run the rest of the laps, or get back on the lead lap, whatever it was. I feel like, whether it was then or now with this team, that's something we've always done a really good job of, just scraping together those kind of days, when things take a turn for the worst. To only have one DNF last year and it be Indy, and it kind of the way that ended, we really did a good job of kind of staying in it and fighting to the end, even on the days we didn't have the speed to win.
Yeah, I mean, for an off type year for you, you were 8th overall in full season points. So, should be better things to come. But we appreciate you stopping by and chatting with us as always. Thank you.
Thanks, man.
You got it, guys.
Appreciate it.
All right, take care. You can't let those get wet, right?
Oh, no.
Will they get
They can't
spotted
get
up
wet.
and all that?
No. I brought a backup pair of shoes, too, just in case.
Love it.
Tyler Reddick, everybody. And coming up next, we are expected to be joined by a pair of Spire Motorsports drivers. That will be Daniel Suarez first, followed by Michael McDowell. Then John Hunter Nemechek, Ryan Preece, Kyle Busch, and Kyle Larson, all within the next hour here as we are rolling on through Media Day. I thought the Gilliand Gragson dynamic
oh my goodness.
For dinner.
I could have just sat back and listened. I feel like we need to ask every teammate. I'm thinking about this because we've got Suarez, McDowell from Spire coming up. Like, what is the policy when teammates go out? Like, who's paying for dinner?
Well, I do recommend this video that NASCAR put out because they had asked everybody, who was the least likely to pick up the tab, and it was divisive. I mean, I think a couple people said Logano, and he said that he was the most likely to pick up the tab, and then they said he was the least likely, and it's all on camera, so these guys can go back and what were you saying that? You know,
they're entertaining. Like I don't know if we picked it up or not, but they're getting off. They're talking to us. They're still they're still going jawing back and forth with each other.
Yeah,
that's funny.
That's a good dynamic. Yeah, front row would be a fun place to be. I mean, you've got 3 youngish, talented drivers without like the, veteran type presence, but it's got to be sort of fun to, like I remember when I first started out in sports writing, it was 3 23-year-olds that were on the sports staff at this small newspaper, and we didn't have like the older guy, that we were looking
big brother kind of thing.
Yeah, we were just like figuring it out on our own, but that was like one of the most fun dynamics because it was all just like, we're all into the same stuff and we all got along, and that it's. In a workplace, it can be tough when have wildly different age brackets, right? Like, you and I are about the same age, and as much time as we spend together. I mean, it would probably be, if I was like super old dude, and
we've already established that may be the key.
Okay, but you know what I'm saying. It'd be a lot different. I mean, you're like, what do I have in common with this person? So
we figure it out.
Yeah,
our next guest is here. Come on in.
Daniel Suarez is now here. Everybody. Hopefully that's enthusiastic. Good to see you. How far into your media day are you? Are you just getting started? Are you done? Or
No. I'm actually very happy to see you guys. You guys are 3 more. Tres más.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
That's what Verona said. Verona said tres más.
How's it been
2
so
more
far?
after this.
How's it been?
It's been good. It's always a lot of fun to do this media day here in Daytona because you know that you are getting closer and closer into the Great American Race. So this is always I'm not an anxious person at all. I'm very chill when it comes to that. But when I'm here in Daytona since Tuesday night, I'm waiting until Sunday. Sometimes I feel like I get a little impatient because it's just a lot of stuff going on before the great day. But super happy to be here, super blessed. The car felt amazing so far this morning. So excited for what is ahead.
Well, and I'm sure you've been getting a lot of questions about the great finish you had at the Clash. And you said afterwards that, the result didn't really matter as much as like going through the process and, just having the speed and all that stuff. The result is what the result was. But still, when you look back on it, it is nice to get something under your belt, I'm sure, to start off the season the right way.
Yeah, the way I see it, it's like a little warm-up, right, for everyone. It was good to get out there because one thing is, I've been working with my team since October, right, to get to know each other, to understand how they talk to each other, the chemistry, the communication, the structure of things. We went to a test, everything went well, but the reality is that you don't know where you're at all the way until you compete, until you have pressure, until you are in a rush, until you are mad. So we had all of that for Bowman Gray. And the team reacted amazing. Obviously there is a couple little things that we have to adjust, but I couldn't be more proud of the group. Very, very good group of guys that I have. And the result, yes, that was great. But the process and how we got there, for me, that was the impressive part. So super happy with that. So far today, it's been very smooth as well. So looking forward to continuing that path.
What is it like adjusting to a new team and all the little things behind the scenes that you have to get used to and just how different things are?
It's just very different, man. It's just like the culture of the team is quite different. I love Trackhouse. I think Trackhouse, it was amazing. I love it. I love my time there, and I enjoy it a lot. The last year was tough, but before that, I enjoyed my time a lot. And but Spire Motorsports, he just has a little bit different mentality. There is a bunch of racers in there, and there is a lot of people that is super involved. Jeff Dickerson, every single time that I go to a shop, he's there. I'm like, man, I have seen you more in the shop almost than all the owners I have raced for in the last 10 years. Like, he's just super involved, and I love that about him. In my mind, Spire Motorsports has been the fastest growing organization in the last few years, And now I can see why, the involvement that they have, how they work, their structure, and I'm just very, very happy to be part of this organization. And the most excited that I am part for is that I feel like I'm contributing to make them even better. So looking forward to continue to do that.
One thing that will change as well, not just for you, but for everybody in the Chevy camp, is the new body. How long do you think it will take for you guys to have an understanding of what that does on the track? Like, will you know, as soon as, the first intermediate track or things like that? Like, how do you need more time to figure out, okay, well, it does this compared to how the old Chevy did and things like that?
I mean, honestly, we don't know. I mean, we are hoping that it's going to be quick. It's supposed to be more efficient. What that means, I don't know. We see, but we're gonna see in qualifying tonight. I mean, it's supposed to be a little bit better, but you and I know that qualifying, that's very cool for your ego, but really where you want to be good is tomorrow night for Sunday as well. So we see, and then that's one chapter of things. But then the completely different chapter is where you are in mile and a half, which, in my opinion, that's where the real cheese is, right? That's where we really want to shine. So we see. Time will tell. I am confident that we have a lot of smart people in the Chevy camp that we're going to be able to figure it out pretty quick.
Do you have a little bit of for lack of a better term, like a chip on your shoulder, just kind of show everybody, hey, I belong in this series, and I should have. The way things happened at Trackhouse, I didn't deserve that, and I've got to prove myself.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, but listen, man, if I was telling you all the adversity that I have had to go through in my life, we'll spend here 1 hour, so this is not new for me. Coming from a different country, having to learn the language, having to break this barrier, having to break that one. Like, it's not something new for me. So it's not my first rodeo. I have seen this movie before already. So I understand these things. And I understand my strengths and my weaknesses as well. I know that very well. Many of these things maybe I can talk about, but I understand how these things work. So yes, I have a chip on my shoulder because I know what I can do. I know what kind of value I bring. And I felt that we haven't even really got to race for real yet, and Aspire more sports is already seeing that. So that's all it matters. At the end of the day, is Daniel Suarez against Daniel Suarez, and that's who am I going against for. And so far, I feel like I'm bringing myself slowly to a next level.
Is there a sense of pride that you are a survivor in this series? I mean, look at you were with Gaunt Brothers and just trying to hang on for a while and stuff like that. And it's like, man, I don't know what's going to happen. Are you going to be able to stick around? Are you going to be able to keep proving yourself enough in equipment that wasn't as good? And, here you are still here. You've still got a good ride. Like, you're still relevant, like that has to be something to hang your hat on in a way.
Yes, I agree with that, and thank you for that compliment. With that being said, obviously that's not my goal. Like a lot of people, you have no idea how many people, when I remember perfect when I made it to Xfinity, they meant like, man, you made it, man. Like, that's it, you made it. People from Mexico and from Latin America, South America, and I was like, I haven't done shit. Like, I want to win. And then when I went to Cup, the same thing, man, that's it, man. You made it, the first guy. I said, that doesn't mean anything for me. So for me, like right now, that's the mentality I have. Like, I have won a couple races, but to me, that's in the past. That doesn't really mean anything anymore. Like, for me, I'm trying to achieve something great. Yes, am I the first guy in Mexico, the first guy in Latin America? Yes, that's all that stuff is cool, but that's not what I'm aiming for. I'm aiming for more because I know I'm capable of doing that. So, yes, I feel like I've been going through a lot of adversity for many different reasons in the sport. If I can do my career all over again, I promise you I will do a lot of things different. And not just things that I can control, but some other things that are out of my control. But it's just experience, right? Like, I don't have a father that used to do this. My father has a mechanic shop. My grandpa, he's a photographer. So I don't think they can give me a lot of advice about racing. But I have had to learn these things the hard way, and I'm very proud of that journey so far.
Well, thank you so much for stopping by. We hope you have a great week ahead, and we'll continue to see how you do with your new team. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Daniel Suarez, everybody.
Appreciate it.
Always good to hear from him as well. And his teammate, Michael McDowell, will be coming up in a moment. I think he's refreshed and ready to go at his new organization.
They are, and I was talking to some folks at Spire, and they are really excited for Suarez and what he brings because of that. They feel like he's got that chip, like he's got something to prove, and that he's going to help elevate that program that maybe has kind of been missing that spark a little bit. Is that a fire suit or is that jeans? That's
Michael
a fire
McDowell is here, everybody. Yeah, look at that. That's a fire suit. Look at this. Unbelievable.
I
fire suit.
legit thought you were wearing like jeans.
I wanted to impress you, and it's hard to impress somebody that dresses as well as you do.
I'm impressed. I legit thought you were wearing jeans.
That is really cool. That is a cool fire suit.
we have fun at Spire Motorsports, and last year Carson and Justin got to have all the fun, and so now I get to represent Moto Casino and have some of the fun.
So we know Carson's like fun-loving. I'm not saying you're not fun-loving.
How do you know?
You embrace that? Do you have fun with it? Do you really get into it, or is it kind of? Do you have to?
We should ask JP who's the funnest out of the group. For sure, I'm the funnest. Yeah, you guys might not see it, but I'm the liveliest of the group.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, I might not be in trouble as much as the other one,
which is not a bad thing, though.
Yeah.
You're smarter about it.
No, I embrace it. I mean, look, you guys know when I'm at the racetrack, I'm fairly serious and kind of about my business. But away from that, I'm very light when it comes to most things.
Obviously, we're here back at Daytona, where you have some great memories.
Yeah.
Now, one tricky thing is we've been talking about the new Chevy. I guess should be able to push better.
We're going to find out Thursday night, aren't we? I think everybody going into it is you don't know until you know, right? Like you can line it up at the shop and you go, oh, it looks like it'll be a little bit flatter, but until you push somebody or get pushed, you're not going to know. And I remember last year, being my first year at Spire and my first year back into a Chevrolet, I was nervous because everyone talked about, oh man, you can't push like you used to. You can't hit people like you used to. I mean, you watch Brad, and Brad will push you all the way around the racetrack, right? And so I remember having that nerves going into Thursday of like, oh, what's this going to be like? I don't think it's as much nerves with this new body. I think if anything, it should be a little bit better. But until you line up and do it, you don't know.
When you look at this season, how do you think it sets up for you and your team? And I know one of the changes is there's one fewer road course now with the Roval going away, and that's probably not something that we're happy about seeing. But
it's funny because I don't like not having a road course in the Chase. I think that it was good to have one in there, but I'm not a huge fan of the Roval. I love road courses, but I'm not a huge fan of the Roval just because there's so many cool proper road courses that we could go to. We don't have to fabricate one inside of a real racetrack. So, I wish there was another road course, but I'm okay with it not being the Roval.
And then overall, your season, how are you feeling about things? It seems like you guys really are taking big strides to where things started last year.
I feel good about our organization, about what we've done, as far as processes and procedures and people, and we've added, some real depth to the shop and to our road crew. So all that's great. And as far as the Chase format goes, I think for us on the 71 in particular, we've always been all or nothing. I mean, just if we could be running 30th and we'll stay out, no tires, take the front row and try to win a race, right? So I think that the mentality will change a little bit for us, which I'm not nervous about. I feel like it'll actually play into our hands. I mean, historically, we've been close to that cut line, and so we don't have to do a tremendous amount more to put ourselves in position to be one of the top 16 cars. But speed always helps that, right? And scoring stage points and just being up front gives yourself a lot more opportunities. But I think you'll see less caution to the wind on the 71 group and probably a little bit more strategic and thoughtful on how we're going to go about it.
Yeah, I mean, there's moments where I think you've really embodied the opportunity that was presented to you in the win-and-in system, right? Like, I had to go for it because I had to win.
Yeah.
If you take those moments and give yourself the points back and then add them back in, your overall points look a lot different and
That's
you're a
right.
lot closer. So
Yeah.
It should, in theory, especially with the veteran mindset that you have and understanding to take what you get. Shoot, I'm talking myself into wishing I'd put him in my playoff picks.
Yeah.
You were down to I was down to you for my last spot, you and Hocevar.
Yeah.
Hocevar. But now I'm questioning myself on this.
I hope
do it.
I hope that it'd be nice to get all 3 cars in, but that's a big dream.
Yeah.
The reality is, and the goal is we want to make sure we have 1 in. 2 would be exceptional. 3 would be amazing, but 1 in is important. And Carson had the speed last year. There's no doubt about it. It's just completing the races. It's completing the weekends. If he does that, he doesn't have to worry about being in by a few points. He'll be in. So, we all got to do our jobs. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, you talked about we recently were chatting at the Clash, and you talked about the balance of wanting to weigh in on things going on at Spire, and then shifting to worrying about yourself and your own team and stuff, and trying to find that. What would make you feel good enough that that everything is clicking well with the team, that you really can take a step back and spend so much more time on your own deal and not feel like you have to make sure the organization's moving in a certain direction? Like, what would have to happen?
Yeah, I think we're there. Honestly, I think it's just having the right leadership and management in place to make sure that things are getting done, right? Like, the competition side is always what I focused on. And so making sure that we have everything that we need to go and do our jobs, and when things need to change at the shop, and you don't have to be the guy that's pushing for that. I think that's probably the biggest thing, is I'm not crawling underneath our cars and looking at our splitter scans anymore. We have better people to look at those things than me, and just letting go of some of those things. But I think for so long I was on that small team mentality where you just got to keep fighting for everything. And I'm still wired like that. But now, we have depth. And I think last year was just me seeing that. It wasn't that it wasn't there. It was just me seeing that and seeing it consistently, that, we have way smarter people worrying about the things that I used to think about. And now I don't have to think about them. And so just overall try to focus more on, doing the things that I need to do behind the wheel and away from the racetrack, but still be the leader of team morale and positivity and direction and all that, but not having to worry about every particular thing on our race cars,
So it was that granular for you. You were like on the details of looking under the cars and everything like that.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Just notice that those are designed to look like Converse, the shoes.
They are.
You have to hold them up if everybody want to see them, but those are. Yeah.
Oh, you need me to throw them up
why
here?
not? Those look. Yeah, look at that. Those are good Converse.
Yeah, wait till
That
we
is-
get
that is
wait till we
really
get our
well done.
to-go boots out there.
Oh, yeah?
We're gonna be really styling.
Well, Michael, thank you so much
Appreciate
for
it. Yeah, thank you,
stopping by
guys.
and joining us, and hopefully you have a great Speed Weeks. Thank you. Appreciate it. Michael McDowell in the fire suit of the day so far. It's going to be tough to beat. And now we have John Hunter Nemechek
How are you, man?
entering the building.
Good.
JHN.
Hanging out. Do what?
All right, is he in the granule details? Like how he crawls under the cars and stuff? Like,
Oh yeah, Michael
Yeah.
definitely does.
Yeah.
I was teammates with him for a year.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was underneath of him working. I don't know if he was tapping wrenches on things and making it sounded like he was working, or if he was
Yeah.
actually working on them or not.
It's a good way to look busy.
Yeah, exactly.
Look like you're important. You're doing a bunch of stuff, but you're not really doing anything.
Yeah, I mean, we had one guy that worked for us when I was driving for my dad's team, and he actually zip tied his hands up to make it look like he was working on the car, and fell asleep. On
No.
the
No.
Yeah. He didn't work there much longer afterwards, but
So
yeah.
somebody discovered him, like this guy fell asleep, and
Yeah, yeah.
Did he have an excuse of like how I zip tied?
No.
Be like, hey, I got kidnapped.
Yeah, I was too young to remember it. I just remember that scenario of him falling asleep and his hands were tied up there so that it looked like he was working.
At some point, you have to be able to untie them, though.
Yeah, I mean, they were loose.
Yeah.
You leave a zip tie loose and put your hand up there. It makes it
No,
look like
no,
you're
no, no.
working.
They're playing a prank on me, and they must have put something
Yeah,
in my
maybe, I
water
guess.
for the day
Yeah.
and like
Yeah.
drugged me. Yeah.
Something.
How do you feel like? What is the balance of people calling you John Hunter versus JHN? Do people in your daily life ever like say like, "Oh, what's up, JHN"? Is it always John Hunter?
Yeah, John Hunter or JH mostly.
JH, okay.
Yeah, not a lot of JHN.
Okay.
I've had a lot of people call me John recently, and I really don't know how to respond to that. It's kind of weird. So yeah.
You just be like, that's not my name. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's not my name.
Yeah. Yeah, because like, the reason I thought of this is in the Super Bowl, Jackson Smith and Jigba on Seahawks JSN. Right? Everybody calls him JSN.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, we have a JHN, but I thought, do people call him that? But the JH makes a lot more sense.
Yeah. Just short.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
How was your off season?
It was good.
Do anything interesting?
Yeah, we went to Japan right after the season. That was one of the most unique and cool experiences that I've been able to be a part of. We got to take a 2-seater cup car from Legacy Motor Club over there. Hendrick had their garage 56 car over there. 2311 had a car over there as well with Kamui driving. So got to give some ride-alongs to some Toyota execs. Marizo was really fun to be around. He got to ride with me for like 4 or 5 laps, and then I got to ride in the right seat with him. That was pretty interesting for sure. Definitely a great driver. Had a lot of fun with him. Got to enjoy the moment. The fan base over there was absolutely wild. From people coming from different countries overseas just to Japan and Mount Fuji Speedway because they thought that was the closest that they were ever going to get to seeing NASCAR, right? So I can't tell you how many people we met that had done that. And then everyone with the language barrier and things of that sort, using Google Translate and autograph sessions and being able to talk to them and things was really, really neat as well. An amazing culture, super respectful, being able to tour Tokyo, Mount Fuji, got to go to the fish market. That was really, really neat. Did some shopping over there as well. So it was an amazing experience. I want to go back bad.
I was talking to somebody on 2311 today.
Yep.
And they were telling me that the bus ride every day was 3 hours one way.
Yeah.
Hey, were you part of that too? Like
No, I got lucky. Jimmy, myself, and the Toyota execs got to stay at the racetrack. So we got split up a little bit, but we got to stay in Tokyo the first couple days, which was really neat. And then to end our trip, we stayed in Tokyo as well. So we actually got to stay at this hotel that's right off of the last corner at Mount Fuji. The museum there is all Toyota vehicles. So from their prototype cars that have won Le Mans to their rally cars to drift Supras, Kyle Busch's first Cup win in a Toyota, or Toyota's first Cup win car is there. Back from the Champ Car days when they were involved, they have cars there for that. So it was a really neat like racing hotel. That's what the vibe was, and it was super neat.
Japan's my favorite country that I've ever visited because of the culture that you mentioned, like the respect and like the way people are so helpful and just like kind. Like it kind of blew me away. I wish we could have a little bit more of that in our country. Like there's so much of a culture of like you just don't do certain things because that's not the right thing to do. Like that's disrespectful or dishonorable, and so you just don't do them. And it's like, wow, that's refreshing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was. Before we got there, we got a 3-page document on the etiquette of chopsticks, right? For restaurants and how you eat sushi, how you eat rice, how you eat like beef or chicken or whatever it may be. And what you do with your chopsticks, like you're not allowed to lay them on the side of the plate because that's disrespectful. You use your chopstick holder and things of that sort. So respect is huge over there in that country. And it was great to be a part of, great to kind of see that from all angles, right? From the driver perspective of being at the racetrack to being in Tokyo, actually eating dinner and being around people there. But the culture is absolutely amazing. I was blown away at the support of the fans that we had there from the NASCAR side. It was cool. They had a 3-stall tent set up for our garage area, and from the time the garage opened to the time it closed, there was people viewing the cars and around. And the first day I got there, we pulled up and nothing was open yet. And there was guys standing there with my bumper covers from last year and T-shirts and merch and die cast. And
they're hardcore.
Oh, it's amazing. The car culture over there and the racing culture over there stands out for sure. A quick little story. I don't know how much time we have, but we got to go into town and tour Tokyo one day after the fish market and did some shopping. We went to some like thrift stores of old T-shirts and stuff, and we found a bunch of old racing jackets. And then we started looking through the T-shirt racks and found some old Dale Jr. stuff, and then we started finding some other drivers. And one of the coolest finds for me was Jimmie Johnson, his rookie year when he won the pole here at the 500. I actually have the T-shirt in my bus this weekend. So we found that T-shirt. Jimmie was with us. He came in and they pulled out a stack from behind the counter, and it was just NASCAR shirts. Like, it was absolutely amazing, like vintage NASCAR shirts. So it was really, really neat to see over there. And that's just in downtown Tokyo. Like, that's not even racing like anywhere near the racetrack, right? So it was cool.
Wow. I had no idea.
That's awesome.
Like, they just became, there's just NASCAR just kind of organically grew over there. And
yeah, I guess so. I don't know if they knew NASCAR was coming to town, right? But at the same time, like, you walk around these different shops and there's jackets racing, like Letterman jackets that are hanging out outside and things of that sort. And it was just amazing to be able to see most of the vintage racing apparel and things of that sort that were there.
Well, we often talk about trying to figure out how to judge performance, and we judge by teammates. And you and Erik were 1 point separated in the standings last year. So it's, from an outsider's perspective, it's like, well, I guess that's what the cars were capable of. Both the guys that did the exact same thing pretty much, right?
Yep.
How do you guys take the next step forward this year up in the standings?
That's a great question. And I was so mad that Erik beat me by 1 point. Like, if he's going to beat me by a lot, not just 1 point, right? But to your point, yeah, I mean, the 42 and 43 were equal a lot of the times last year, and we had some really good runs, and when we missed it, we both missed it, right? But that's part of racing and part of growing Legacy Motor Club, of where we want to go and what Jimmie's vision is. I think the next step for us, we changed a lot of internal personnel around over the offseason. Got some new hires as well that I think are going to help us. I think for me, having the same team that I had last year, minus I think an engineer, our pit crew is the same. Like, it's getting in a repetition, right? And this is really the second year, other than driving for my dad's truck team, this is the second year where I've had the same group of guys around me. It's been learning new faces every year and trying to learn communication and kind of building that from the ground up every off season. And this year we don't have that. We know kind of what to hold each other accountable on. We know how to communicate with one another. When I talk, Travis kind of knows what I'm talking about, and vice versa. So I think the next step for us is just continuing what we've built on the last 12 months, 14 months or so. And figuring out how to get our cars and us as drivers more consistent every time that we show up to the racetrack. I think that with a new format, consistency is going to be key, and having really good runs on a consistent basis is going to be key. So everyone wants to take that step, or that next step forward, to be better. It's hard though, right? Especially from a newer team coming in and chasing the top three, I would say.
What is Jimmie Johnson like as a team owner?
Jimmie's awesome. He's probably one of the best hype men that I've ever been around.
Really?
Yeah.
Like, how so?
You wouldn't necessarily think that. I mean, there's been times where I didn't qualify great, Erik qualified good. Last year at Indy is probably one of the biggest ones that stands out. We had the two fastest cars there, and I ended up getting too wide off turn 2 and hit the fence and killed my lap, and probably would have contended for the pole, right? And I was down on myself, and Jimmie called me, and he's like, hey, just go be yourself. Like, you got it. Like, or he's always in your corner, kind of like pushing you to be better. Always kind of, I wouldn't say riling you up, but making sure that like it's known that he's there and like he wants you to succeed. So the hype is definitely there for sure. But Jimmie is an interesting guy. I've been able to be around him from a young age, right? Growing up in the sport. I've always had somewhat of a relationship with him, but over the past 3 years, I mean, we've gotten really close and have become friends, and we talk outside of racing, not just in racing, personal life, whatever it may be. And he's someone that you can go to, and he's humble, right? Like, he's probably one of the most humble guys that you'll ever meet, but he's always going to shoot you straight and give you advice when you ask. And most of the time, his advice is pretty spot on or correct. So, but as a team owner, Jimmie hasn't ever sucked at anything, I don't think. He's always been really good at everything that he's done, even training wise on bikes and playing other sports and things of that sort. So I don't think he's going to suck as a team owner. He hasn't yet. So that's good.
Well, John Hunter, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Appreciate
PSA to everybody again. It's not John. John Hunter, JH. Good to see you.
Thanks, man.
Next up, we're going to have Ryan Preece, then Kyle Busch, Kyle Larson, Ryan Blaney, Corey Heim, and let's see, Riley Herbst.
Yep.
So that is the next hour coming up here. Jordan told me he doesn't want to know where we're at in the time, so I'm not going to tell him.
I'm looking at it. Here we go.
We've got Ryan
Most
Preece
recent
here
winner.
now. A 2-time winner over the last week.
Yeah.
Pretty crazy.
It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, pretty good.
I got to know. So you win at the Clash, and you talked about how you're going to hop in the car and you're driving motorhome, driving down to New Smyrna. Did you So tell me, did you really drive that night down to New Smyrna?
Oh yeah, I got home. I got home at about 11:45. Pulled the motorhome out. Got my dog. Finished loading up some of the stuff that I needed to load up. And Chris Buescher's spotter, Mike Herman Jr., he's spotted for me since I was 17. And we got on the road at 12:15 and pulled into New Smyrna at about 9:15. So a little longer than it should be, but I stopped for diesel. I filled the water tanks. So, yeah, it was quite the ride.
Were you driving the entire time? You guys trade off? Or
No, I drove the whole time. Wow. I got control problems.
Most race car drivers do.
We do. But, no, yeah, just, a few Celsiuses and living off that win. I'll tell you what, I've done a lot of late night rides, whether it be, from Connecticut to North Carolina or whatever. Last year when I flipped, I got in my motorhome and drove straight back to North Carolina after that. And after you win, those rides are a lot easier than when you have a terrible night. So that ride got me till about 5 a.m. until I felt like I had to cram 2 of those down.
Yeah, that's a great. I was just going to say, how long does the adrenaline last in that, and how much do you have to caffeinate once it runs out? Because I'm sure the adrenaline is great, but at some point it runs out.
So here's the trick to road trips through the night, because I do them all the time. You need to drink a lot of water, but then you drink the caffeine, right? The only challenge to it all is, if you got a small bladder and you got to stop and pee all the time. That's the tough part.
So then you're just protracting the length of the trip.
It's also why I said 9:15. You know what I mean? I had to jump off the highway a couple times, but when it comes to, kind of getting too tired to drive, you don't hit that point.
No.
Wow, that's pretty impressive. And then how about here the other night? Go back to Victory Lane again. It's a tough field, different discipline. What's the pride level of coming down here and be able to do something like that?
Really good. And the reason it's not just winning, driving the race car, that's the fun part for sure. It's a mental exercise more so than anything, setting up with the car. And, when I think of my speed weeks, I think of, I shook down my super late model. That's the why I drove through the night to practice on Thursday to kind of get a notebook going. So when I do go to the Derby at the end of the year, I feel a little prepared. And then I ran on Friday night. We finished 6th. I felt like the car was really competitive, a good baseline. But Saturday, I live for moments like that day with the NASCAR Wheel and Modified Tour. We had 2 practice sessions. We were trying something with a rear suspension, a 3-link A-cell, D-cell bar, which is, people that are short track guys, they'll know what that is. It was terrible. So in between practice, we ripped out the entire rear suspension, put a torque arm in, and went lead a lot of laps. We were fast, and that's the stuff I love. I loved winning yesterday. Did I love getting beat by a 14-year-old kid on Monday night, Paulie Hartwig? No, I didn't. But I told him and his parents that it kind of really drove it relit the fire in me. Like, hey, I'm not going to get beat on Tuesday. So, I had a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun for the past 7 days.
Now you got to keep it going through Sunday.
Yeah, and I, as a race car driver, momentum does a lot of things. And, being able to go and win last night and win last Wednesday And going into the biggest race of the year for us as race car drivers is a big deal. So I know, there was a lot of adversity for a lot of teams to get through the Clash and prepare that car for the Daytona, which is the biggest race of the year. And I feel like our guys spent, when they went in and they were doing a lot of late hours to get ready for this, they were ready to go.
We made our picks for the chase, and I have you in my picks, and it's not because of what happened the other night at the Clash, but it's from your overall body of work last year. If you look at your overall season points, you were 14th in what would be full season points last year, and this seems like this format for you will really play to your strengths and allow you to, especially that was just the first year with the new team. Now you're able to build on that. Will you have to change anything that you do from a week-to-week basis, or is the way you race already set up well enough to make the chase and go from there?
Win more. I think the Clash was a good start. I think we got to qualify better so we can get some more stage points, because if you break down our season and take a deep dive, typically if we don't qualify in the top 15 or 20, we're typically in the 25th or whatever range. We're spending the first, stage 1 and half of stage 2 trying to get to the top 10. And then once we're there, we're fighting for top 5. But there's so many points to be had with stage points. So that's probably been our biggest focus going into this year, is finding a way to make our stage 1s a lot easier. But as far as how I drive or what I'm doing there, we're not going to change. And same thing with Derek. That guy's an animal. He's hilarious, and the way he represents our team and works with our car chief and our tire, everybody on that team. It's just, he's different, and he's a lot of fun to work with, and I've enjoyed it. So no, I don't think we're going to change anything other than we want to win more.
Mm-hmm. You go back to last year in the Daytona 500. Obviously, we know what happened, but have you gone back and watched that at all, or is it something you try to avoid?
It shows up on my Instagram enough to where I have to watch it. Yeah,
you can't figure out a way to block it, maybe, or something.
Nah, listen, I'm numb to stuff like that. If anything, it's become a joke. Just as much as for your Twitter followers, because I'm fine, right? Everything was okay. It sucks because, I love Daytona. I love coming here in February. I love speed weeks. Daytona doesn't love me back though, and that's frustrating. So, hopefully the law of averages is going to work in my favor this time. And, we can compete and try to be that guy that crosses that line first.
What do you love about Daytona?
Everything about it. I love, the fact that they've built up across the street outside of just the, being here and feeling, you can feel the energy of this race on race day. It doesn't matter if you're a driver, a crew guy, a fan, like you feel it coming into the 500. But for me, it's been New Smyrna, like what leads up into the Daytona 500. It builds up that anticipation. So I've been coming down here since 2004, 2005. I don't even remember. But I've always loved everything about this place.
You raced at New Smyrna a lot. We were kind of having various conversations with different people in the industry about the future of the Clash. Could New Smyrna host the Clash, you think? Would it be a good site for it?
If you're talking about being true and real to what we are, that place represents everything of what NASCAR is. If you ever go down to it, it is, man, I've been going there for so long, so maybe my view is very biased, but why not? If it's you're asking for my opinion, why not host the Clash down the road from the big track a week before the event and get people to come down here and build up that short track, and then also bring everybody in town to see everything that we have going on during this week, and make it a week-long thing. We have bike week, we have speed week, so it only feels right that if we were going to do it, and it wasn't going to be here at Daytona, and we were going to continue doing short tracks, to have it down the road.
Well, Ryan, you were one of the last people to go last year on this, and I remember you brought the energy, and we were like, oh, this is awesome. So thank you for once again bringing the energy and joining us here and firing us up again. Thank you.
Appreciate it. A lot of passion here.
I love that. I love that. Ryan Preece, everybody, the Clash winner. And now we will be joined by Kyle Busch coming up, and then Kyle Larson. So the back-to-back Kyles. And again, I know you didn't want to know this, Jordan, but we are halfway through.
I'm looking at the list of drivers, so I kind of It's hard to avoid the time.
Okay, yes.
I see
it's
who's
3:30, so we were 3.5 hours in with 3.5 hours to go. How do you feel so far?
I'm fine. I'm
you have to go to the bathroom.
No, I'm thirsty though. I'm hungry.
Thirsty? Oh,
Thirsty,
hungry?
yeah.
Okay. Well,
2 waters.
Oh,
She asked.
Well, you're ordering drinks. I don't know if you're going to make it to the end without a bathroom break.
I'll be all right.
I'm not going there. I will suffer. My voice will dry up before I am.
Oh, really? Don't. It's okay.
No.
You can have a drink.
No, I don't want to have to go to the bathroom. Nope.
What's jumped out to you so far? The conversations we had.
I loved William Byron's conversation.
Yeah, that was fun.
The fact that he was like, however he put it with the, like I'm going for 3 in a row, but
yeah,
like he said that has to be his attitude. That was really fun. Christopher Bell, I thought, was really fired up about the new
he was great
format.
He was great.
Chase Elliott was really refreshing.
Christopher Bell going, thank you, Mark Martin.
That
was great.
That was great.
SVG and kind of talking about how the chase impacts him, which really, let's be honest, he's the guy who's one of the guys most impacted on this.
Well, now we'll see another great one here. Kyle Busch, everybody. You used to getting applauded everywhere you go, right?
You got a peanut gallery today.
It's deserving for us.
Yeah, I hear you.
Kyle, do you ever settle on how many attempts this is? Because you said that the 1 year that you got hurt, does that count as an attempt?
No, because I didn't start. I didn't
Okay.
start the race, so I wasn't here. I was
you were
laying in the hospital.
here,
I think I passed out
but-
about 2 or 3 times on drugs.
Oh, okay.
While recovering from a broken leg and foot. So,
yeah.
Do you still? I hate to bring up bad memories, but here we are. Is it something you still think about when you come here? Or
No,
is it
not at all.
Oh, then we'll stop. Leave it there then.
Yeah, no. I mean, it happens. I mean, it is what it is. We all know it's a dangerous profession, and sometimes you get hurt doing the things that you love.
I do want to talk, obviously, NASCAR stuff, but a lot of people have been talking about the clip of you and Brexton from this last week. I was so interested in that because I thought there's so many different layers to it. On the one hand, you had to, be the coach and the mentor and the dad and say, listen, you're slow. Like looking at the data right here. But I also, watching Brexton's face and how he responded, it wasn't like, I'm not listening to this guy. I can't wait till he's done talking and then I'm just going to get out of here. I'm rejecting this. It seemed like he was absorbing what you had to say, which, some kids with their dad aren't going to do. Right. So I would take that as a pretty good sign, at least from, my just watching the video. It seems like he does listen and take that kind of feedback. Is that accurate?
Accurate. Yeah, no, he does. And we've had a lot of that's not just the first tough conversation we've ever had. I mean, we've had plenty of those conversations. That was just the first time Lucas had his camera on and then decided to post it. I didn't even know it was going out. But, fact of the matter is just, we kept chasing Brexton and what he was telling us. I'm loose, I'm tight, I'm loose, I'm tight. And we're adjusting the car back and forth. And every time he hits the racetrack, it's different. And so finally I was just like, we have to stop touching the race car. We have to just let this kid go drive it and learn and figure it out because it's close, it's close. And we're sort of an alliance team with Joe Ryan, who's got 13 other cars down there, and we're on the same setup stuff that his other kids are running and whatnot. And so I was just like, looking at the data of the other kids, looking at the data that I have, because I'm also out there racing. We're racing the same cars. And I'm just like, you're slow. Like, you're not getting into the corner as far. You're rolling the center slower. Like, you're back to the gas earlier, but it's not working. Like, you have to speed up here, whatever. And then, so he goes out there and sits on the pole the next day. You know what I mean? So I'm like, see, like, yes, I laid into him, and then he's like, well, I'm going to go prove him wrong, right? And just like a Busch would. He's like, I'm going to show you.
Yeah.
And so he goes out there and does it. He sits on the pole. And but the thing is like, we know he's fast, and he can put a lap together, but he's pretty fresh on these cars. He's only got like 18 races in a legend car or something like that. So like for him to be able to, those guys are really good. Like some of the kids that are in his class, the Young Lions division, they've run that class for 2 years now. So they've got 50, 60 races on them, right? And so they'll run those laps, those 80s, every single lap all the time. He'll bust off an 80, but then his pace is like a 92. So, he's frustrated because he can't just do it every single lap, and it just doesn't come easy. And I'm like, these are the hardest cars you will ever have to drive. Like, I'm driving them too, and I know how hard they are, and I'm chasing a guy that just showed up, and he's one of the best legend car drivers ever, and I couldn't keep up with him the first day, and then finally the second day I beat him, so it doesn't come easy.
So what do you take from the way that your dad taught you and Kurt and, tried to teach you the ways of everything? And like, how much do you take that from what his lessons were and what to do and not to do? And how much do you just say, no, this is what I need to be for myself to teach my kid and hope he listens,
So what's interesting there is like a lot of the teachings that Kurt and I got from Tom, Dad, was racecraft, racing around other cars, passing, setting things up, restarts, like execution, all that sort. We never really had conversations about how to go faster. Like Tom would always just sort of allow us to build our speed at our own pace, which we also never had the data. Like now there's onboard telemetry. Like you've got RPM traces, you've got throttle traces, you've got all this stuff that you can look at. And so we didn't have that back in the day. And so you're using all the tools that you have now, and then you're also teaching the craft. And so I feel like the craft that we taught Brexton the last few years of like Bandolero racing and micro racing and junior sprint racing, like he's got the craft. Now he's in something new that he just doesn't have the speed yet.
What's the line between being a father and wanting to be supportive, but also trying to maybe kick him in the butt a little bit, but then also you're also a teammate in a way too, and like how do you balance that of you want to be firm, you want to be tough, but you also want to be understanding because he's your son?
Sandwich method.
Praise, suggestion, praise kind of
right.
Praise,
what is
praise?
Yeah, he gets praises.
Okay,
we don't air them. Like okay, he wins a race, you pat him on the back, like great job, man, whatever. When he set fast time, when he won the pole, it was all praises, right? Like it was all love, it was hugs, it was high fives, it was everything there, so he gets that stuff as well too. It just doesn't really show up a whole lot of times. But last night in practice at the end of the race, he got tore up yesterday, so we had to reset up his car. And then he got back out there in practice last night and he ran consistent 85s, like 85, 85, 88, 85, 87, 88, whatever. And so gave him praises, like good run, like really good job, like okay, we're learning, we're getting better, we're going, And then today, unfortunately, he regressed, and I wasn't there, I was here, but he qualified 12th or something like that, and then got tore up again in the race. So like it's just you got to get out of the junk, man. The junk that runs in the back. We see it here every week,
Doesn't matter the series.
Yeah, it doesn't matter the series. Yeah, they're fighting just as hard for 20th as they are for the win.
Is there anything that he ever says to you yet that you're like, yeah, you're right? I mean, like he watches you race and gives feedback that you could find constructive in any way?
Well, yeah, I mean, when I race the legend car and stuff too, he always asks me like, well, why did you choose the outside on the restart? Or how come you didn't get underneath that guy? Or why didn't you bump him out of the way? Or like stuff like that. So, trust me, while I'm racing, I'm always looking or thinking in the back of my head, like, what am I going to come off the racetrack to? So I've got to make sure I try to execute every possible thing that he has nothing to come at me about, But it's funny too, like summer shootout last year, I think it was, I always tell him at Charlotte, the little summer shootout track, I'm like, there's no outside. There is no outside. Forget about the outside. There's no outside. Choose bottom. So he chooses the outside on this restart. And sure enough, he passes on the outside and he gets to second or whatever. Like he makes ground. And so he comes off the racetrack. He goes, the outside worked. And I'm like, bro, like, come on.
That's amazing.
The one time.
Yeah. Yeah. Listen, obviously it's well documented. You're trying to win this race, but it's such a, as you know, in NASCAR, it's such a weird thing. It's not like somebody trying to go out and win the Indy 500 where, hey, I'm just going to go all out this year and I need the fastest car and I'm just going to go dominate. This race is so much circumstances. So what's the balance of like, hey, I want to win this. I've got to win this. I don't want to end my career without this. And hey, there's also a realization that it's not entirely in my control.
I mean, that's just fact. It is. I mean, it is what it is. You come here in the 60s and the 70s and the 80s and guys were building cars that you knew there were probably 6, 8 guys that could come here and win, and there was probably 6 or 8 cars that could come here and win. And if any of those guys were in those cars, probably 3 of them, those were the guys that you were looking at that you could pick as a favorite to win this race. And I look at, it's funny, I look at like 94, 95, right? The Morgan McClure years.
Yeah, Sterling Marlin,
right?
back to back.
Yeah, and I'm like, okay, everybody knew they had something. Well, they built something that could win the race.
Mm-hmm.
You're not doing that nowadays. You know what I mean? Like, you'll literally start this race and you'll watch the first 30 laps and you'll probably look down and be like, there's 30 guys that can win this race today.
Yeah.
How's it gonna come off a turn 2 on the final lap? You have no idea. You know? William Byron won it from 7th and 11th the last 2 years, coming off of 2. Is that right? Something like that?
I know 7th last year. I don't know where he was the year before.
No, I think it was. I thought it was 10th or something. But yeah,
right.
Yeah, right.
That's my point.
Right.
You know, like everybody's like, well, where do you want to be on the last lap? And I'm like, I just want to be in the game.
Yeah.
And I want to miss the wreck. Like, get me through.
But so how do you want it to win it so bad, and it's such a the world looks at it as such a big part of your career and a missing crown jewel, and you want that too. And you've said for years that's like the number one thing on your list, but it's like you can't just go take it. Like I don't understand how to reconcile that in your head. You know.
So here's how I guess I do, just putting me on the spot. But I look at it as it's the last box to check. It's the one that would mean the most right now, right? But when you look at the age in where we are in terms of car and whatever, I don't know how else to say that. It's a different time now. Like if I didn't win it in the 80s or early 90s because I'd never won it as a driver, then I think that would have been different. But now, like I can go out and say I never won the Daytona 500. Who else has legit won the Daytona 500? You know what I mean? Who has dominated the race or whatever? But I have an asterisk. I did win the Daytona 500 one year.
In regulation.
Yes. It just went into overtime. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kyle, appreciate the time.
No problem.
Thanks for coming by.
Right on. You got it. Y'all have fun. See you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, man.
All right, we're going to go from one Kyle to the other. I think he calls him Little Kyle.
Thank you.
Tiny Kyle, that's right. Tiny Kyle is next. Kyle Larson will be coming up next in just a moment. There's the guy he calls Tiny Kyle. Got applause. Do you approve of the? Would you? I assume you'd rather be called Young Money than Tiny Kyle.
I don't understand the tiny part, but I mean, I am much tinier than Kyle Busch.
I guess so, yeah. Well, obviously you're coming into this year as the defending champion, but with a new system. And so I've already asked you whether you thought you might change anything about the way you race. You said no. So what do you think about this system will fit well with what you already do? I mean, obviously you have speed with your cars, but what do you as a driver do that will help you be successful in this kind of format?
I think we're consistently fast and we run towards the front. We score lots of stage points and we get lots of top 5s and top 10s and wins. So yeah, you sprinkle in some bad finishes as we all get, but I don't know. I think in any format, looking at other years, we would have been a contender. So that's why I don't think really anything changes for us.
Has Cliff given any direction on how he's going to lead anything? It's just status quo and just business as usual? Yeah,
I mean, I think like we all try to win every race. So I think that's why I'm curious what others say, but I don't feel like we change anything. I think Cliff does a great job leading and he's always evolving. But I don't know how his leadership or how we lead the team or how our goals change with a different format, because I don't really think it should change a whole lot, for us.
One point that's been made is like in terms of the cleaning up the racing for people like that were just making unrealistic moves. Like, so you'd either have the winning in people that were desperate and they'd just go for something and it was very optimistic, right? Or you'd have the people that had already won a couple times and they might be 5th on the last restart and they're already in, so they don't really care if they crash out or not. But if they win, they get a lot more, so they'll make it 5 wide or whatever. maybe there could be less of that. I mean, in overall throughout the regular season, as it at least leads up to the chase. I don't know how you see that.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, I didn't think of all that, but I could see how that may be the case. Yeah, I see it more in the sense of like the guys who, yeah, in the previous format, you know, maybe are not a team that can point their way into the playoffs, maybe more aggressive with a late race pit call or whatever. You might see a little bit less of that. Or not. So I don't really know. I think drivers, we all lose our heads on the racetrack, and I sometimes think crew chiefs and engineers also get a little crazy at times. So again, I think it'll be different, but I don't think it's going to be way different on how we all approach a race.
We talked to Kyle Busch, and he hasn't yet to win the Daytona 500 at 2021, is depending on how you do the math. You yet have win here too. Have you started thinking about your streak at all, or is it just not something you think give too much thought about?
I mean, sure, it crosses your mind, but it's also like I've said, like I've had a great career. I'm not gonna, and I still have a long ways to go. So maybe my opinion could change as I'm nearing the end of my career. But as of right now, it's like if I don't ever win a Daytona 500, I'm not gonna hang my helmet up and be like, man, I was a failure. So
you've won every other crown jewel. You've got 2 championships.
I don't think of Kyle Busch any less
Yeah.
with not winning a Daytona 500. And I don't think you should, because there's a lot of circumstance that goes into this race. It's not the best driver that wins every year. Some years it is, but there's just so much circumstance. So for sure, I mean, I want to win. I want to win every race. I would love to win this race because it's, the final crown jewel that we have yet to win as a team. So, sure, I want to win it, but I'm not losing sleep over it either.
You're supposed to be able to, I guess, push with this new Chevy nose better on super speedways. Somebody's going to have to find that out, I guess, for themselves tomorrow night, or somebody's going to have to be the first to try it because you don't really know, right? It hasn't really been tested. How will you play that? Will you let somebody else figure that out first, or?
No, I mean, I think we're all probably curious as Chevy drivers, and I'm sure even competitors are curious to see how we're going to push. I think, the goal of the design of the nose and tail was to be able to push and receive pushes better. But you don't know until you get out there and try it. So, I mean, there's always points in the duels that you get, you'll nudge people, or even at the end of the race, you'll try and latch on and stuff. So, there's moments that you're naturally going to learn, but I would rather do it in the duel than in practice because it'd be more embarrassing to wreck in practice than a duel.
We had heard, we were talking about this, we had heard that you've never been to San Diego before. Is that correct?
The only time I went to San Diego is when we announced the race last year.
Really?
Yeah.
We were both kind of surprised by that a little bit.
3 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
I was surprised because
that's a long ways from.
That's what we were talking about. Like, well, he lived in Northern California, and maybe I don't know how many dirt tracks are down there.
Yeah, there's no dirt.
It didn't really seem like to be a reason, but then you never know.
Yeah, no, I've never. Outside of just promoting it that one day, I've never been to San Diego, so I'm really really excited for that swing, and then following the coast. I've raced in Ventura and stuff, but I've not ever driven along the coast for hours. So, that's it's gonna be a fun couple weeks, I think, for all of us in the sport.
Yeah, I mean, your family vacations, correct me if I'm wrong, growing up were just following, when the Outlaws would come, your parents would put you and your sister in a car and you'd go wherever they were. So I guess if there's no dirt track down there, then that was.
I never went on an actual vacation until I think I was like a rookie in the Cup Series. So, what was I, 20 years old probably back then? So, my life was revolved and still is mostly around racing. So, trying to experience more throughout life.
Your parents have talked about how your mom could sit you on her lap and tell you about what was going on in the dirt race and the procedures and who was making a bad move and who was making a good move, obviously before you ever even drove anything, right? How much of that learning about racing by osmosis do you think contributed to the driver that you are? Or was that just a coincidence of, hey, maybe you were a little bit more prepared by the time you got in a car, but that didn't actually, do you know what I'm saying?
Well, I think my mom would say that's everything. Why I am who I am today, and it could be. I don't really know. I think a a lot of the core, memories or core kind of lessons taught at an early age that you sometimes forget about still structured you for where you are today. So I don't know, but I think for sure, even if it's not exactly who I am today, I think for sure it probably prepared me for those first few years of racing, and then that development happening quicker, probably, from just listening to her walk me through procedures or pay attention to this driver or that driver. So I'm sure it definitely helped.
Kyle Larson, defending Sprint Cup champion or Sprint Cup. Wow, I haven't screwed that up in a while.
You're in trouble.
Defending Cup Series champion. I haven't done that for.
Edit that right out.
Yeah, well, we're live. We can't now. I screwed that up.
Yeah,
we appreciate you coming by.
Thank you for coming by.
Man.
We appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks.
Sprint Cup, man.
Hey, with the chases coming back.
Chase, retro. There you go. We're bringing it all back.
Yeah.
Somebody in NASCAR needs to get on that too.
Yeah. All right.
I don't think so.
Oh, that's T-Mobile now. Yeah. All right. Kyle Larson. Now we will be having Mr. Ryan Blaney.
You didn't say Nextel Cup.
Nextel Cup. Yep. Ryan Blaney's here. Yep. We're just so thrilled to have you here.
Have you shown the camera? Loafers?
Yeah.
It's like
What you
matching the
can't
shirt,
see
too.
on the camera is the back of his heels are almost bleeding because
really?
they're
I
too
couldn't
tight.
find them right size. I needed these shoes to match my shirt. So
Yeah.
He's too small with the size, so
Yeah.
it's
So
gonna
you
pay
made it.
for
Can you?
You made an impulse buy.
That's gonna make the video. You know that.
I wasn't implying.
Yeah.
Need some Band-Aids on the back of your heels.
They don't stick. Every time I put them on
No?
there, they always slide. So I gotta ask you this. Tell me about the llama. How the heck do you
Llama?
Yeah. Why do you have a llama?
Yeah. His name's Cusco, after Emperor's New Groove. And we got him because we have goats. And llamas are really good, guardian, protectors of, small herds and stuff. You don't need them to, protect cows or anything. But, our little goats, llamas are great to protect, they'll kill foxes and coyotes if they ever get in the pen and stuff like that. And
Really?
So and he's a great animal. He's really, really smart, really friendly, and he does a good job.
I had no idea.
It's great. Yeah.
I saw that you had posted a video about this. Have there been any incidents that you've known of yet where he's chased some animals away? Or
Yeah. So I didn't see it personally. So we have this, it's a big pen. It's like a 70 by 70 pen, and when my buddy and I built it, we reinforced it a lot. We put a lot of work into this. It's a 5-foot tall fence, all pressed wood on the edges, boar's wire, so it looks like chicken wire, but it's really strong. And this is just when we had goats. But we thought the fence was fine. And there's that wire beneath the ground, inside and out. So if something tries to dig in it, it tears their paws up. So we took every type of precaution. And so I was at the house, this was 2 weeks ago, and my wife's friend was over, and her guest room kind of faces the front yard. She's like, "Hey, are your animals supposed to be free roam?" I was like, well, in the pen, yeah. They're like, "No, they're in the front yard right now." I was like, "Oh no." So I run out there, and it's 20 degrees. I run out there in shorts and no shoes, no shirt. And it was funny because they were probably 100 yards away from me. And the goats, they follow that llama, right? It's their big daddy, right? So the three goats, they come running towards me yelling, and I feel if they could speak English, they'd be like, "Look what he did! Look what he did!" They were tattletaling on him. And he broke out of the pen, pushed through the fence. I don't know how he did this. I really don't. I mean, he's 350 pounds. I mean, he's a big animal. But I kind of got realizing that I think something was outside of the fence, and it triggered him, and he was like, "I'm going to get this animal, whatever's on the outside." And he just ripped through this thing. So I was kind of proud of him. I was like, all right, he's doing his job. But then we had to reinforce our fence, but they got out, but he was doing his job. So I can't really be mad at him. It was my error, not, barricading this fence up more than it should. But I didn't think he was capable
I
of it.
had no idea llamas were.
Yeah, they're awesome. They're a lot of people think they spit. He's never spat on us. The only ones that spit are if they're in petting zoos and they get hand fed all the time with other animals, and they'll get mad if you're not hand feeding them, so they'll spit at you. And the fun thing about their spit, they have two stomachs, and so it's not spit. They regurgitate bile, and it's almost like throw up. They spit on you, so it's really nasty. But he was raised on a farm with 80 llamas, and they don't hand feed them, so he's super good on that. But it does get you a little sketched out if he'll get in your face and you're like, I hope you don't spit in my face. But he's just sniffing you. He likes hats, so he'll pull your hat off. He's like he's a trick llama. He's got a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Yeah, but he's great. He's awesome.
That's fantastic.
Yeah. Well, in addition to taking care of the animals, you've got a much more important creature in the house now with your baby.
Yeah.
What's that been like? I mean, is he a good sleeper, or are you getting sleep?
Yeah, it's been obviously a life-changing experience. It's been unbelievable to go through it with, myself and my wife being first-time parents. Like, you're just guessing, right? Like, you're trying to think you're doing the right thing and you're just trying your best. I think it bonds you even closer when you're, both going through this together. And the sleep stuff, he's starting to set records, right? I mean, so at first, right, it's like every hour, right, they're up. And then it starts to get a little longer. And he was we kind of hit a standstill for probably a month. It was like 3 hours was a great period of the night, which is good. But like the last 3 nights, we've gotten like 4, 5. The first night we got down here, he slept for 7 hours one night, which was crazy. It kind of freaked me out because I woke up, I was like, is he okay?
Right.
But he's getting better. And I'm sure that's going to regress at some point. But
sleep regression shows up. But
the sleep is pretty good.
Well, when Bubba was in here earlier, we were talking about how you guys have been friends forever, it feels like, right? And, young kids. Now you're getting older.
Yeah.
Now you've got kids at the same time.
That
wild
part's
to think about.
That part's special to me. Bubba and I have been close for a long time, and it's cool that both of our sons will grow up together. And hopefully have the same relationship that he and I did for a long time and still do. So, that part's pretty special, really cool, and it's fun to share that stuff. Childhood friends, and you're both in the next steps of your life. So
before I ask, obviously we need to ask about NASCAR, but are you committed to the stash for the season? What's going on?
Yeah, it's still here. How I got it was, I do the beard in the playoffs and the off season. Then I always play with it as I'm shaving it. Like, I'll do like mutton chops and a goatee, and like for a week I'll play with like my facial hair. And I got down to this mustache, and my wife was like, I think it looks good. I like it. I was like, okay, say less. Like, I'll keep it.
Yes, dear.
And yeah, it's still here. Now if I get a call from RP and if he tells me to shave it off, I will. I definitely will. But no, I haven't gotten that yet. So
has he said anything at all about it?
No. I've gotten a lot of compliments on it from like him and his team and stuff. They're like, yeah, stash, it's good. I try to keep this clean.
Yeah.
I think if I keep this all clean, like the stash.
It's a fair compromise.
Yeah, right. My hair's probably a little long. I probably got to cut my hair, but I think the stash will stay.
I just feel like with all the hair you're generally showing up with, you're taunting the bald community here, which now includes your teammates. So just not respectful.
Joey's got scruff though now.
Yeah, I saw that.
Joey's got good scruff.
It threw me off when he came in here earlier. Like, he's got the scruff and like kind of on the lip too. And I was like,
so it was really funny because we showed up to our Penske production day. This was like, I don't know, 3 weeks ago or something. And he and I hadn't seen each other all off season. And I saw that he went shaved head and, but I hadn't seen him in person. And then when we both showed up at production day, he didn't know I had this and I didn't know he had this scruff. And we were like, yeah, like we love it. Like both of us got a new look and we were both in this together, which is good.
I love that.
Yeah.
Well, you and Joey and Austin are the 3 favorites for this race, according to one odds I saw. All tied and all of the best odds. Clearly the track record that you guys have had at these type of tracks, has been something that people notice. How do you finish it off despite being in the position over and over again?
Yeah. First starts with trying to make it to the end, try all of us to make it to the end. And that's hard to do. It's hard to get everybody to the end to where you can really like maximize your teamwork. But yeah, I mean, I wish I could give you like a straight answer. I don't know. You don't know how these races are going to play out. The best thing we can do is just try to put ourselves in a spot at the end of these things to try to capitalize. And we've been lucky to have really fast cars that, we're able to kind of control the race and stuff like that. But, it's a whole nother thing trying to make it, to the end and then making the right decisions. So, be nice to cap one off. I tell you, that'd be cool to, they got the 24 hours of Daytona win again this past year, and Penske's 60th anniversary. That'd be a great way to start the year for RP and stuff like that. So we'll see. Hopefully the speed's still there and we can work together.
You got a bourbon brand or something?
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
Yeah, the bourbon. That's it's called 10 Runner.
Yeah.
We just launched it in August last year, and it was something we've been working on for like 2.5 years.
Wow, that long?
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of work that goes into it. Like, from
a lot of tastings.
A lot of tasting. That's the fun part. We had a great person that was a kind of a master mixologist who would, we'd jump on Zooms, and a couple of guys I'm partnered with, like, he would send us 5 samples at a time, and he kind of blended them together, and I told him what I liked. And we would sit around and taste them and be like, well, I don't like this about this part. Let's add a little bit more, whether it's, rye or whatever, to these blends. And he would go work on it. And this was like 5 times we set this up until we finally were like, yes,
we really
this
need
is
to
the
know
one.
that tasting, guys. Really, we just need to keep scheduling those tastings.
Free booze is nice. But yeah, we just launched it in August, and it's only online. We're hoping this year to get into stores, ABC stores, or, liquor stores that are in states that aren't regulated with ABC.
Yeah.
That's the hard part. Like, that's super hard, because if I owned a liquor store and some random guy walked in, because we're not affiliated with a big bourbon brand, we're just doing it ourselves. Like, why would I buy your stuff? Well, it's not going to sell. Like, I don't know anything about it. So it's gotten some decent legs on it. I'll have to get y'all drink bourbon?
Yes.
I'll bring you a bottle.
Way too much.
I got a couple here. I'll bring in so y'all can take home. But yeah, it's been fun. It's been a fun project to just be separate from racing and like try to get it to grow on its own. It's been pretty neat.
Well, thank you so much for stopping in. Always great to talk to you.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it,
man.
Yeah.
Ryan Blaney, everybody, seeing if he can go win the Daytona 500. And we are expecting a pair of 2311 drivers coming up next. It will be Corey Heim and then Riley Herbst. And then after that, this hour, we'll have Chris Buescher, Austin Dillon, Carson Hocevar, Josh Berry, as we continue to move on here. Here's Corey Heim, everybody. Welcome, Corey. How are you doing?
Doing well. How about you guys?
I'm doing great.
All right.
Yeah.
It's your first Daytona 500.
First attempt.
Yeah, how you feeling about that?
Feel good. I think it was nice to get out there today, and never really gotten a pack or anything like that. Kind of focus on the qualifying side, of course, but yeah, I just felt good. I mean, typically in the off season, I do the Derby or Speed Fest or something like that. This is my first off season in a while where we've pretty much done nothing. Just kind of did a racing detox, if you will, and sat back, got the Rockingham test last Friday, I guess. But past that, it's just been pretty chill and kind of putting all our chips in for this one.
What kind of speed do you feel like you had in practice, or did your team seem concerned or happy or anything? Like, can anybody take anything out of what we saw earlier?
Definitely difficult. I did go back and kind of watch the best guys compared to us, and we're right there. I feel like with nobody going through tech yet, I mean, it could definitely change, good, bad, or indifferent. But we're right there. It's close, and some guys could get better and leap us or whatever, but we're going to be right on the edge, I think is kind of my prediction.
I hate to bring this up, but you have experience in the having to qualify era of NASCAR. Unfortunately, go back to Chicago last year. You think about that at all? Or you learn lessons from that?
Yeah, I mean, it was different with Chicago because, looking back at that race, getting done with practice, had a clean practice. I think we were probably 28th on the charts, and I was taking it pretty easy, and I was running guys down. Like, I was pretty good, I thought. So going into qualifying, like, making the race was never in my mind at all. Like, I was legitimately trying to start in the top 10 and qualify really well. Obviously, it should have been more in my mind. I should have just gotten one decent lap before I kind of went for it, but I was just driving the heck out of it, trying to qualify in the top 10. I wasn't even thinking about making the race. Versus when you come here, it's like, all right, like, a lot of this is out of your control. You really got to execute the green flag pit stop if it happens. Everyone's so focused on making the race versus Chicago, I never even thought about it. So it's hard to even look back at that. Of course, you don't want to do it twice if you're me, but at the end of the day, it's just so much more out of your control. I feel like if we execute the pit stop and, keep the track position, it kind of is what it is at that point.
So you've got a dozen cup races this year. What are the most important things that you want to take from these opportunities that you have into what obviously we all hope will eventually be a full-time season in Cup?
Yeah, I feel like it sort of ranges for me. This is my first super speedway race attempt I've ever made in a Cup car. So kind of the expectation is to learn maybe the first half of the race and then try to execute the second half of the race and finish well. But, then you look at some races like Nashville last year where, I was running inside the top 10 when I wrecked. And I feel like that's a race I could really capitalize on. And my goals are probably a little bit different versus this race or a Texas that I haven't been to before, or a short track that I haven't been to. So it kind of ranges week to week. I feel like some races are ones that I can really go back and look at and be like, damn, I got a shot to, finish really well here. And the other ones are like, all right, like let's take it step by step, learn a little bit, and then maybe go for it at the end type thing. So really just depends on the week, to be honest with you.
Dimber, you drive for arguably one of the most famous people in the world, and Michael Jordan. Do you remember the first time you met him and what that experience was like?
Yeah, it was a year ago, right back there.
Oh, yeah?
In his tent, if you want to call it that. It's a bit nicer than a tent. But,
it wasn't like a little pop-up tent or anything?
No, it was a little nicer than a pop-up tent for sure. Yeah. But, it was a year ago, and I think it was after the truck race that we won in a weird way. So that was cool. But, I think he's so much more involved than I would have ever thought. He reached out to me after like every single truck race, good, bad, or indifferent, every single cup race, good, bad, or indifferent, very supportive, very in the loop. We had a big, meeting at 2311 the other week of, the expectation this year. And I thought that was very motivating for him to be on the call and, be able to take us through, what he expects out of us, but also just kind of to uplift the whole organization at the same time, so he's been great to work with as well as Denny, I should say.
Did he give you like a motivational talk or anything?
He's a big motivation guy. I feel like he's really good at that kind of stuff. Like he was at the team party at the end of last year, and like when you give the guy a mic, he just has a way with words that is just kind of really picks the whole building up. It seems like so. I feel like watching shows or documentaries about him, he has kind of that same kind of thing to him, but all the cameras are on him then. Even when you take the cameras off, I feel like he has that same sort of motivating way that he talks, I guess, if you will.
What do you think about NASCAR switching to the chase format after the roller coaster you experienced with the elimination format?
Yeah, I think I can give it the stamp of approval for sure. I'm glad that they, the reasoning really made sense, and it sounds like they were able to take the last, however many years in a row, maybe the next gen era of points, and kind of understand that this is going to keep the racing close, but it's going to reward consistency and reward the best drivers at the end of the day. So kind of wish that it was in effect longer than it was, for my truck series seasons. But, I'm hoping to spend a long time in this sport at the end of the day. So I'm glad that we kind of made the change on the beginning edge of that.
When you look at your season, how do you get into a rhythm when you're running a dozen cup races, you're going to run truck races, you may mix in some O'Reilly Auto Part. That's going to take some getting used to. How do you mix in that, and how do you get into rhythm? Because that's part of being a driver, is just kind of getting in that routine.
Yeah, it'll be tough, no doubt. I mean, my next race after this one is until Kansas, I think, as of now. So it's going to be a little while before I can kind of start to get into rhythm. But the nice part about that is that, after that, it's every 2 or 3 weeks. It's not 3 months or 2 months, I guess, between my first and second race. So, it's going to be tough. I mean, I'm used to running full-time at this point. Just came off of 3 full-time truck seasons. But at the end of the day, I feel like I'm good at kind of distinguishing my opportunities week by week and just kind of focus on the task at hand, if you will.
Will it be just sim time, working out, stuff like that for the next few months after this? What will you do?
Yeah, just staying in the loop, I'm, of course, the reserve driver for 2311, and, I think the next potential opportunity would be with Bubba and Amanda's baby, due in a couple months. But obviously no guarantee I'll race, but just being prepared for that opportunity if it happens, and staying in the loop. I'll be traveling a lot too, just, if there was a last-second issue, they don't want me to be home and have to fly out last second. So I think pretty much anything west of the Mississippi, I'll be there and staying in the loop.
Yeah. Interesting. Cool. Well, Corey Heim, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll look forward to seeing you trying to qualify tonight into the Daytona 500.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Corey Heim, everybody, in the 67 car. I didn't say 6.7, just to spare
Which
everybody.
You just did.
Yeah. But up next, we're going to have Riley Herbst, and then, here he is right now, Riley Herbst, everybody.
Like the ovation?
Yeah, I wasn't standing, but it was nice.
We can work on that again. We can get them to stand up.
We're good.
How much do you think back to? I remember, I think, talking to you in the garage last year after Daytona 500, and it was like, man, this was pretty close. So you had that great save going through the grass there, but you were right in the mix coming down to it. Have you thought about that a lot? Or you think about it this week?
Not really. I got reminded of it on Instagram when some of those people posted the photo and the video. which was pretty cool. But it was more of a self-induced error than it was pretty awesome. So I'm just glad I saved it for my sake. But yeah, hopefully we have another shot of it. I think that was fourth place coming to the white, fourth place. So that's truly all you can ask for in the Daytona 500.
You've had a pretty good record, though, at Daytona. I mean, you've had a top 10 finish here, I believe, and you've had some other good runs as well. What is it about Daytona that kind of suits your style?
I don't really know if it's anything like that. I think it's just really good spotter on the roof, really good car around me, and just experienced people I can learn on, lean on with Kevin and Bubba and Tyler. So hopefully we can do it again this weekend and finish where we run on the white flag.
What's your take on, have you seen the whole Hell Yeah video and the campaign that they're doing, that NASCAR's doing? What do you think of it?
What's that?
Like the Hell Yeah, like they did a video. It was like on social.
Big commercial they had about kind of promoting
Yeah.
NASCAR, and it's got Marshawn Lynch in it, and they feature Hocevar with like a flamethrower, and Larson.
It's like getting back to the roots, basically.
Yeah, doing donuts in a parking lot, just kind of fun, like outside the box things.
Hell yeah, I guess then. No, I haven't seen it, but I like Marshawn Lynch.
Yeah.
I like Bubba Wallace, so that's a positive.
You went and did a monster, like a big production with them.
Yep. That was really fun.
What was that like to film that, and how long did that take you and all that stuff?
It was 5 days.
5 days.
Yep. The shooting on the strip started at call time was at 2 a.m. when they shut the strip down, and it lasted till like 4 a.m. It was a 10-minute long video on YouTube, Dust to Smoke. It's done pretty well, like right around 3 million views. So.
Wow.
And then they play it throughout Supercross and PBR commercials. So it's pretty cool just to see the 35 car and the support that Monster has given me over the years and the support they continue to do.
I mean, when any sponsor, there's always different things you're doing in terms of activation, fun things. But like Monster, though, the box is really open. You're doing Supercross, you're doing this, that. I mean, that has to be a nice little perk.
It's awesome too. Just the people they are back in Corona. You walk in and the CEO and the board members are in flip-flops and shorts and a T-shirt with their hat on backwards, and they love racing. They love action sports. They just kind of want to dive into that lifestyle, and NASCAR is a perfect platform for them with all of our great fans and Supercrosses, PBR, just living on the wild side. And hopefully we can get them some really good results this year and just continue to grow our relationship.
So you said they shut down the strip from 2 to 4 a.m. Did that draw a crowd at that time of night? Was anybody out there?
A few people, looky-loos, people getting off work. But it was around Kansas time, Kansas. So it gets a little bit cold at night in Vegas there at nighttime at 2 a.m. So there wasn't many tourists. And they were actually starting to build the F1 stands on the fountains. So that was supposed to be a big shot at the end of the video with the fountains going off, but they were already turned off for the grandstands.
Yeah.
Oops.
Yeah, we mistimed that by a week, but it was okay.
Next year.
It still worked. Hopefully we can do another big production like that. We had Von Gittin in the video. It was pretty cool. Do Valley of Fire and just really cool, edgy Monster Energy stuff.
What's your take on NASCAR going to the chase instead of the elimination playoffs and the winning in and all that?
I think it's cool. I think it would have benefited myself in the 98 car 2 years ago or 3 years ago it was. I thought we would have had a really good shot at winning the championship. We did the points on that whole thing because I think we scored the most points over that 10-race week for the chase. So that's kind of bittersweet now, but yeah, I don't know. It's cool. It's all not really too concerned about that on the 35. I'm trying to get better and work on consistency and just kind of build on that.
And speaking of that, now you're going into your second full season. What is the biggest thing you take away from your rookie year and what you learned and what you need to be better at?
Well, I think honestly we just need to be better in every phase of motorsports, from my preparation to my first lap on practice to qualifying to lap 1 to whatever it is, lap 300 of a race. And I think we laid a solid foundation, solid rocky foundation, whatever anybody wants to subject themselves to on their opinion of it. But the foundation's laid, and I've got really good people around me. I've got really good mentors and people I can talk to candidly and vulnerably. And we're ready for this year. I'm excited. My confidence is super high, and looking forward to it.
So what looks like, do you judge yourself off the results from a weekend? Like how do you know, okay, like I took a step forward in this area? Is it internal? Is it like, you know, you felt like you handled a situation on the track better? How will you measure yourself?
To be honest with you, I think it's funny. I think if you look back at myself over history, I had a similar path in the Xfinity Series, but it just wasn't as publicized because it's not the Cup Series. And so that's why it doesn't bother me that much. I think it just takes time. But to your question, I think you're going to lose a lot more than you win in this sport, and so you have to find success in what you do, and that can be small wins throughout the weekend, and that's kind of what I'm looking for. That's my mindset, and ultimately I do want to run better. I have the car to run better, and we will run better this year, but I think it's steps, but the rookie season's done with, thankfully, and now we're looking on to this year.
Are you pumped for San Diego? It's going to be pretty cool.
Yeah, it should be fun. I'm interested to see how the track looks throughout the sim and whatnot, but yeah, the West Coast is home, so it's nice to get out there.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting how, like, you know, with Monster being in Southern California and you being a Vegas guy and all that stuff, it's just like with Fontana gone, it just seems like such a hole.
Huge hole, yeah.
You know?
It sucks. Fontana was great. I know people loved it. It struggled candidly in today's day and age, just in the LA market with just so much to do in Southern California, and I felt like the date and second, third race of the year, it's always cold, and it's just not what Google Southern California, you're going to get blue skies and 75-degree weather, and the last few years it was 40 degrees and some wind jackets.
Yeah, Mother Nature does not like NASCAR lately.
Yeah.
Between the rainouts here and we saw what happened in LA. And
the Bowman Gray, and so hopefully we'll have a good weekend of weather, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I just feel it's just like the West Coast, especially Southern California, that whole area, like it just deserves some more love because there's so many motorsports fans there, as you know.
Yeah, a lot.
Supercross fan base and all that stuff, and it's just
the big inland empire of Southern California is huge of action sports. To your point, so to tap into that is good that we are again. Yeah, so it's awesome.
How do you think this race will play out? I mean, obviously, like, there's the fuel savings and all that stuff, but there's been a couple people trying to do different things, you know, in terms of like when they pit together and pushing it, trying to make other people run out of fuel. Like, is it going to be similar to what we've seen the last few years, or could we see a different strategy, you know, come into play?
I think you could see a little bit different strategy. I'm looking forward to it. I know that usually Toyota, the manufacturer, is on the cutting edge of strategies and ideas, like back in 2016 when they did the whole 6-car draft, 4-car draft, whatever it was. So, I'm excited for our new strategies. Hopefully we can unveil them. I think the racing is going to be different. The new A-post flap kind of made the racing a little bit different at Talladega. And I don't think many people realize that. So I think it will translate to Daytona as well. So looking forward to that.
In those meetings, you've got a lot of veterans who, you know, whether it's on the JGR side or the 2311 side or even the legacy guys. And how do you handle that? Do you speak up, or do you just kind of sit quietly and just kind of listen?
I mean, I think there's a time and place for everything. Like, you can't walk in there and say this is what we're doing because they're probably going to laugh at you, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, if I have a very strong opinion about something, I think I'm able to share it, and they value my opinion. But yeah, I mean, I trust everybody at TRD and Toyota Racing for what the game plan that they set up for us and how all of us are going to work together. And it's cool to see the TRD cars growing with Jimmie and Corey now. So hopefully we can use everybody to our advantage and get us a win.
All right. Riley Herbst, don't forget everybody. He was in contention last year.
Yeah.
Don't sleep on him.
We'll see.
So thanks for stopping
Thank
by.
you.
I appreciate it,
Riley.
Yeah, that was a big moment last year. That was that was a lot of fun. That group at the end, you were like, man, this could be a crazy winner coming from this. And then ultimately, William Byron wins his second anyway. You're like, oh, okay. But
Cole Custer's in the mix, and
yeah, that was.
But Riley's wild. Good. I mean, Riley is. I know he downplayed a little bit, but he's got a knack for this.
Yeah.
There's something to be said for that.
We've got Chris Buescher now. Chris Buescher. We like
guests.
people. We like red bearded people. Although mine's starting to get a little bit grayish.
Mine too, actually.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's tough to look in the mirror and see that, but at least yours matches the fire suit now, and that's great for you. And
is that why they changed it? Like, hey, we need to match the beard.
It blends better.
Yeah.
naturally.
It flows.
Yeah. So that was the sole reason.
I figured.
Yeah.
Of course. That's how everything gets, all the decisions get made. Yeah.
It's all about the look.
How you feeling about coming into the season? We obviously talked earlier in the off season about how pumped you are for the chase change and how good you feel about that. It's just good vibes right now for you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that I'm not a fan of change in general. So the going to the playoff format the first time around was never a huge fan of, but ultimately, yeah, going back to the chase format, it lends itself really well to what we've done over the last several years, and I think that's a good thing on its own to be a part of the chase. But ultimately, we have to take steps to be better, to be contenders, to try and win championships. Right, just being a part of it will not be enough, and that means winning races, which ultimately is always the season goal, and how do you capitalize on those events. So a couple of races last year that we'd love to have back that ultimately we're going to use to be better this go around. Might as well start here. You know what? It's we've been really strong speedway racing. We've got 4 cars in the field. Well, hopefully in the field with Corey behind the 99. That's an awesome opportunity for RFK to be better as a whole. Just the fact that it worked really well with Corey's speedway racing through the years when he wasn't a teammate. So I have a lot of confidence in him to be able to make us better at this event, and I think that's going to set us up for best opportunities.
Some drivers love it. Some drivers don't like it. Where do you stand on the spectrum?
Speedway racing?
Yeah.
I'm in a better headspace than I've ever been. So this is my 10th Daytona 500. I'm getting old. And I say that because I started out despising speedway racing and just accepting that it was part of it. We would get through, and got to a point, after a couple of years, it's like, okay, I can tolerate this. This is okay. To a point now where I actually enjoy coming to super speedways, and that comes from a lot of different things. One, our RFK Ford Mustangs are fast down here. They push well, they drive well, they're quick, and that helps a lot, right? We're always one win away from our least favorite track becoming our favorite, and so that helps. And then having a mentor in Brad Keselowski who is so well versed in speedway racing, and I think that has helped me learn a lot about these things and how do you approach them, where do you put yourself to be in the best scenario possible. There's a luck factor speedway racing, and I will die on that hill. Some people, I've heard it said, you make your own or whatever, but there's an amount of luck here. But that percentage is lower than I perceived it to be early on in my career.
Interesting. I mean, it's tough because it's like, yeah, you can study where the wrecks happen from, and then it seems to be a moving target on where that is, but ultimately it's, you see the people that make mistakes, or something happens on pit road, then they get themselves in the back, and then something happens, and it's like, well, that's part of it. It is part of it. I mean, yes, there is luck to a degree, but it's also that plays into it, I guess.
And I was gonna say, like, you look at the guys who wins these races, typically, like, there's a group of guys that typically are in the mix or winning these races. Cindric, Blaney, yourself, Stenhouse, etc.
That was a turning point for me. Like I said, I did not like them. I thought it was this massive amount of 50% luck, right? And I took a step back and said, you know what? It is that core group that is in contention. They may not win them all, but they are in contention for most of these things. And it's 6 cars. And to me, that kind of disproved my theory and said, okay, I'll change my percentage. There's 20% luck factor, but you have to have a skill set. You have to have a plan coming into these things to put yourself in position. And when I was able to do that and have people help me figure out how to do that properly, I began to enjoy these races a lot more.
What about LaJoy? Why did you guys draft so well, even when you weren't teammates, you said?
Well, I don't have a great answer for you on why, but I always felt like the pushes were predictable, that there was an understanding of slam drafting is not going to get us where we're going to go. You have to bump draft. You have to push. That there is a finesse to it without slamming into somebody to where it makes somebody lift, right? Anybody in your lane lifts because the pushes are ugly. You're knocking momentum out. And with Corey, I've never had that. We've been able to make speed when, like I said, when we were not teammates, we were different manufacturers, different teams, everything. We've still been able to make speed, and I think that comes down to his driving style blends well to my driving style when we go speedway racing. And so to have him on our side, to be helping all of our group have one more opportunity to win this race, that's solid. There's no way around it. That's a solid opportunity for all of us. Happy for Corey to have the opportunity, and for Trimble to step up and make that a real thing for us. It's a big opportunity for us at RFK.
Brad Keselowski got injured over the off season.
He did?
He's back now. I know. I didn't hear it. I just heard about it myself. But you give him a hard time at all, anything?
I've had a hard time reading how much we're allowed to joke about this. But
Part of it is your boss,
what
too?
I will say is I don't feel like I've given the correct answers here today when been asked about this. So, I probably didn't stick to my talking points real well.
What was the most incorrect answer you gave?
I don't feel like everything was too out of bounds, but I just probably joked about it too much. And I feel like it's okay because he's here.
Yeah, he's fine.
He's
gonna race.
In good spirits. He's racing. He's approved. Yeah. He's going to be the same Brad Keselowski behind the wheel that we've always had. I'm not worried about that changing. I feel like we're in an okay place to joke about. And I don't know. Some of my bosses may not feel the same yet.
You should show up with a wheelchair tomorrow or something. Just push him up and down pit road.
I just bring something up to right behind the hauler right before for qualifying tonight. Be like, hey, I got you, bud. I'll film it if I do.
One X factor in this race that we don't know about yet, we'll probably get some more information tomorrow night, is how the Chevys might be able to push. Because before, I guess they had more of a pointy nose. Now it's a rounder nose with what they have going on. How curious are you to see how well they can push? Because somebody could help you at the end of the race if it's coming down to it. It might be different than it was before.
I hope so. That Speedway race did not go well for us off the bumper of one, so I hope they're better for our sake. I think that we have had the Fords have been very good pushing, and we've had a lot of practice with good pushing race cars. So even if the body is better for that group, I think it still comes down to knowing how to make that work for them better. And there's a certain amount of veterans in those cars that are going to be just fine, and we'll pick up on it very quickly. But you're still going to have a certain amount that are still going to be figured out and are going to be new, and you're still not going to want to be getting a push from ultimately.
With the change in the format, the playoff format or chase format, is there been an emphasis or of refocus on how you start the year with Daytona, Atlanta, Coda? I mean, those are three tough tracks that can be pretty wild at times, and you don't want to put yourself in a points hole, obviously, because it's harder to maybe climb out of that.
I refuse to talk about points this early in the season. The chase is a good thing for us, and it has worked for our style, our consistency, our level of competitiveness for a long time. The chase fits that perfectly. So without changing anything, we would be in a great place, in a good place. We would not be in a great place. And ultimately that comes down to completely ignoring points and any of that and saying, how do we put ourselves in contention to win 3 races in the first half of the season, right? Like that will take care of any points conversation we ever have, is putting wins on the board. That doesn't change between formats. That doesn't change the fact that if you have a chance to win a race, we're going to take it. And that may be ultimately a points deficit at the end. Doesn't matter. If you have a chance to win a race, we're going to figure out how to win a race. And is that the right thing for the format to put numbers on the board? Maybe not, but we're not chasing a format right now, especially at this time of season. We're figuring out how to win races.
We got 1 minute left, so I'll let you get out of here on this. How stoked were you for Preece when he won the Clash?
That was cool, man. To get your first Cup win right off the bat. Short track racing was only fitting for that one, but that was cool to see it all play out. What a wild race all together, but to see him, that whole team getting to celebrate in victory lane there after endurance race at Bowman Gray. That was cool, and to get that first win, it really just sets in motion a confidence level for the entire organization, but for that team very specifically, that says we know what we need to do now. It's just a matter of repeating. Repeating is easier to convince everybody it's obtainable than getting the first one right. You feel like you know how to put the pieces into place. You just got to do it now, and it's great for everybody over there. It's big for Preece. Been at this a long time. I know we cut up and give each other a little crap back and forth, but I certainly have a huge appreciation for how he's come up into this sport in that more old school traditional sense of scratching and clawing your way all the way to the top.
Yep. Chris Buescher, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll be anxious to see how you do this weekend. Thank you.
Us as well.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, everybody. We're going to have Austin Dillon coming up next, and then we will be having Carson Hocevar, Josh Berry, Ty Gibbs, Zane Smith, and AJ Allmendinger. And right now we have the aforementioned Austin Dillon. That's for you, Austin.
What's up? Claps are for me?
The claps are for you.
Claps are for you.
I love
Big
it.
fans, apparently.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is that coffee?
Those blue shoes are nice. Blue suede shoes. You guys play that on the podcast?
No, we have not yet.
There you go.
Figured you'd like them.
Are you needing to caffeinate yourself? Is it a long media day for you so far?
Well, yeah, and it kind of was getting like I don't know. I like when it's rainy and kind of that damp feeling. I like to have a nice warm coffee.
Yeah.
How do you take your coffee?
Just black.
Just black.
Cowboy.
Okay.
Yeah, I could see that. I would be shocked if you said anything.
Yeah, I will put honey in it. I like natural honey. Yeah.
In coffee?
I got a bunch of buddies back home that raise bees and stuff, and I'll get honey from them, and I'll just do 1 scoop of honey in my coffee in the morning.
You ever tried that?
Best.
Well, it has, it has a lot of good health properties.
For sure.
Yeah.
I'm big into tea right now.
Yeah, if you have sinus problems,
Yeah.
man, you have some natural honey from
Oh yeah,
local
I put
bees.
I put a ton of honey in my tea all the time, and I've heard that too. I just learned. My parents told me that is that if you buy honey from where you live, that will help you with your allergies.
Yes, the local honey.
I had no
Yes.
idea. I
It's
think it was a
huge,
thing.
yeah. I do it. I get my kids to do it too.
That's great. I had no idea.
That's smart. Well, we're happy to have you here as always. Daytona is one of those places where I just always associate it with you, and I'm sure you're happy to be back here as well. One thing we don't know, though, we've been talking to a lot of guys, and it's just a guess, I guess, but how's this new Chevy going to draft? I mean, it's supposed to be able to push a little bit better. Are you going to be one of the first to try it tomorrow night?
Well, I think you need to for sure. I think one interesting thought I was just talking about with our guys on the way down here, like if you got the pole in the past, you just kind of laid back, right? Now you've got the new point system. There's 10 points on the line that really can stack up. So I don't even know. I'm going to talk to RC. Like, how important is it to have your brand on the pole or those 10 points for the championship? Like, I'd kind of want to race personally. You get the pole, you get the pictures here in Victory Lane. I think that's pretty awesome. But I think you need to race for those points, and it'll let you know what you got for Sunday.
Yeah, that is a tough calculation though, right? Because you got the pictures, you got the publicity for winning the pole. If you trash your car and have to start in the back, okay, when they tune in for the Daytona 500, you're not, but they'll still be like, and he got the pole, but he's starting in the back today, because they'll show you anyway. I guess it's just a different part of the race, but that is
in the past, it was just an automatic, hey,
right,
you're going to start on the pole, so you don't race for those points.
Now you got to, yeah.
I think you do.
You're right.
If you look at this race and the Coke 600, they're arguably the two most valuable races.
This race can set you back 3 races, I feel like.
Yeah.
Like, it takes 3 races to get out of a hole from here.
And then when
you got to perform.
And then you got Atlanta the next week. It's like it just compounds real quick.
You can get behind early in this points format and really struggle to get ahead. And then the way that the matrix works on qualifying, when you get behind and you have to go out in that first group, it just keeps setting you back. I think a goal of our team should be to try and be in that second practice group and that second group in qualifying all year. If you can accomplish that, you are going to finish well in this point system.
Well, and a couple years ago, you talked about how it had spiraled for you. Like, you had gotten off to a bad start, and then you guys were trying to chase points and press. Getting off to a good start can do so many things. It's like you said. In this system, if you have a bad Daytona, a bad Atlanta or something, I mean, it's going to be really tough. It doesn't matter who you are. It's going to be tough to dig out of, you know?
I think it was 2022. I won a duel and finished third here, and we led the points to like Bristol. Like we were close to the points lead all the way up to Bristol at that point in time, but the schedule was different, and that was probably like third or fourth race in. But you leave here with the right weekend, you can really set yourself up well.
Yeah. And how do you think that the new chase, you know, plays to your strength?
Well, I think I can obviously channel the right mindset to be consistent week in and week out. I think that over the years of the old format, now the old format, I definitely started picking and choosing, you know, weekends that we felt like we could perform the best to lock ourselves in and really focus on those. And, you know, Richmond kind of came one of those places for us. Iowa was another one, and different tracks like that we circled. We definitely tried every weekend to try and compete, but there was like a little extra emphasis you felt like going into certain weekends. So now I think that I think the way that you have to do it is, you know, you're not going to have the best car week in and week out, but you got to take a car that is a 25th place car and finish 15th with it, or, you know, plus 10, plus 5 every time from wherever that car is capable of finishing. If you can add positions to it by making the right calls within the race or the right moves, that's what's going to stack up and really allow you to have a great point season or a chance for a championship.
You've seen some little bit more personnel changes behind the scenes at Richard Childress Racing. I'm just curious. We heard from you about having a bigger voice within the company. When you guys were making these changes, were you actively involved in kind of pointing in the direction to go?
Well, I think in ways, for sure. I think Mike Verlander and my grandfather, myself, all play a different role. I think one thing that is important for me is getting my dad back in there, and I think that he's a very good people person and understands the shop flow really well. If you go back to when he was our competition director, we took 3 cars to the playoffs, Harvick, Boyer, and Burton. And so he has success there, and he knows how to deal with people. He's worked on race cars from the floor up, and just I think that will help me from a mindset, confidence factor. I think it'll even help Kyle. And then I think another key personnel would be Andy Street moving in from the Xfinity shop. Guy it feels like speed follows him. I was talking to him earlier. Between him and Austin Hill, they had 9 Speedway wins, 4 at Daytona and 5 at Atlanta. I mean, that's impressive. I mean, for the both of them. And so, like, from a speed factor, it's nice having a guy that's just kind of designated to that. He's also going to be the crew chief of that other car when we run it, the 33. And I think he's bringing some good synergy between the two teams. Pullman is a nice change of pace for the 8 team, bringing him in there. And I liked him when we had him just doing, I don't know what his actual role was when he was at RCR beforehand, but he kind of just was a fix-all. And then he became crew chief for Justin, and he goes and wins a championship. So we've just brought in some racers that really make you feel comfortable that we're going to be, you know, going after every bit of speed we can.
What do you think you guys have to show Kyle to make him want to stay at RCR?
I think consistency week in and week out. And then, you know, you look at the tools that Chevrolet has and how we apply ourselves with those tools. I think that's a big part of it. The simulator being one of those. You know, what approach do we take? I think that we've done things in the past wrong with the simulator, trusting it maybe too much, or just not the right approach, putting the drivers in there so much that it's kind of like what we believe in. And there's different approaches you can take by using a driver that kind of uses the sim throughout the week, and then the crew chief use that information, and then we go to the racetrack as drivers and just driving the car to the capability of it, instead of having a feel from the sim, taken to the track and driving to that. I don't know if all that makes sense, but you have a mindset when you leave the simulator that, okay, this is what I'm going to have when I get to the track. And sometimes you'll drive the wrong way because the car is not the same from the sim to the track. So I think we can change some of those things. And yeah, just straight speed. I think ECR does a great job. I think that's a selling point of its own for any driver to come drive for us. I think they're the best engine shop in the business. And then past that, we just got to go out there and consistently perform. Pit crew's got to perform for him. And all of everything he's got to perform too. You know, I mean, he can go out there and take our cars and show that he can take and make it better than what it's capable of, because I know it's Kyle Busch can do that. And then you start stacking those cars, meaning you don't wreck on a weekend and you can make a car faster the next. And, yeah, I mean, I think this point system is great for Kyle Busch, truthfully. I just know what he's capable of when it comes to taking a car that's not going to be the best car and getting the best finish out of it. So I think he'll really do well in this format either way. And I actually think it probably mentally messed with him more the old format when you didn't have the car to win, because he pushed the car to a limit that it couldn't take, right? Now, when he's got a 5th place car, he knows that, okay, this is a good day to finish 5th, where in the old format, if you're 5th, you got to figure out a win, because 5th doesn't mean anything in the grand scheme of things if you don't have a win.
Right.
So I think it probably gets his mindset better, this point system.
And that would elevate the program then as a whole.
100%. I mean, if you look back through even his history at RCR, there's times where he could have finished 6th, 7th, 8th, but that's not good enough for Kyle Busch, and he'll tell you that. 2nd's not good enough for Kyle. He's always been that way. But going back to this point system, I think that will help him compartmentalize what he's got.
Austin Dillon, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. I think the old number 3 is going to be a good one tonight. So.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Any predictions?
Okay.
I think the 8 and the 3 are going to be up there. We're going to challenge for that pole.
Nice.
All right.
We'll
Good to see you
we'll
right
be
outside
around.
this window later on
See you in a little bit
tonight.
here. Thanks.
All right, Austin Dillon, everybody. Next up, we're going to be having Carson Hocevar, and then Josh Berry, Ty Gibbs, Zane Smith. And there's the aforementioned Carson Hocevar right now.
Just you. No, they did it for everybody. They did it for everybody. Yeah.
We did it for everybody, yeah. Yeah. Oh, you want to
You wanna be rude?
You want to be different.
Oh.
Carson Hocevar, it's good to see you again, of course.
Appreciate it.
And you were recently featured with your flamethrower in the Hell Yeah.
Hell yeah,
video.
yeah.
Now we got a question from who was it? Was asking us?
Blaney, I believe.
Blaney was it?
Blaney? I thought it was Blaney.
So one of the drivers earlier thought that might have been a fake flamethrower, a special effect. Can
No,
you
that was
shed
real.
some- Okay,
that
that's
was
what I
real.
thought.
It burned a little bit of the roof that we had to fix, the vinyl and stuff on it. But yeah, no, that was real, and it was about 8 takes of that. So it got hot for a while.
So how does that work? So NASCAR calls you and be like, "Hey, we would like to use you in this commercial, and oh, by the way, can you bring your flamethrower?"
So they had the flamethrower. I have one type of flamethrower, but they had a little bit of a bigger one. I don't think my HOA would love if I had that one.
Find out.
Yes, but the problem is everybody knows where I live because I parked the thing out there, and I have a Case King car in my garage. It's pretty obvious that my neighbors know, and they're all race fans or involved in a race team or something. So it works out really well that I can't hide. But yeah, they were like, "Hey, we watched you this commercial," and then I was talking with Cletus and everything, and then they're like, "Yeah, could you maybe bring the Dale truck?" And I was like, "Okay, like, am I bringing it, or is that like you're being polite, but you're just saying it very politely? Just bring this thing." So I got told that that's them politely saying, we really need this thing here.
Sounds like you could write that off as a business expense then.
Yeah, I got it detailed for
See?
for on the house here. So it worked out really well.
Carson, earlier today we had Chase Briscoe in here, and he had suggested a question for my 12 questions this year that I didn't use, but he said that you were the one that inspired this. So his question was, what's the most famous person in your phone, and how'd you get their phone number? And he says, Carson Hocevar is Derek Jeter's phone number, so you've got to ask him about it. So how did this come to be?
So I'm from Kalamazoo, Michigan. So is he, or Portage, or same deal. And my dad was one of the very first people on his foundation. And my dad was there with Derek Jeter's dad when he found out he got signed. My dad somehow found out that he was signed to the Yankees before Jeter was.
Oh, wow.
So, I always grown up, going to like his foundations and everything. And his sister, there was a Dale Jarrett race suit, there, and I didn't know what a silent auction was. I just thought you just guessed the biggest number. I was like 5, and I was just like, just guess the biggest number in a millionaires and billionaires, and Derek Jeter, at prime of his career, right? So she basically lost money for the foundation, or paid for that. Basically, they just gave it to me basically when I was a kid because it was the only thing NASCAR there, and I really wasn't a huge fan and everything. But yeah, it was always funny. Derek always, offered for, baseball lessons, or I didn't know this at the time. I tried baseball. I wasn't any good at it, and I had no interest in it. But Derek had always told my dad every time I saw him, like, hey, I'll help him out. Like, you need to get your kid into baseball and, whole deal, and offered, whatever. And my dad was like, I think this racing thing's, I was starting quarterback. I think he's really into this racing thing or whatever. And I remember there was a game, like a World Series game, and my dad chose to let me go to the quarter midget race instead of going to the World Series when they were in it with the Yankees. So, yeah, that's how I know the Jeters or whatever. I haven't talked to them in quite a long time, but it was always cool hearing the stories of my dad and their connection. And Jeter was well aware of my lack of interest in baseball and my interest in racing.
Should get him out to a race.
I'd love to. I think he's in Miami, right?
Not anymore.
He was in Miami.
Yeah,
I don't know where he lives now.
I don't know where he's living now. He was running the organization.
Yeah, I thought he lived still in Miami, but somewhere around there. But
Yeah.
I'd love to get him there. I haven't seen him since I was very, very little. So.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Well, he's a MJ guy, or he's a brand guy, isn't he? For MJ,
Probably.
Yeah,
I think everybody's rocks whatever MJ has.
Yeah.
So I'm sure he is. I mean, especially Jeter was Mr. New York for forever and probably still is. So
let's text him.
He won't answer me. I've just had the number. He probably has changed the number at this point, but I'm calling it that it's Derek Jeter in my contact list.
We talked after the Clash, and look, we've heard different things, right? Oh, the Clash is just an exhibition, just whatever. It doesn't really mean anything. You kind of took the tact of like, hey, everybody's still trying out here. Like, it's still a real race, and you were way up there, well before the rain or the sleet, whatever, running as the top non-Big Three cars. So, what's it going to take to maintain that kind of speed all year long? Like, is Spire really ready to take that next step?
Yeah, I mean, we ended the year at Phoenix, right? And our average running position was 5.7 before we blew a tire. And the only ones, 3 of the 4 ahead of us were Champ 4 guys, with the most resources, the key partners, the whole deal, budgets kind of go thrown out the window when you have a shot for a championship and it's only one race, right? Every resource, every team is put on the sideline, even within the organization, just for that car that's in. And then there was us, and we go to the Clash, kind of restart our year, and it's still a cup race, and we get up to the top 4 before the rain, and then in the rain we take the lead, and they spin in front of me after I choose from second. We get torn up, but like we were in the top 5 from starting 12th at a track that's notorious for being really hard to pass. So I think we're really fast. I think we have really good cars. I think for us to win, we have to, take it from them and be more aggressive. And, I've gotten asked this, how bad do you want to win? I was just like, I'm to the point where I just am tired of seeing everybody else happy when they win. I much rather win just to know they're not happy. So, let alone my own happiness. So I think that's the kind of motto we're rolling with. We want to just steal it from them so they can't have it, even if we're not enjoying it to our highest extent, right? Which we would. But I'm just tired of watching everybody else win.
Do you feel like you're, the idea is that you get around 100 Cup starts. That's kind of the number where young drivers really kind of start to things really click, and that's kind of when we've seen a lot of young drivers kind of take that next big step. Do you feel like now you're getting to that point? Do you feel like you're ready to do that?
I think so. I mean, I think we're really close to doing it last year. I think a lot of times the shots we had to win were taken out because of mechanical failures. And then, being in the must-win scenario-ish, when I'm running third, I got a Chicago, right, of being on the limit of, make one small mistake, you're going to hit the wall, right? But I have to win, or, we had to win, or we felt like we should have won last week. So, now I don't want to run top 5. I want to go get back what we felt like we should have had last week. So, yeah, I mean, as long as we're running good, that I think it'll happen. I think we're there. As long as the tires stay inflated, the motor stays intact, and hopefully the caution doesn't come out when we're rounding towards the finish and throw a wrench in it.
All right, Carson Hocevar, one of the most exciting people in the Cup Series. Thank you for stopping by and hanging
I
out with
appreciate
us.
it. Thank you, guys.
Sure, man.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, we're moving through here, Jordan, and we're down to the last couple hours. We've got Josh Berry coming up. Let's see, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Did I count wrong?
2, 3.
Anyway, something like that. 9 or 10.
9.
9 more drivers.
I can't count.
We've already been doing this for 4 hours and 50 minutes, and still going strong here. So the lineup, the remaining people: Josh Berry, Ty Gibbs, Zane Smith, AJ Allmendinger, Cole Custer, Justin Allgaier, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Cody Ware, and Corey LaJoie to round things off. So, and by the way, I didn't notice until, well into this, but it says there's a 20-minute gap between Cody Ware and Corey LaJoie for the last person. But, Corey LaJoie may end up being early.
Yeah, I remember we had that last year at the end, and then it was everybody just kind of.
Now we've got Josh Berry.
Yay.
Are we live?
We are live.
Exciting.
Okay.
Very exciting.
Mind your P's and Q's.
Good to see you, Josh. Obviously, you guys come down here, and you and the Penske cars are going to be a force to be reckoned with once you team up. How much are you looking forward to just trying to see if you can get your way to the front with those guys?
Yeah, no, it's been a lot of fun working with those guys. Honestly, I've learned a lot in the year, from when I started this deal a year ago. So learned a lot from those guys. I mean, they're great at what they do. They put in a lot of effort, and it shows on the races, right? The effort that goes into preparing for these races. They do a really good job with just thinking through all the different scenarios that happen out there, and try to be as prepared as you can come Sunday, and hopefully we can find ourselves up in the front.
Driving for the Wood Brothers is special, obviously, but here especially it has a lot of meaning. Do you feel that when you come here?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's obviously really special driving for the Wood Brothers regardless, but coming here to Daytona and the history they've had, right, just adds to it. And it's just a special place. It's been a special place for them. I mean, so many amazing moments in their history have happened here, so it always feels a little different coming here.
Obviously, there's talk about what NASCAR should do next with the Clash. Maybe they keep it at Bowman Gray. Maybe they move it to another short track. New Smyrna's been thrown out. You're a big short track guy. Is there a place that you'd like to see the Clash go where NASCAR could make a little investment, spruce it up, and then, be there for a couple years and move on?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a reasonable outlook on it. New Smyrna would be a good candidate. Obviously, it's close by. We're down here already. Good racetrack. Obviously, would probably need some upgrades in the grandstands and different side of things, parking and all that, I would think, to hold a race like that. And aside from that, I mean, you're probably looking at West Coast, like a Kern County, something like that. Just from the weather side of things, right? I think if you're going to move it, I think we probably got to look at moving it somewhere where it's probably going to be a little warmer.
I said the Caribbean. Let's figure out a way to build a racetrack in somewhere like in the Bahamas or something like that. I told Ben Kennedy that. I'm like, why don't we figure that out?
Just build a racetrack.
Yeah, we build it in Coliseum. Like, you can't tell me you can't build a short track in the Bahamas.
Yeah. I mean, that
get a cruise
sense.
company to pay for it, or sponsor the event, and
Yeah.
Just saying.
I mean, now we just all got to get there.
That's way on the cruises.
Yeah, there you go.
See,
make it like a party out of it.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Everybody can be on the same cruise, right? It'd be probably more fun on the way there than it would be the way back.
Well, the way back could be really entertaining,
especially if it's a quarter mile, because everybody's gonna want to hang out with each other after that.
Well, that could be really entertaining, though. I mean, it could be real wild. It could be like Bowman Gray, and then on the way back, that would be something special.
Oof. Just throw some rain on it too. That'll make it even better.
See, now we're coming up with ideas. Now we want to make more, make the Clash exciting. This is what we're doing here.
Have you seen the Hell Yeah campaign that they put out? The commercial thing. What'd you think of that?
I mean, it seems like. I don't have any strong feelings about it, but definitely seem to be trying to go more old school with it and that approach, which I think is a good thing. I think that, Jess that kind of, heads up that thing, I've worked with her at SHR, and she's extremely talented and has a lot of good ideas. And, I feel like they've done a good job with it. And, it's up to us to go out on Sundays and put on good racing, really is the biggest thing.
Any off season? What did you do this off season? What off season plans do you have?
Not a whole lot. Raced once in late model, and then really just kind of spent some time at home. Really just kind of trying to unplug. Obviously got 2 young kids that are growing up fast, so spend as much time as I can with them. And the off season kind of felt a little different this year. I didn't have my same group as last year, same crew chief, same engineers. A few pit crew changes, but really the whole group's really the same. So it's kind of just felt a little more business as usual compared to what's been the last few years with changing organizations, and keeps you so much more busy.
And that stability had to be nice. I mean, after you come to Cup, you join SHR, and obviously that went the way it went. Then you join the Wood Brothers. It's just the last few years, it's just been one transition after another. So now having that stability has to feel nice.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think it definitely gave us good opportunity to look at the things we did really good last year, the things we need to improve on, and kind of just work through it and the best we could, and definitely feel more confident coming here, having a season under my belt, and being comfortable with those guys. Hopefully, we can build off what we did last year.
Did you see? Well, I know you saw, but what did you think of them changing the Roval to the oval? Are you pro that?
Yeah. I mean, from what I think, the oval does, has put on some really good racing. The mile and a halves have been good racing. Hopefully, it seemed like from what I understand, a lot of the, ticket holders and people that came to the races were, some of the biggest proponents for going back to the oval, from what I understand. So ultimately, hopefully, we can have, those more and more people at the racetrack, have good crowds and put on good racing.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, between that playoff format, the horsepower boost. I mean, I know you said at the test you can't really necessarily feel it at least places we've been so far, but it is something, right?
Yeah, and I thought it showed out more at Bowman Gray than I expected. Even I mean, you definitely seemed like that. You saw in the second half of the first half, the dry half, right? Like you saw comers and goers. You saw some people coming through the pack, some people fading back. I mean, I think the horsepower definitely plays a role in that, and I think of just increasing the tire wear, all the things we talk about. So I mean, I think it definitely showed out, and I think when we go to a Martinsville or somewhere when it's warm out and all that stuff, it's just going to continue to show.
Yeah, I wish we could have seen the whole race in the dry, because honestly, the first half of that race was like a really fun race to watch. I went up in the stands, and like it was enjoyable. I mean, for a track that is tiny for these cars, I mean, there was passing and there was like it was good racing, I thought, but then the sleet came and it just kind of messed everything up. But
yeah,
I don't know. I don't. Was it a matter of like the field lost their mind once everybody started hitting each other, so everybody did, or was it just like, hey, that's just the fastest way to get around is lean on people, so that's just what we're gonna do now?
I mean, honestly, I don't have the answers to that, right? Like I mean, the cars are indestructible. I mean, it's part of it, right? I mean, there's no penalty for getting you can't. I mean, some of those stack ups, man. I mean, those were like huge hits, like huge stack ups. And I mean, old late models, old Cup cars. I mean, you'd knock the carburetor off of it.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's just like they're just not indestructible. So there's no penalty. And I mean, you take that and basically the racing line got reversed, right? Like so now we're running on the outside. So now if you either follow the guy in front of you or you dive down, slide into him. I mean, it just, I don't know. I didn't really feel like it was much racing. It was a lot of wrecking to me, but I don't know. I mean, it's a shame that, obviously the weather played a factor because I agree with you. I thought the race, the first half especially, was pretty good.
Yeah. These Chevys are going to be trying their new rounded bumper, which nobody really knows about. I mean, we've been asking them all day. They don't know, right? Like somebody's going to be trying it in the duels tomorrow night. Do you need to be conscious of them, like where they are? Like you don't know how much of a push they can give you or not give you, or it's sort of a big unknown. How do you play that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it'll, once we get in the duels, we'll kind of have an idea if it feels much different or not. But really, when it comes down to the end of it, I mean, it's just however it shakes out. I mean, it's so hard to position yourself. I mean, obviously, it even goes back to working with Joey and Ryan and Austin. Like, that's why you try to stay up front with your teammates to try to, have somebody that you can trust. And yeah, I mean, we see it every year. It's going to come down to the end. The pushes are going to get bigger, and somebody's going to get turned.
You enjoy this kind of racing?
The more I've done it, the more I've learned to understand it and like it. Definitely it's hard to know how to manage the race. You look at Daytona 500s from 20, 30 years ago, right? Like, and it's the same group kind of up front, dicing it up, and this deal, it feels definitely a lot more random with how it all shakes out. But, there's still a lot of talent involved in what we do, and that's why you see so many of those guys up front all the time in these races.
All right, everybody. Josh Berry, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Appreciate it, man.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
And now, 5 hours in, we're hitting the mark here, Jordan. Are you holding up okay?
I'm hungry.
Yeah,
I'm hungry.
Yeah,
I skipped breakfast today, which was a really bad idea.
I thought you went and ate before we.
Well, I did. That was like a lunch, though.
Oh.
No, I can't.
Well, lunch comes after breakfast, so it didn't matter that you skipped breakfast.
So I had one meal. They're waving snacks. I can't eat on the air. I feel bad.
That would be weird.
It'd be awkward. I appreciate it, guys, but
yeah, thank you though.
Very professional over here.
We're almost to the finish line, really.
I know. No, we are.
We can fast for another hour and 50
listen,
minutes.
man, I need to lose weight, so this is not
This
bad.
is helping you. This is a
helping
great
me.
day for you.
This is great. I'm burning
a
calories.
water diet and
Yep.
we got Valentine's from Ross Chastain, but he didn't bring the Valentine candy, so you didn't have to. worry
No,
about the
last year
candy.
we had some. Chase Briscoe brought us candy, I think.
Well,
or no, it's
you took something from his kid last year.
Yeah, maybe I took his
Yeah.
candy. I was right.
Yeah.
What do we got? Ty Gibbs, Zane Smith,
Yeah.
Allmendinger. Good. I look forward to talking to Zane Smith because I can't wait to get to the bottom of the front row motorsports.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
So
who's paying for the
who's paying for
yeah,
what?
Got to get his perspective on that.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in terms of the people who are left, we both had Ty Gibbs in our playoffs.
We did. I mean, I don't see how it could happen, and it probably will. Is that there's going to be somebody from one of those big 3 organizations that doesn't make it.
Yeah.
But
I'm looking again, and I mean,
he's good enough to point his way in.
Yeah.
I don't want to say easily, but he should be okay.
Well, he was 15th in overall points last year, despite as bad of a start as he had.
And he was buried.
Right.
And that'll be good to something to talk to him about is how do you avoid that this year? Because it's going to be so much harder to overcome that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to look at the week by week stats for him last year.
He was down in the 30s at one point.
Right. No, I know. Yeah, I mean, he was after the first 6 races, he was still 34th in points.
Yeah. It was slow.
And yeah, here we go. Ty Gibbs now. We were just talking about you.
Yeah.
Clap.
I know.
Clap.
Yeah.
I
Ovation.
really appreciate that. Shoes are sick.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah. Looking dialed. Sorry.
We were just talking about how in overall
Jeff,
points.
Do you ever feel like he outperforms you on the dressing side? Do you ever feel like maybe you're like, I might need to throw on like a sweater vest, step my game up a little bit?
So I thought I was stepping my game.
Well, I think
You thought that was stepping your game up?
I did.
No, I think it looks pretty dialed, but I'm just saying, do you ever like?
But then I show up and I'm like,
yeah, like
look like
maybe
you're-
I could have thrown that sweater vest on or something. Yeah, like I could have done something.
I wouldn't even. Here's the problem, Ty. If you told me, hey, try to dress a little nicer than this, I wouldn't even know what to do. I have no concept of what's. I don't even have no fashion at all.
That's a fine suit, but it's this.
No, but like I don't like for the trial, right? That was
Yeah.
going on, and he's bringing, the looks every day. I'm like, I have no idea what I'm doing. I went to Target before to buy some extra shirts.
What's his closet look like?
Dude,
that thing's got to
picked
be rainbow.
I literally saw
I think you got a lot of just
organized
like,
by color.
Yeah.
I literally have a picture for you if I can stall long enough to see it. Because I had to he picked up my hard card last week before Bowman Gray.
Wow.
So
Dude,
he's like,
I
hey,
didn't even think I was going to get my hard card before the weekend. We were going racing. I'm like, I think I need to get my hard card.
That's pretty.
I finally got it the day before.
here, this is Jordan's. This is a collection of sport coats in
Wow.
the closet.
Where do you get your sports coats from?
Everywhere.
Really?
Everywhere. Anywhere I find a good one, I'll buy one. And I have people, I have friends of mine who will be out like, hey, I saw
Hey,
this
you
coat.
got some money in there, mate.
Yeah.
What are you guys up to? How long you guys been in here all day?
We're 5 hours in.
5 hours now.
5 hours.
We got a little bit less than 2 hours to go.
Have you had any breaks?
No breaks.
No.
This is live.
Not
man.
a bathroom
no
break
No
the whole
break.
time, just
No
wide
It's
open.
like red zone.
Does the
channel.
lights ever bother you?
Well, we had a lot more daylight at one point. Now that it's getting dark,
turn the sky on.
It's more of
It's
like
actually better now.
5 hours is pretty gnarly.
5
like
hours.
Straight. That's Coke 600 status.
I know. Like my back is killing me right now.
Really?
Yeah.
Like no stretches, nothing.
No stretches. No nothing.
We haven't stood up or anything.
No food. No nothing.
You ever feel like you run out of questions?
I have a question. I actually have a question for you.
Okay.
He said this.
I think.
Well, I'm just curious. I'm like, if you're gonna ask, if you guys ask,
Well,
yeah,
we've got
any
fallback.
time where you're just like, your brain.
Well, there's
Right.
fallback questions, and then there's we specifically
rebound and kind of get everybody.
Yeah, but then for you, like we've talked music many times.
Yeah.
And I was curious about this, and a friend of mine actually came up with this. Is who's an artist on your playlist that would surprise people?
Artists on my playlist that would surprise people. Honestly, I like a little Lana Del Rey. That's
Really?
probably
Okay.
very surprising. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's good stuff.
Listen, then there's whatever works.
Do you use Spotify or you guys use Apple Music?
I Spotify, but
Gosh, you got to switch over. What was your minutes this year?
I didn't look. I'm afraid to.
Well, you can't now because you already missed the Wrapped. But you got to look at your Wrapped,
I
like
don't-
the thing, and you can see your minutes.
I will not.
I think
show,
mine was like 80,000 minutes this year.
Whoa.
Yeah, I love music. I don't know. Somehow I just feel like music's good. Like it's a good thing. I don't know. I just love
Everywhere
listening.
you're going.
I just
you're
like I don't listen to it to get into like a feeling. Like I'm gonna listen to some Tupac and freaking go get rowdy out here on the track. You know
What Tupac
Like,
song?
but I don't even know. I don't even listen to Tupac. But like I just like listening to music.
Yeah.
I think my brain. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I'm like ADHD. I have every learning disability. I'm like music so good just calms my brain down sometimes. Yeah, it's like having a beer. You know what I mean? Like it just like relaxes your brain a little bit.
Why is Spotify? Why should I switch to Spotify? Why is it better than Apple Music?
I think Spotify like the UI is cooler, like the way the app is, but also it's a little bit more put together. Like it's easier to use. It has the Wrapped, which I think
It
is
does.
cool.
It's easy. I think it's. More
I've had
user-friendly.
Spotify just forever. Like I have playlists on my phone from 2016.
Wow.
I was 14 years old. Yeah, I'm 23 now, which is wild. I've had that same account the whole
Do you ever
time.
go back and listen to it? Like,
I do.
just get the
Yeah,
old
and
feeling?
I have some friends. Yeah, like my friend group. We like went back. We did like a big FaceTime, and we just talk like whatever. And we're like looking at Spotify because you can do like a shared Spotify like on the play on your FaceTime and listen to music.
Oh, that's
and
cool.
so we just go there and listen to old songs and stuff. We're like scrolling down, like everybody's playing songs. 2016 though, that's
yeah.
You ever look back and like, man, I can't believe I
don't
listened
even
to that
remember
song.
what I was doing in 2016.
I know,
was
that's like forever.
14. I think I was racing go karts.
Wow.
Huh.
Yeah.
Long way.
It feels like a long time, but then I remember like watching coming to the Cup races 2016 and all that too. So
You were in Denny won in 16.
I was.
Yeah.
I was actually. This is a funny story. So I watched. I was at the end of it, and I remember seeing him and Truex come to the line, and I've never really talked about this. And I remember I'm like, damn it, like Truex won because I think it was cool if he won, but like I'm JGR. Yeah, like I grew up like Denny.
Sure.
I mean, obviously, still a fan of Denny, but yeah, like I grew up like I'm like that was my guy. And I remember then they said Truex won for a second. Remember they put on the thing, and I remember I was so mad. Like I had like almost a little tear drop out of my. I was like, you get angry like that, and you're just
Yeah.
And I remember walking back, me and my cousins, is me, Jackson, and Miller. And Jackson now is on my picker, and Miller's on the Devo picker of the JGR. And then they announced anyone, and we were going crazy. And then we were here for the Victory Lane stuff. It was an awesome experience. I was here. My father was here. Uncle JD was here. I mean, it was a great family. I'll never forget that. Yeah, well, obviously a great win for Denny, but like as a family aspect, I'll never forget that.
Oh,
I remember they wouldn't let me stay there. I wanted to stay and go. I think I had to go to school or something.
Oh. Like you had to go home that night from no celebration?
Yeah,
Oh.
I had to go back. Yeah, I had to go back home, and then. But I remember showing up to school, and everybody, the teachers were watching it, and everybody was pumped. That was like I think that was like the last year I went to regular school.
And that was the first time that JGR had won the 500 in like since '93.
Yes,
I think it was.
Or
with the-
was it early 2000 with Bobby?
Bobby Labonte never
Hill
won the Daytona
it.
500.
Tony never won. It either,
Tony
right?
Stewart never won it. No, I think it was Dale Jarrett
Yeah,
in '93.
it probably was. So it was
because there was a
it
long
was
gap.
huge.
Because that was a narrative for a while there. Was like, when is JGR going to win another one?
Yep.
And I think that was it. Yeah.
Those are the two. That time and then was very big, like win moment. Like I was with, we were just like pumped. And then Daniel Hemrick winning the Xfinity Championship.
Oh.
We were all sitting in the hotel room with all my ARCA team because I was racing ARCA at the time. I think that was 2021. And we were all in like the room watching the race. I remember we were like, because I think it was a green, white checkered at the end, right? And we were all just like, hey, he's not going to get it. He's not going to get it. And everybody's like, wait. And then he won it, and we were all pumped. There's 2 times I'll never.
Didn't he? He had to do like a bump and run on.
Yeah,
Cindric
yeah,
or
Cindric
something,
going
right?
through.
Yeah.
For,
He like just gave him a little door, fed him a
Yeah,
little.
that's
right,
right.
it wasn't
That's
dirty.
right.
It was. I mean, it was.
I mean, for a championship.
Oh yeah.
I think
yeah.
there are a lot worse things that happen. For
Oh, he raced him
championship.
as clean as you can in that circumstance,
for
and like
sure.
Cindric still
Yeah.
finished second.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta if he's feed him a right rear for a championship. Yeah,
And that was
definitely.
Cindric's first, or Hemrick's first ever win.
Yeah, it was.
right.
I mean, yeah, and Cindric was winning 2 championships. So, but yeah, it was crazy. Those are 2 times I'll probably never forget. Racing wise,
really
like
cool.
tons of energy coming in. Those 2 times, yeah.
Yeah.
Like those are always ones that you like look back and you're like, I was so pumped to share that with all those people. It's cool stuff.
I'm very sad that our time is somehow already up. This has been super
Well,
enjoyable,
maybe we
but-
gave everybody a different aspect, not talking about just Daytona, but I hope
it's
everybody
much more
enjoys.
entertaining.
I appreciate
Yeah,
what
no,
you
this
guys
was-
do too. So
Thank you.
It's a fun year, and also obviously fun weekend, and to go do my 1 lap tonight. Man, these guys have done so many laps out here too. The ride around cars.
I know.
Why don't you guys get in them?
You don't want to see me in a car.
Come on.
I'm more of a passenger
You
princess.
could totally do it.
I can't drive stick, so unfortunately.
Nah, you'd be fine.
I would do it other than
You
that.
can't
but
drive stick.
I can't.
Really?
No. I mean, I could learn.
Yeah.
Love to learn.
Got Rich or that's Richard Petty's deal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He could show you out there.
That's part of the experience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Our boys. Are we
See you,
good?
Wayne.
Yeah.
We're done.
Thank
Take it
you.
easy.
Thank
Appreciate
you,
you.
Guys, I
Thanks
appreciate
for
you
coming
guys.
in.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thanks.
Cheers, everybody.
Ty Gibbs, everybody. Wish we had more time because that was a lot of fun. Obviously, didn't even get into the.
No, he's always always great with us.
Yeah, no, it was super enjoyable. So now we're off to Zane Smith, and then AJ Allmendinger, Cole Custer, Justin Allgaier, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Cody Ware, and Corey LaJoie. So we'll wait on Zane Smith to pop in here. Yeah, that was super fun.
Zane Smith, dark horse on Sunday.
Really?
Yeah. Front row's really good in these races. Todd Gilliand finished second in the fall Talladega race.
Okay.
Ford's draft well. Yeah, I think Zane's someone to keep an eye on.
Yeah. Man, I'm excited just to, we're here in the Daytona 500 Club doing this, and I'm looking over at the press box across the way, and there's nothing like, for me, Jordan's not a press box guy. Jordan needs to be down here in the
I am
infield
an infield guy.
in case anything happens, and he's got to run to the infield care center and all that stuff. I come down for the end of the race, but I like to go up, across to the press box, watch the race up there, and I'm really excited about that. Just I can't wait to get up there and be up there. So, all right, we've got Zane Smith now. So welcome, Zane. Zane, we have super important questions.
Hard-hitting questions. Your teammates were in earlier.
Yeah.
Let's hear them.
So, what is going on with the dinner bill? Who's paying?
Noah paid a lot last year. Yeah, he wrecked a lot. So he was the lowest finisher. So Noah will often get the dinner bill, but
he was frustrated though because he says like he feels like other people should be paying they should be paying as well, and he's always getting stuck with it.
okay.
And he had to institute
the
a
problem
rule.
I had was I don't even remember doing this, but at NASCAR Media Day, they were asking these questions, and I saw it on YouTube or whatever. And Todd said I was the cheapest. That is insane to start out this year with that big of a lie. Todd is arguably the cheapest person I've ever met. And then on top of that, he said, we spent some time down the Florida Keys, and we had this conversation of who would survive on this island. And it was clearly me. And he picked McDowell. So McDowell is still his favorite teammate, even though he's over at Spire. But yeah, fired off the 2 lies. Kind of crazy.
Yeah, Noah was saying like he wouldn't even like let anybody get guacamole at Chipotle or anything like that.
I don't know if it's that.
That's what Noah said.
If it's food, Todd is dude. He's obsessed with food. Like it's sometimes painful to sit next to him, but yeah, and it's kind of funny because his wife will like get mad at him because like he'll eat too fast or something. But yeah, it's good stuff. Good stuff.
So you have the survival skills to survive on a desert island?
I do. Heck yeah, I do. Definitely. So we were kind of comparing to me or Todd, and Todd definitely does not. And he hadn't seen, he'd never seen Castaway. Oh. And so I told him to go watch that as film, and then he could start from there. I was explaining about the volleyball and stuff. but yeah, I feel like I could definitely last longer.
What skills you got?
I mean, fishing is a good start.
Yeah.
I could build a fire.
Oh, there you go. Those are like the two most
Yeah,
important.
exactly.
I need food and I got fire.
Yeah, we were surrounded by salt water, so I could climb a tree for a coconut, but there were no coconut trees around us, so that was kind of a problem. But something would probably float up by then. But
Can you do a fire from like sticks and rocks? Like no.
yeah, you gotta like find some like really dry sticks or whatever, and then create a spark with a rock. But
wow.
Yeah, I mean the go-to is obviously gasoline. I'm sure you had to get to the island somehow. Maybe your boat broke down or something, and there's a little extra gas in there. That would probably be my approach.
Okay.
I thought about this.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. The late night thoughts.
Yeah. Well, he says you're a dark horse to win this race on Sunday. How are you feeling about your chances?
Pretty good. I mean, our speed weeks last year obviously did not go well, so I don't have a whole lot of takeaways from our Daytona races, but definitely have some takeaways from how our Talladegas went, and I feel like even Atlanta somewhat falls into that category, and especially late last year at Talladega, I feel like I learned a lot racing around a couple of the Penske guys and finding myself in contention there just late in the race. And yeah, outside of that, you know, kind of just talking about the car, our FRM Fords are always fast on the super speedway, so that brings a level of confidence. But yeah, we'll see. Daytona 500 is wild. Anything could happen. But yeah, hopefully we have a clean duel and have a fresh car for Sunday.
Can I talk dogs for a second? You have a golden retriever, right?
I do, yeah. Golden retriever and a French bulldog.
Oh man, like golden retrievers are the best.
The best.
They're
yeah.
so lovable. Like,
yeah.
What's the personality like?
Man, so it's funny. I have like two opposite personalities. With my Frenchie, like care less, go do his own deal. My golden like has to check in on you every 20 minutes and just wants a quick little pet, and then she's good to go for another 20. But
that's pretty good for a golden. Usually it's like 5 minutes for a
yeah,
golden.
I would say it might be 5, but yeah, she's a sweetheart, and yeah, to your point, never met a bad golden retriever, and so love her to death, and yeah, miss her at weeks like this. You're away from home for about a week, so excited to see her soon.
You and Todd were 1 point apart in the standings last year, and you know we always are talking about how do we judge drivers, and the best way for us, you know, not being among the team in the teams is just to look at what the teammates do. So the fact that you guys were, you know, right there, it seems like, well, that's probably what the cars have, right? So how does Front Row take a step up next year to get you guys moving up the standings?
Yeah, I mean, I've been asked this question a lot of like this new format, will it hurt us or benefit us? And me personally, I feel like it's great, and I feel it will benefit the guys that are consistent. Hopefully we were consistent for, I would say, half the year last year, and then it just got rocky towards the end of last year. And so just trying to clean up some of that, and I could feel that we will have a good points year. And so yeah, would love to go out and go put ourselves in contention to win a few more times this year. But you know, I feel like I'm right in that like top 17, 18 spot a lot of weekends, and I would like to take that next step into the top 12 guy and hopefully score more top 10s more consistently. But yeah, just consistency is the big word there of what I'm looking for this year.
It seemed like you guys had good speed at some times last year in races, but it was just maybe taking that speed and turning it into results. Is that a fair thing?
Yeah.
Where the finishes didn't always match up?
100%. There were a lot of times to where, you know, like our weekend would start out great, and we were excited for Sunday, and something would just happen, whether it was a bad time of a caution while we were under a certain strategy, and then you get kind of put back in track position where it's just the name of the game. And I often felt like we would have our bad points of our race too late in the race. And so that's something that we just, got to clean up. And so I feel we can. I feel like we've cleaned up a lot of things throughout the off season, and excited to see what those bring.
Do you think this race will play out how it has the last few years? Because, you know, it started out as, okay, a couple guys are doing fuel saving, then everybody's doing fuel saving, then everybody's trying to get this fuel strategy right with their manufacturer, and it's just like the cars haven't changed, the rules haven't changed, but the strategy seems to be evolving a little bit. But is it enough will we see something different this year?
I'm probably not experienced enough to answer that. Truthfully, I don't think so, but what I don't know is what I don't know. And so, what I do know is I feel confident that my car will have speed, my teammates' cars will have speed, the Ford should be fast, and I feel confident we'll all work well together. And so that's what I have to go off of, but I don't see anything being too different. Obviously, if you're an opportunity to save, you want to save more than the next guy, and hopefully just find yourself in position. And I felt like we did a good job of that at Talladega, and found myself right by a teammate, just a few lanes, had a little bit more of a surge, and found myself about like third or fifth in line, and you're just kind of boxed in at that point. So hopefully not boxing yourself in too soon, and just hopefully have a shot at it.
All right, everybody. Zane Smith, thank you so much for
Thanks.
joining us. We appreciate it.
All righty.
Thanks, man.
And we'll have AJ Allmendinger coming up next as we continue to wind on here. The sun, Jordan, is starting to set already over the front stretch grandstands here at Daytona.
It is.
But the sun is not setting on our next guest.
Oh, look at that. Nice transition.
AJ Allmendinger is back. The Dinger, fellow Bay Area native.
It's bright in
Welcome.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
How's where are you at in your media day? Or are you almost done, or what's going on?
I would have been ahead if I didn't have to wait for Zane to show up late.
Oh, I see.
But right now we're right on time. We're halfway through, I think.
Does that get frustrating when like you're on time and you're doing your thing, and all of a sudden you get boxed in behind?
Well, technically we were quite early.
Okay.
Nobody wanted to talk to me downstairs, so I got out pretty quick.
Oh, well, that's exciting for us because we get extra time.
Yeah. So we were early, quite early, and then didn't matter. This guy over here said, "No, you're not allowed to go in early."
Oh, we got yelled at earlier.
Because technically Zane wasn't up there when it was his time.
Oh, we could have kept this thing.
Yeah, I was ready to walk in, and I got rejected.
So what happened earlier was we had Erik Jones was here.
Yeah.
He basically jumped the line.
Yeah.
You just walk in and see it, and like we didn't know.
I was
come in.
Great.
Yeah,
if he hadn't opened the elevator doors and walked out, I was running in, and it was on.
Poor SVG walked in, sat down, and they're like, and our producer Kobe, she's like, "Oh, you got to go." Like,
because we can't mess up the order. It can't be on us. You know, it can't be on us.
Yeah,
I mean, what happens if you mess up the order?
We could get in trouble again.
By who?
No, NASCAR. We'll lose the room.
NASCAR's very adamant about this. How this goes.
Good to know. All right.
We're very clear. Like you have to be on schedule.
Yeah.
If you have 10 minutes. If you go 11 minutes, you get reprimanded.
So we just wasted 5 minutes.
We're just killing
of this.
that.
Yeah,
Like that
all right,
works.
perfect. I like this.
Left,
yeah.
AJ,
go ahead.
Well, I was going to ask the question that I feel like is I need AJ to debunk this or confirm this or whatever. But like, Colleagues now in a position where they're running all these trucks, and so the conventional thing, they're focused. They're going to be so focused on these trucks. What's going to happen to the Cup program? Is that a legitimate concern? Are you worried about that, or is that two separate things?
No, I don't think it definitely not that. It's the Cup side of it's secondary now, but it's a unique and different situation now. We have basically on our own. There's no alliance. There's no manufacturer help for the most part, and I think there's positives to it and there's negatives to it. We brought in, when it comes to building our own bodies, we brought in some good people. It's going to give us an opportunity to maybe do some stuff that we haven't been able to do in the past, just kind of the situation that we've been in. But yeah, for sure, there's going to be weekends when, especially early in the season, when we're trying to get everything up and running, that you unload and you're way off, and that's just kind of what you got for the weekend, and you got to make the best of it. So for me, mentally, it doesn't change anything. My job is to go out there and just try to be at my best and help further the program, and hopefully, Matt and Chris and all the men and women at College Racing keep believing that I'm making the program better, and that's all we can do. I think the future of College Racing is very bright with what is happening, but yeah, in the short term, in the Cup side of it, there's definitely going to be challenges.
Is that frustrating, or do you just kind of have to work through it?
No, it's not frustrating. I'm in basically, I guess, year 8 between part-time and doing this full-time with Colleague Racing and what Matt Colleague has allowed me to do over these last 8 years was stuff that I didn't think I was going to do. I thought I was, for the most part, done. So I'm always just happy to be able to have them believe in me and keep helping it, and this is, I guess, there's the great thing about it is the people that understand kind of where we're at in this situation. Outside expectations, there is none because we don't know what to expect. Internally, of course, we always want to go out there and be at our best. But what being at our best is certain weekends we hit it and we go run top 10s, top 5s maybe, chance to win at certain racetracks. Other weekends could be a struggle. But I think at the end of the day, if we're better when we get to Homestead than we were when we're here now, that's a positive.
One of those tracks you ran so well on, and you've won it before, is the Roval. And as I was learning the news about the Roval and the changeover to the Oval, you were one of the first people. I mean, actually, I think you were the first person I thought of. I'm like, AJ, when he hears this, is gonna. I don't know how you were gonna feel. I didn't think you'd be happy about it. But so, how do you feel about losing that? Because that is such a good track for you.
I'll be honest. It goes along with the new playoff format and all that. I don't care, right? Like, it doesn't. It is no bearing on what affects my daily life. We go to the racetracks that they tell us to go to. I'm going to miss the Roval just in the sense of I love driving the racetrack, let alone the success that we had in Xfinity and in Cup. But yeah, I mean, I guess I can look at it. Hell, I finished better at the Coke 600 than I did at the Roval last year. So, I mean, it's okay and it's fine. It's a part of what we do in the sport. We keep making changes. Go to the racetracks that they tell us to go to.
In the old playoff format, though, there was like some situations where guys either they didn't have a win and they'd just go crazy, trying to make some bold move to make it, or the guys that had wins already, they were like, I don't care. Like, 5th place means nothing to me. 4th, so I'll make it 5 wide here, and if I wreck the field, too bad. I mean, that in theory should be lessened. I mean, do you think the racing from that aspect could be cleaned up a bit with this new format?
I think it may be, take out the 500 because to me the season starts next week. Like this is a historical, prestigious race that is career defining if you win it. So you're going to do whatever it takes to win the race. I think maybe places like Atlanta and you go to Talladega and stuff and points matter but it's hard to win a Cup race and you got an opportunity to do it. You're still going to do whatever it takes to win it. I think obviously it helps the people that are more consistent. Even in a situation like us last year where I feel like we were, I think when the playoffs started, we were still about 18th in points, but technically it showed on the sheet that we were about 22nd in points for the guys that won and got in. But yeah, I think we're still going out there and you're still trying to make every position possible, and the racing's still going to be what it is. Like, I think sometimes people would be like, oh, inside our heads, now it's completely changed what we think when we're inside the race car. We tighten the chin straps. We lose oxygen up there. Like we don't get smarter when we strap the helmet on. So I think it's still going to be the same.
What do you think of Smoke coming back to do this?
He's crazy, but that's Smoke. I saw him at the shop this week and I was like, what are you doing? And he's a racer. I think it's amazing to get him back and for Colleague Racing to be able to have him in our truck, that's going to be spectacular. So he's going to put on a show. He's like, yeah, I mean, it's still air. It still moves around the same way. It's not going to change. I was like, yeah, but there's a lot of young guys in the truck series that they drop the green and they go down the back straightaway in lap 1 and they're shoving the hell out of each other it's the last lap. I'm like, you ready for that? And he's like, yeah, we'll find out. So
his radio is going to be entertaining.
It's going to be awesome. I'm going to be a huge fan Friday night.
Is there any names that you've been pushing for to get in the All-Star truck that you guys are running?
No, that's a Matt, Chris, Ty thing. Like I
just didn't know and you've got a lot of people across.
I mean, I threw out Lewis Hamilton, but he hadn't returned our phone calls yet. So
he's been at the Super Bowl with Kim.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe we can work that in there.
Maybe Max. We can get Max.
Get Max.
Make a phone call.
Yeah.
Listen, Chris could sell him on anything.
Yeah. No doubt. For sure. No, but it to me, that's what's fun about that truck, right? Like you're going to throw some people in there that maybe you don't expect or that you haven't heard of in a while or that's going to be new.
Yeah. I mean, the show, I thought they did a really good job with it. I was worried it would be too much like for somebody that is around NASCAR, I'd be like, this is. But I thought it was really good, and I certainly learned about guys that I had no idea about before, that were saw some talent. So
yeah, and it hasn't been on TV, but I've been in a few of those runoffs back in open wheel racing, and it's like it's nerve wracking because it's career defining for most of those guys.
Yeah.
And especially this day and age, when do you get to tell somebody, hey, by the way, you get a free year? Like you don't have to bring anything. Like you show up with your helmet and you got a ride. So to have that opportunity, I think is really cool for many. And who knows? Maybe some of the other guys you don't know. Maybe they jump in the fifth truck and they get that opportunity just because of what they did on the show.
Yeah. AJ Allmendinger, everybody. Fellow Bay Area native here. Thanks for stopping by. We appreciate it.
I have to go now. I don't want you guys to get in trouble.
No,
we can't.
Look at
we can't.
5:30 on the dot.
Yeah,
Nailed it.
yeah. See you guys.
Yeah.
Make sure. Give us an A on the report card, please.
Yeah. All right, we're keeping them on schedule here.
They get backed up. It ain't our fault.
No,
we are we set a couple people out early.
Yeah, look at this. Cole Custer right on time as well. Yeah. Cole Custer, everybody.
I've been out there for like 30 minutes.
Have you really?
Waiting? Oh my God.
I've been dedicated.
Have you really been waiting?
Be here for this interview.
Are we the last person? The last stop you have?
No, I got a few more.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry you had to wait.
No, it's all good. That means you guys are popular.
You should just come in and hang out. Yeah. Like it would have been fine. We could have interviewed you up at the same time.
Yeah. How's it going? How are you doing coming into this weekend?
Feel good about it. I feel like for us as a team, the switch to Chevrolet is really important for us. Really exciting. Chevrolet winning the championship last year, us having an alliance with Hendrick Motorsports this year. They obviously won the championship last year. So if there's little things that can go back and forth and we can learn some things and hopefully help them too, that's huge for us to try and build that relationship.
So who's going to be the first people to try the new Chevy nose and bumper and see how well it pushes? I mean, you don't know how it's going to go.
We're going to find out tomorrow night, I would think. I think there's definitely, it looks a little bit, better. I think more, just better for drafting, bump drafting. So I think that bodes well for the Chevy camp. We'll see, though. I mean, we're going to go out there and probably push and shove a little bit at the end of the duels and see what happens.
Yeah.
A lot of changeover at Haas. I mean, obviously last year from SHR to the Haas and now this year at the manufacturer change. How do you guys kind of find your legs a little bit amid all of that change?
Yeah, I mean, it's a testament to our people. The last 2 years, really everybody has dug their feet in and just had a crazy offseason. For us, the first year going, to Haas factory team, and then now making the manufacturer switch has been a busy offseason, and that's a testament to, all our guys have put so much into it. But I think for us, it's a matter of getting through the West Coast swing now and really kind of evaluating from there what we need to do better. I think for us, it's going to be a matter of really trying to build this relationship with HMS and really trying to get our feet underneath us and see where we can grow it.
How many times have you gone back and watched the finish to last year's race?
A few times for sure, especially coming back from the fall race last year. I wanted to kind of learn from some things and everything. But yeah, I think that race was, awesome to be a part of, being able to have a chance to win the thing at the end. But I think kind of showed that I was a little bit rusty of, not running the next gen cars for the last 2 years and then getting thrown into the Daytona 500 and you got to figure it out, So I think there were a lot of things I learned from that.
So, I don't know, like the circumstances are always different, but when you go through an experience like that, I mean, does it do anything confidence wise? I mean, you're confident anyway, but the fact that you're like, dude, I've been in this situation now. Like if I'm in it again, I can do this or this.
For sure. I mean, because speedway racing, it's so crazy. You never know when you're going to be in those winning situations at the end of races. So now that you have those experiences, you have something to go back on and say, I've been here before. I've been in this situation, and this is what I need to do. So you just have to kind of do it and get the first one out of the way.
Yeah.
What's the mindset of this team this year as you guys go? Obviously, there's the change in the playoffs and everything, but big picture, week to week, what is your mindset?
For us, it's a matter of building consistency, I think. Last year we had solid runs that I think each style of racetrack, whether it was super speedway or a road course, we had flashes at least once during the year at each type of track. Just a matter of how do we do that consistently week in and week out. So I think that we have a lot of notes to look back on. I think this new relationship with Chevy and Hendrick, there's a lot of new things that can broaden our ideology on what's going to make speed in our cars. So I think there's a lot to learn from this year.
What is the extent, I guess, of the Hendrick thing? Like, will it go as far as, you're in debriefs or something, or like how will you manage that with the team?
Yeah, I mean, I think right now it's very similar to, their other alliances, that they have with Spire and Hayek and everybody. So I think as it goes, you just, when you're the new guy in town, you have to kind of earn your credit. You have to be able to go in there and, earn it, I feel like. So for us, it's a matter of trying to build that and be respectful to them and try and just be good partners and try and work forward and how we can kind of work together and make things better.
What was your off season like? Did you do anything fun?
It was a lot of traveling.
Where'd you go?
We have a 1.5-year-old, and we went to the Bahamas once. We went to Seattle. We went to my wife's family's from Iowa, so we went there twice.
What part of Iowa?
The Omaha area.
Okay.
So right on the border of Omaha, Nebraska, or Iowa, Nebraska. Went to the Nebraska Huskers football game. That was pretty cool.
That's an experience.
Yeah. So traveling with a 1-year-old gets a little bit more difficult. you begin to learn, but it's been a lot of fun seeing him, spending time with him and seeing him grow.
What are your life hacks for traveling with a kid that age?
Don't do it.
Carrie does a really good job. My wife does a really good job. Doing planes and, having to try and time naps where they can sleep on the plane and get them comfortable, because he just wants to run around and see everything.
So you have to coordinate you try to coordinate your flights to nap schedules, or you try to keep the kid awake?
If it works out, but we don't go that deep into it. But she's good about just kind of trying to keep him on that schedule.
Gotcha.
But it's
If
tough.
they're off the schedule,
it's bad.
The whole day is hell. The whole night, next night is hell.
Yeah,
everything's messed up.
The classic is that he wants to move around the whole flight, do things, and then 30 minutes to go in the flight when we're descending, he falls asleep.
Yeah, right.
Of course, why couldn't you have done that before?
Yeah.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah.
Sounds great.
Yeah, that's how it goes. And the hotel, if you have to stay in hotels too, trying to get them to be comfortable in the little pack and play thing or whatever, that's a that's a big problem too, because they're not in their own environment. And
okay, so it's a big routine. That's the key.
Yeah, big routine.
If you're not on the routine,
really?
Yeah, yeah, he knows. Yeah, yeah. Will you travel with him a lot? How will you?
Yeah, most of the closer races, there's probably 15 or so races that are pretty close and manageable. So that's pretty much about the number that they'll be coming to the track.
Yeah, and then other times you'll be calling your wife, you'll be like, oh yeah, I just got such a bad sleep. There was the jet dryers were up early. I really didn't sleep that well.
I'm really sorry I gotta go to town. Oh, I would have so much rather be home. And you're get to your hotel, you're like, oh, this is great.
No, I'm not. No.
Yeah.
There's a wink there.
Yeah. What's your take on, I don't know if you've seen this stuff on the vibe on social media recently, but it seems like the fan base is in a more positive mood going into this year with the playoff change, and people even like the hell yeah thing, and people, the more horsepower, and do you get the sense that, you've been around for a bit now, NASCAR is in a little bit of a better spot with the fan base right now?
Yeah, I think it's a year we're kind of going back to our roots a little bit. I think they chased some things there for a lot of years, and I think we're kind of going back to, just the grassroots racing and, being just a badass motorsports, I think, and that's what it's all about, seeing 40 guys out there running 200 miles per hour, and, near-death experiences, wrecking cars and flipping over, it's, we have to play to that, and I think they're kind of going back to that, and I think it's exciting.
Yeah.
You got to play, like you said, you play into that, and it's part of the ethos of the sport. Is there anything else you'd like to see them continue to push on and evolve and maybe kind of go towards direction-wise?
That's a tough one. I think it's good what they're doing with the schedule. Keep mixing it up. Going to San Diego this year is exciting. That's an hour away, hour and a half.
That's like kind of where you grew up,
yeah,
right? Not too far away.
I didn't go to San Diego a ton, but I was probably an hour and a half from there or so. So it'd be cool, like seeing family and stuff there. But I think the sport's in a good spot, and from here it's just a matter of building it.
Do you ever think that? Because Southern California has such a big hole right now in terms of like the racing there. Like, I know they could do the Harvick track in Bakersfield maybe, but I don't know. Like, what's the answer there? I mean, if they don't do anything with Fontana, we've got to be there, but I don't know how.
I think just an off the wall kind of thing. Like, I would love us to go see, like, if we did a weekend with IndyCar, Long Beach Grand Prix or something. Like, I think that would be cool. Just kind of because LA is such a hard place to have a racetrack. With how valuable land is and everything. So I think having a street course there is probably more. It would probably work out better, I would think.
It has the cachet. I mean, and NASCAR did make inquiries to try to move there or get in there, and it just didn't work out. But you're right. I mean, it's got everything you want. It's right in that area. It's got the pizzazz and all that appeal to it. But obviously, it's hard with IndyCar.
Yeah.
All right, everybody. Cole Custer. We will
Thank you,
keep
guys.
it moving on the schedule. Thanks a lot for coming in. And we're down to our final 4 drivers, Jordan, if you can believe that. We've got Justin Allgaier coming up next, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Cody Ware, and Corey LaJoie. Oh, we're not ready. We're not quite ready for Cody yet. Okay. Well, we got in trouble earlier for letting people jump in the line. So we have 2 more. Sorry, we're trying to keep everybody on the schedule. But yes, Jordan.
Justin Allgaier coming back for second junior motorsports.
Yep.
Second attempt to make the Daytona 500. 1 for 1.
Had a great run last year.
Great run. Top 10 finish. He got Allgaier had a little bit of damage earlier in one of the earlier accidents and still recovered and knocked out a top 10. And I'm curious when he comes in to ask him, what last year there just was so much. Remember the build up and the hype and the excitement and it was like you got to make the race. And this year I don't want to say they're under the radar, but it's not nearly the same. At least outwardly, it doesn't seem like the same pressure.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see what they do in qualifying, right?
Yeah. And you think they would do
tonight, which starts in a couple hours, 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
That's going to be very interesting to see if they can just take care of it and lock themselves in.
That's the big thing. They just missed it last year.
They should. I mean, they're kind of
I feel like
the favorite.
That's
themselves.
what I feel like too. Like when I looked at the open list and I was coming up with who I thought was going to make it, like. Considering it's a Hendrick supported car and it's got a good engine package or anything like that, you should be able to qualify your way in, I would think.
I mean, I agree with you. All right, well, who's been some of your highlights from today? We were talking about this earlier.
I've got all sorts of notes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we had Jimmie Johnson talking about what San Diego means to him, and how about that? His family history there, and his grandparents, and that was really neat.
Being buried on the hill that overlooks the.
And how about that? Like he gets to have that moment at the end of his career. I thought that was really cool. Bubba Wallace came in here. I talked about the commercial he made with Marshawn Lynch and Byron being the hell yeah.
He said Marshawn Lynch is coming on Sunday.
He did say yes. He did. Yes, he did. We had Christopher Bell, talking about the playoff format and the changes going to the chase and saying thank you, Mark Martin. Chase Elliott, very enthused, excited for the season, and he really just seems kind of embracing this NASCAR kind of reset, if you will.
Yeah, he's
really on board. We had Daniel Suarez in here kind of talking about having to prove himself and something he's felt like he's had to do throughout his entire career, and this is another instance of that. Interesting. I thought John Nemechek talking about NASCAR in Tokyo and fans
really
and the fans and the people
support there.
Yeah,
makes you want to think like NASCAR needs to
yeah,
get
I was
there.
like, man, like we're like
if
Toyota
they're that crazy for like a couple cars in an exhibition run.
Get Toyota to write a check.
Yeah,
that seems really cool. William Byron talking about 3 Daytona wins would mean and that kind of thing.
Byron was great.
Byron was fantastic. A lot of guys today were really great. Kyle Busch talking about winning Daytona 500. Obviously, it's something he wants to check off, but also like, hey, it's for him. It doesn't feel the same as it was in the '80s or the '90s or the early 2000s because of style racing. Also, Kyle Busch talking about the balance of being a father and raising a son who's in racing and how encourages them. And you were talking about the videos you've seen and that kind of thing.
Yeah, Kyle Busch was great on that actually.
Yes,
it was really good.
We had Carson Hocevar talking about Derek Jeter.
Yeah.
The origins of the flamethrower. Ryan Blaney was great talking about fatherhood and him and Bubba now being fathers, kind of going through at the same time together, and then also owning llamas, which was fantastic. I just want to buy a llama. Just like Google how to buy a llama and
yeah, you go to a llama dealer.
That's what he said. It sounded like he said there was a guy with 70 some llamas or whatever it was.
Yeah, that's right. It was on a llama farm with
a llama farm. So you just
what do you do? You Google llama farm.
You must
or something?
Google So you want to buy a llama, you just Google llamas and give it delivered.
Yeah.
And how do you? I don't know. It was great. I didn't.
All right, we're ready for Justin Allgaier now.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, Justin Allgaier is here. Justin, we were just talking about. We kind of think you're going to qualify your way in tonight.
I would love to make Wednesday exciting and Thursday boring.
Yeah.
Last year we did the other way around.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would wholeheartedly love to make Wednesday boring. I didn't get the best draw for that, if I'm being honest.
Oh, okay.
I got second. So the only one worse than that is Corey Heim. He got that first. So I feel like, at least we'll know how we stack up to the other Go homers. But yeah.
I was talking about last year. There was all this. There was Junior Motorsports' first attempt to make a Cup Series race. There was all of this talk and excitement and buzz and a lot of pressure on your shoulders. I'm sure, right?
I don't know that any of that's changed.
So that's my question. Has it? But outwardly, it because you guys made it last year. You checked that box. What is that pressure level like?
I think it's just different. The expectation level has always been high for Junior Motorsports, right? Whether that be on the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series side, or whether that be on the Cup Series, anything that Dale Jr. is a part of, right? They have high expectations for, right? With that being said, last year was kind of drama filled, right? We had the not so good qualifying effort, and then we went to the duels and we had to pass in the last lap to be able to get our way in, right? Not things that I think any of us expected. Do I feel like we came down to Speed Weeks 2026 in a much better place? Yeah, absolutely. But can a bad draw or can anything can happen. Anything that you could dream up, it can happen. So, I think for us, we have to be realistic. We have all the right tools. We have all the right pieces. We've got a cool fire suit. Maybe not as cool as your sports coat there, but
as good as this.
But I'm proud of the team. I'm proud of what we've assembled. I think last year, doing this for the first time, you can run races over here on the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series side. You can do all these things. You can be a driver in this sport, but until you really put boots on the ground and try to figure out what it looks like, you're not really sure what to expect. And I think last year we got a better understanding of that, and now we just have to go and execute, right, and do the things we know how to do.
I want to ask you this. You've seamlessly said O'Reilly Auto Parts Series, no problem. How long did it take you to make that adjustment from Xfinity? Because I've screwed it up 3 times today. Earlier today with Kyle Larson, I called it the Sprint Cup.
That's impressive.
Yeah, that was really bad.
That was a deep.
That was a deep screw up.
Yeah. So if I'm being honest with you, when we got the name change, I was kind of hoping. The Cup Series is presented by, so it's Cup Series presented by different partners. So kind of secretly hoping that maybe it would be like the Grand National Series presented by, and that it would be way easier for me to not screw up. That's not what happened. And O'Reilly Auto Parts isn't necessarily the easiest thing to sing, but I don't have to sing the jingle, so I feel like that's a good thing. But it has taken a little bit of getting used to, but look, Xfinity was a main part of our series for the last number of years. Nationwide before that, I've been so lucky to have entitlement sponsors of our series that have reinvested in and really not only put time and energy into the teams and the drivers, but also into our fans. And O'Reilly is been a lot the same, right? They want to see the sport flourish and grow. And so for me, I feel as though as a past champion, as somebody that's been around the sport for a long time, I got to do my best to make sure that I call it the right thing. Because if I'm not, I hold myself to a high standard. If I'm not willing to put the effort and time in, these young guys that are coming into the sport, maybe they'll look at it and go, hey, I need to make sure I call it the right thing. So we'll see what happens.
So go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I was going to say, so you don't have to sing the jingle to get, is there the fastest Xfinity Wi-Fi? What's going to be the equivalent? Do we know yet?
I don't know that there is going to be that.
Oh, okay. I'm certainly not singing the jingle to pay you. They're not paying you money to sing the jingle.
I feel like they got to come up with something.
I don't know. I don't like it's different too because when Xfinity came in and they took over for Nationwide, that program, like Nationwide had been there for a long time. They kind of knew all the things that they needed to know. They operated seamlessly. You switch and things change, right? Marketing styles change. What you need out of the sport changes, right? So that's all different. There are a lot of programs that have been happening for years that are still kind of question marks, right? The Dash for Cash program, different things that we don't know what that looks like moving forward. So, I think that what I've seen so far, they're fully invested into making this sport grow and be better. And hopefully we can give back to them. My way of giving back right now is by remembering that it's O'Reilly Auto Parts Series, and I do my best job in that part.
Have we figured out an acronym or anything yet for them? Because
I've heard
as reporters, we're trying to figure out how to shorthand this.
So I've heard NOS Series, and then I've heard NASCAR O'Reilly Series, and then I've also heard No Apps.
That's the one
which is really weird to say. No apps.
I've heard just O'Reilly.
Yeah, I mean, you could call it that.
Yeah.
I always add an S to it. That's what I've had to really stop. Is there is no S in their logo.
I'm terrible with names. So
yeah.
Yeah.
So either way though, we're gonna have fun with it.
What do you think about the chase returning? Does that play into your favor?
Does it play into my favor? No. I don't know that it hurts me any, but it definitely doesn't play into my favor. I don't think. But look, I
think it does.
I mean, it's not gonna hurt me any, but it's just different, right? It's so funny though. I listened to what you guys like when you guys kind of broke it down a little bit. I've listened to really, everybody on Dirty Mo Media as far as that goes has had some sort of a thought process behind it or how they feel about it. And to be honest with you, I don't know how I feel about it yet, right? I do think that there are certain aspects of it that are great and I love. Personally, I grew up the old-fashioned way, and if it was for us 33 races, I'm perfectly happy with that, right? But I also understand that when you look at TV contracts, what they have, and you look at just excitement, right? Nobody really wants to see a September season ender that a guy captures a championship. Like that wouldn't be great either. So I understand all of it. The competitor in me wants 33 races or 36 races on the Cup side. But a realist understands that there needs to be some sort of a playoff format, right? The chase format I feel like is going to be a lot of fun. Great races in there. Like if I look at the tracks, I'm actually really excited about the tracks that are in the chase, and it just puts it on our shoulders to go out there and manage it and to do a good job of it. And I will give NASCAR credit. This offseason has been the most tumultuous offseason that I can remember in a number of years, right? We all know everything that's happened in the last 90, 180 days. That being said, I was glad that we saw valuable change. We saw them listening to our fans. We saw them listening to the teams. We saw them listening to our drivers. You guys in the media. Like I feel like everybody really has skin in the game in this and making sure that it works and is good. That's all I can ask for, right? Because it can go good or it can go bad just as easily as it can the opposite, right? And so I think that we have to do a good job, and so far we're doing that.
All right, Justin Allgaier, we'll see you on track in a little bit.
I need the sun to go down faster. Like you have this beautiful sunset kind of behind the grandstands right here. Yeah. I need that to get down quickly,
pull the
track down.
Screw the sunset, man. I need darkness.
The driving experience cars have been out there too, and I don't know what they have on for tires. I mean, at least they're Goodyears, just like we race on, but who knows how old they are. So the little rubber stuff that comes off the tires, I'm hoping that those don't slow me down.
Can you fake a mechanical issue and then fall back in line?
So the short answer is no.
Okay.
Yeah, the short answer is no. There's a 5-minute clock, but it's really not anymore. It's kind of basically if you miss your slot, you miss your slot. So
okay, all right. No, trying to help you out here.
Yeah. I'm not gonna roller skate down pit road and. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
He actually had to move back a few spots because they had to fix his hands. that was a great.
Yeah.
I'm not that coordinated though. I'm not that cool. So, but we'll see how it goes. So,
right,
thank you guys.
You out this
Appreciate it
in a little bit.
Thanks, man.
Thanks for joining us. We're down to our final three drivers: Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Cody Ware, and Corey LaJoie. So will be coming up next. We should be expecting Ricky any minute.
Good conversation. I was just so impressed, seamless. He got the O'Reilly auto
Yeah, I
parts thing
noticed you.
down
Yeah, we were
there.
pumped.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
that's
that
awesome.
was. I couldn't do that.
Yeah.
I'd have like a little cheat sheet. Like.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Ricky Stenhouse, always good on super speedways.
Oh, good. We're gonna
jump ahead.
We're gonna jump.
Come on in.
Cody Ware is
Don't
now
get
gonna
us in
come
trouble,
next.
please.
Cody, thank
All
you
right,
for
man.
being very
Pleasure.
patient. Good to see you again.
Pleasure.
How are you? Yes, we're so gun shy now about the order of these things because we made a mistake this morning. We let Erik Jones
got
cut,
reprimanded.
and it was a thing. So. But thank you for being patient. Welcome in. How are you doing?
It's lovely to sit next to two very well dressed men right now.
Thank you. Thank you for lumping me in with that. I appreciate
That's
that.
insulting. Thanks.
No, we're down here in Daytona. How's your guys' night going so far?
So
Like a
far,
busy,
so good.
Busy day for you guys.
Busy day. Yeah, it's good. How you like coming down here? Does Daytona mean a lot to you?
Oh, it does. I mean, especially the fact that I don't have to stress about how qualifying or tomorrow goes. It's more about just getting locked in for Sunday. So it's always fun to come down here and get the season kicked
I was gonna
off.
say it has to be just a pressure off your shoulders of knowing, like, hey, regardless what happens in our duel or qualifying, like we know we're starting on Sunday.
Yep, 100%. I think it gives us the ability to have a little bit of a different approach and just get ready to see how we can get ready to have the best result possible on Sunday.
How does this year look for you? I mean, before you had the carrot of the win and in out there. If you put it all together, one great day, you're going to the playoffs. Now that is not there. Of course, you'd love to still win a race, period.
Yeah, absolutely.
Playoffs aside. So does that change your mindset going into a season?
Not at all. I mean, I think, it would be a little bit of a different conversation if we had already, won a race in the Cup Series. But I think right now our goal is still the same, is to get that first Cup win. And I think at places like here, Daytona, or, here, Talladega, Atlanta, those are the places where I think we can start to kind of prioritize building that super speedway program up. And especially with the transition to Chevrolet, having RCR and ECR behind us, really looking forward to qualifying tonight, and then just seeing how it goes. I mean, it was a big undertaking getting ready for getting through the off season, getting ready for the season, making the transition at a pretty last minute time frame. And so to be able to be down here with the bow tie on the front of the hood, just happy to be here and ready to get rocking.
You mentioned the switch. You guys have an alliance now with Richard Childress Racing. They know how to bring some heavy, big, powerful engines to the super speedways. That has to feel pretty good. And then overall for the organization, you guys are really kind of focusing on your team this year. I don't think you guys have any plans to run a second car, at least nothing planned or announced or anything.
Right.
But it seems like that's kind of let's focus on this, and as we get used to these changes.
Yeah, I mean, last year was a pretty frustrating year for us. I think we had a lot of confidence going into 2025. I only ran a partial season in 24, and had me and the team pretty optimistic. But there were a lot of struggles and issues. I think in a lot of ways there was some positive going from two cars to one car. But in a lot of ways, I think that also bit us in some ways, and had a lot of problems with pit crews. We had like 8 or 9 wheels fall off during the season last year, and so we were troubled by a lot of things. And then even some of the good runs we were going to have, like Chicago, we were going to have a pretty solid day at places like Chicago before our rotor exploded and I go crashing into a concrete wall at 100 miles an hour. And so I think just felt like everything that could go wrong went wrong last year. And then I think from a performance standpoint, we were just looking for more. And I think from having talks post Phoenix with RCR, with GM, from what I've seen as a driver, the tools that I have available for me, both at RCR and at the GM Tech Center, have been unlike anything I've had in the past. And so, obviously the race cars hopefully are going to be a lot better, but that also puts a lot of responsibility on me to continue to hone my craft.
You mentioned the horrible wreck at Chicago last year. How sore were you after that, and for how long?
Dude, when I took my cool shirt off and I saw all I had bruising on my belts.
Really?
I didn't know you could break everything that I broke. I mean, not on my body, but just the seat was bent and broke. My Hans device broke. My belts were torn. The helmet was cracked. I mean, I didn't even know all that was possible. And so, when I went over some of the black box data and the G forces and stuff, and the Delta V on the impact and stuff, it was pretty gnarly. I think now between Chicago and Texas, when I had a steering rack failure, I think I've got 2 of the top 5 worst crashes with the next gen car for sure, if not overall, since they've had obviously data acquisition. So it's been hopefully I don't continue to get on that list of drivers there, but I think that is a testament to how far it's come. The first year of the next gen car, when Kurt Busch had his basically career-ending injury with the wreck at Pocono. A lot of the wrecks that I've been in, they could have been potentially pretty terrible situations. And so I think NASCAR's done a great job with safety with the next gen car since that first season.
When you're in a wreck like that at Chicago, I mean, you lived it. Do you want to go back and watch it again, or because you want to see what happens, or?
No, I hadn't even looked back at it. And then during NASCAR production day, Mamba pulled it back up. He's like, let's talk about this. Let's break it down. And I'm like, how about let's not do that? But no, I mean, it's one of those things where, I've done a lot of things. I've hopped on motorcycles and raced GP bikes at VIR, and I have motorcycles at home and I have dirt bikes so like I'm not adverse to risk, I think, in it. But even being in a stock car, for how safe they are, there's always going to be an element of risk. But I think it's one of those things where you don't want to just ignore it and pretend like it's not there. But I think when you start to dwell on those things too much, I think you do start to take less risks or drive at 110% when you're out on the racetrack.
What does success look like for you on a week-to-week basis? What are you trying to do? Like, if you're like, hey, man, if we can get a lead lap finish, if we can get top 25, what makes you feel good about maximizing your performance when you leave a race weekend?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's different for every track. I think when we places like this at the super speedways, we've started to have a fair bit of success. We've had some top 5s and top 10s here at Daytona. I think base hits, kind of like the Moneyball approach. We're just looking for base hits this season. So, if we can, I think like you, to your point, top 25s, I think are a realistic, consistent goal that we can shoot towards. And I think that's kind of going to be our benchmark for success going forward. And then from there, just trying to hone in on where we have the best chance of, starting to run up front consistently, trying to go for our first win at places like this. Building up a road course program, I think, is another big part of that. But all in all, I think we're in good hands. My crew chief, Billy Plord, and car chief, Dave Jones, have done a lot of hard work in the offseason, partnering with RCR. Thankfully, my crew chief has a lot of experience working with RCR. He was a car chief at Germain for a long time. So a lot of connections there that have already been built, and a lot of those relational bridges have been gapped. So looking forward to seeing how that continues to grow. But from what I've seen from the little bit of track time we've had between North Wilkesboro, Bowman Gray, and here, I'm pretty excited.
Very good.
All right, Cody Ware, thank you so much for joining us.
Guys.
Always great to talk to you. Appreciate that.
Thanks.
All right, everybody. 6 hours in now, and we are joined by Ricky Stenhouse Jr. All right. The second
what a crowd
member of the Stenhouse family that we have been with in the last 24 hours because your lovely wife.
Oh, you were at dinner last night.
Dinner last night.
I didn't eat dinner last night, so.
You didn't eat there?
No.
Why not?
Well, I was kind of flying at dinner time here from the Grove. We went and played golf and didn't really eat after the round, but then I got here and I felt like it was too late to eat.
You could have brought you something.
I know, but I don't like eating.
No. I don't.
Late.
I have like a 2 hour window but like 2 hours before I go to bed, I cut off.
Yeah, I try not to eat. Yeah.
Yeah, because I used to be my day thing. I'd have like pasta or like some like heavy dinner, and like no, I ain't doing that anymore.
Yeah, it's
well,
tough.
For those who don't know, your wife Madison is a key part of the Drivers Advisory Council, and helps run that, which is a very important thing for you drivers.
Yes, it is.
In NASCAR, you must be proud of her for all that she's contributed to that.
No, she keeps me organized, and basically I can focus on racing, and she helps run our whole family. So it's great. She keeps us organized, and then she does a ton with Jeff and Chip. So been a huge part of making sure that us drivers know what's going on, and keeping our meetings organized, and making sure everybody's getting what they need. So really proud of her, and I mean, I see it a lot more than they do because I see her working, and then everything she does with our family is huge.
That's awesome.
I look at your season a year ago, and it was like almost like two completely different years. It was
no doubt.
Like the first half,
unfortunately.
Yeah, but like the first half though, like I mean, you guys like right around leaving Charlotte 13th or 14th points, and like you guys were honest. We were talking about you a lot. I know a lot of other people were too.
Yeah.
It's like you guys were doing what you had done in 23.
Yes.
And grinding out the really solid, good finishes, and then it just I don't know what changed because it went the other way.
Well, it started when Hocevar crashed.
Hurricane Hocevar.
I wasn't going to say
that kind of started it. No, but I mean, I think we were telling ourselves as a race team, we got to find some speed and some handling. We were executing at a high level, and I felt like we still executed all season long. I mean, I felt like we did our jobs as a race team and execution, but the problem was, the speed that we had kind of caught up to us. Other people were making mistakes, and we were getting those good finishes and gaining points. But once they started putting everything together, was kind of at the same time that we got wrecked by Hocevar, and then we went to some tracks we didn't have the speed or handling that we needed. We were executing, but we just weren't getting the finishes because we weren't fast enough. And so all that kind of accumulated together and kind of ratcheted us back. Now that being said, I felt like Mike and the guys really kept their head down, and towards the end of the season, we were like, all right, here's kind of where we went wrong, car setup wise, and we felt like this hurt our balance and our speed. And then so like I looked at the way the car drove at Martinsville, at Phoenix. I was way happier with it, and I was like, okay. Kind of for the first time, I felt like in a long time we carried momentum into the offseason. Because even in 23, we had a solid regular season, didn't put the playoffs together the way we needed to. Probably had better car, but we didn't execute very well, whether it be a mistake on my end, the team's end. Just didn't end well. But like I felt like 26, or what are we in, 26?
Yeah, 26.
25 ended, I felt like, on an upward trajectory. So I'm looking forward. I think that's kind of what helped us get through this offseason, kind of pumped up. We got to do the test at North Wilkesboro. And again, kind of the same things that we learned there kind of paid off. Went to the Clash, and we just kind of messed all that up. But I feel like the season starts now anyway. So, I feel good about it.
And you showed in 23, and people, obviously, you won Daytona 500, right? Yep. But then people talk about that. But what people don't realize is you would have likely been in the playoffs regardless, because you going into the Daytona summer race, you were points-wise, you would have been in the spot. Like you guys were punching above your weight class in almost in a way.
Yeah, it's really cool to see. Everybody at Hayek works really hard, and we got 35 plus or minus employees, including the front office. Yeah. So, we don't have a big manufacturer deal. We run Chevys. We pay Hendrick for some alliance, and you don't really get all the information. But I think my team does a really good job of, kind of talking amongst the garage, reading between the lines on things, and, kind of come up with some good setups. And I felt like our war room is really good. Our strategy is good. And, as long as I do the job to execute behind the wheel, then we can get good finishes. But I think for me, it's really cool to see, kind of like last year, 2023, it's really cool to see the other teams recognize that, because they know what some of the bigger teams, they know what we don't have. Mm-hmm. Sometimes I think we don't know what we don't have, right? Like we're just head down, digging, doing our thing, but then you earn a lot of respect in the garage, when we can go out and perform at a high level. I mean, you finished 15th, even 20th now, and in our Cup Series, you're beating teams with a lot of resources. And so I think for us, we take pride in that, and we don't point fingers at each other if I make a mistake or our race strategy is bad, or the pit crew guys make a mistake. I feel like we are a tight-knit group that hold hands and just go each week and try and do the best we can.
Well, I've really enjoyed watching your evolution as a driver, because obviously, those who have been around long enough, remember the Roush O'Reilly days, I guess you could say now, or whatever. It's weird to say O'Reilly for you back at that time.
I always struggle. Do I say I was a nationwide championship or O'Reilly Auto Parts Series champion?
Say that fast 5 times.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know either.
I don't know
what the right thing.
But anyway.
But yes, obviously, you got pulled out of your ride. You had to work in the shop on your cars because you wrecked a lot of stuff. Now, the evolution. Okay, yes, Kyle Busch said wrecky, but you're not wrecky anymore.
Yeah,
you take care of your stuff. You bring home the car with the capability it has most weeks. And so really you have the what's that?
Age.
Yeah.
We're all getting old.
Yeah. I mean, it's the veteran presence and mindset, and that seems to be that's why this playoff system, or this championship system now, really should play in your favor. I mean, it doesn't mean the car speed is going to be there, but you as a driver are going to. This fits your skill set now really well. I feel like.
Yeah, I think for me, I think I spent a lot of time, and even kind of late in my career at Roush in the Cup Series, we just didn't have the performance in general as a company, but I kept trying to make it a top 10 car all the time, or you kept trying to get results that really you that weren't there. And I think now, kind of a reset, go to Hayek and over where I am now, it's, we're realistic about our expectations. And then so, when we achieve those expectations, it's great, but we're still not setting an expectation that we're going to win every week. Now, I go into every race with the mindset of, hey, let's go win this race. After practice, I'm like, okay, let's change our mindset a little bit. But, as a race car driver and as a team, you have to show up to plan to win every week. Obviously, Hendrick and Gibbs win most of them, but you still, show up with that mindset. And so, but at the same time, I got a whole team around me that, if we finish 20th, they aren't, bummed out. We look to see what we can do better, but we know we beat a lot of good race teams. And so I think that makes it easier for me behind the wheel to not overdo, what needs to be done behind the wheel and bring home the best finish that we can that day. And, Iowa this past year was, we had a 34th place race car, and I think that ultimately that's where we finished. But, I didn't do anything trying to finish 30th and, crash it, So, I think I've learned a lot for sure. And it's part of the sport. You evolve as a driver, and, I think I'm a better driver now than, when I was winning those, O'Reilly Series championships.
Yeah.
But I look at those seasons, I think 2012, we won 6 races and we finished second 9 times to Cup guys.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, dang, I wish they weren't racing. We'd have a massive win season, but also learned a lot against those guys. And I feel like I'm a better driver now than I was then. Just, it's just part of the sport.
Yeah. All right, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. We're trying to stay on our mark, and we hit exactly the time.
6:10. I'm out.
So
we are very good at staying on
I'm
time.
going to eat dinner and go to qualify.
Your last stop?
We're jealous.
You are.
Okay.
Cheers, boys.
For dinner.
Hey, thanks for sticking out. Madison just said steak and hamburgers.
Oh, nice.
So
wow.
Got my pick.
There you go.
Be over at your motorhome. See ya. Have a good one. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., everybody. We're down to our last driver. It's supposed to be Corey LaJoie. Now, this says on here that he's not due to be with us for 20 more minutes. So perhaps he will join us early.
Text him?
Huh?
Text him?
I did see him up here.
I thought I saw him walk by
earlier. So, but, you can just talk to Jordan and I for the next 20 minutes if you're Corey LaJoie fan, or you're the type of fan. I got some people, Jordan, earlier today that tweeted at me and said that last year watched every minute of this and plan to do so again.
Crazy. We appreciate it.
So actually, I should find that tweet of the one I wrote back to them.
A lot of us to
that's a
suffer
lot.
through.
That is a lot.
I don't even have my parents don't even want to hear me talk this much.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, well, nobody does, but certainly for me too. I agree, myself, including both of us. Yeah, I just want to give a shout. Oh, yeah, Ben Brandon. Last year, this morning he said watched every second last year, and we'll do the same today/tomorrow. I mean, I guess it's probably a lot to do it in one sitting, but thank you, Ben, for that.
Appreciate that
thank
very
you
much.
For anybody else that has spent your day with us. Hopefully, if it was your work day, we helped you get through that a little faster than normal, or helped it go by.
Ricky was interesting. Ricky's
yeah.
You make a really good point of how people have this perception about him and his career, but it's not the case anymore. Like, he is somebody who's outgrowing that and has become a much more well-rounded race car driver, much more mature race car driver who's learned how to maximize results. And we talk about 2023 and that great year they had, which gets, obviously it's Daytona, they won Daytona, but they were so good that they were just consistent every week, mm-hmm. and they just grinded out good finishes. He wasn't making mistakes. The team wasn't making mistakes, and he has just become somebody who, this is no disrespect to Hayek or anything like that, but it'd be interesting to see this version of Ricky with a bigger team with a deeper level of resources,
like an Aspire car or something.
Maybe even more than that. He has become a driver who we aren't really ever. I don't know if on a week-to-week basis we're going to see him perform at that level just because of the situation, because this is a Hendrick and Gibbs dominated world.
Yeah. Yeah. No, you're right. I mean, that's what's so intriguing about this format this season is we're going to see somebody do a McDowell, Stenhouse type of veteran run to maximize their finishes every week, and they're going to surprise us, and they're going to get into the top 16 or be close, flirting with it all summer. And it's going to be the type of story that we follow as we go throughout July and August. Can they stay there? Or can somebody else who should have been up there
go on a heater
and
start knocking off like top 5 finishes on the regular,
Yep.
which they'll have the capability to do. And that's the challenge too. And one thing is the variety of the schedule is because the schedule is so different. Whereas in the previous era when the chase format was used, it was a lot of the same tracks. And so if a team hit on something on that intermediate style track, it carried through so much. Now you don't have that. I mean, to certainly a lesser degree.
Yeah. Well, and then you're going to have points in the season too that are going to be like, for instance, we're going to get through a lot of the ovals, right? You're going to go to Kansas, you're going to go to Charlotte, you're going to go to Nashville, right? Michigan. Then all of a sudden, you're going to have back-to-back road courses.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to say, oh, this is who we think the playoff picture is. This is what we think the championship, regular season championship picture is. Then all of a sudden, you're going to have the street course San Diego followed by Sonoma. Those 2 weeks right there could mix things up. Then, of course, you go back to Atlanta in July, I think. Obviously, you end here at Daytona again, which is going to be a different kind of race. So you're going to have these wild card type moments, which are not wild cards anymore in the sense of like, oh, can somebody win their way in? But it's going to be like, how will this affect the points picture that we've come to think is what we have, right? Because things will get shaken up on a week-to-week basis.
Absolutely. The volatility during the regular season, it's really hard to get in that rhythm. And then when you look ahead to the chase, 5 of the 10 races are on mile-and-a-half racetracks, right?
How it used to be.
Yes. And so then you go back to the regular season. It's like, okay, well, they didn't run good on short tracks. They didn't run good on super speedways. You just focus in on the mile-and-a-halves, the Kansases, the Las Vegases, the Texas, those kind of places. And that's where you're going to pull from when you look at the chase, because that's what's going to matter 50% of the time.
I love that there's that many intermediates back in the chase because
I do now because the car's so good on that.
Yes, exactly.
Which is so funny because back in that era, everybody's like, oh, why do we have so many mile-and-a-half racetracks? What are we doing? We got like Chicagoland, and we've got this and that.
It's like, half the chase is these boring tracks. These are the worst.
And now you're like, Charlotte Oval's coming back?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah. I feel like we should get a quarter for every time we say that.
Yeah.
But people are excited. Like, oh, we got Homestead as a championship? Yes.
All right, exactly. I mean, there was the whole thing about more short tracks, right?
Yeah.
Now everybody's like, no more short tracks.
No more short tracks.
More mile-and-a-halves.
Yeah, and that's the weird thing is, and that the other side of this coin, and we've talked a little bit about it with Daytona, and I know you're still going to have the race for the bubble and everything. I do think it does lose that allure a little bit.
I don't think so. I really don't think so because the points bubble is going to be close.
Hopefully, we don't know that. That's you're hoping.
But remember, wins have those extra 15 points now. So let's say somebody is 18th in points and they've got to win their way in. Okay, well, I mean, if they go out and win Daytona, which is the same effect,
and stage points, and everything else.
Or their rival wrecks. I mean, there's a very real possibility.
You're going to have you certainly have that the possibility. You just can't guarantee that. Whereas in the old format, you at least knew like you guarantee that hey, someone could go there and pull a Harrison Burton and punch their way in, and we'll see. And then we always just say like Daytona was the one race we always circle. Like this is one of the best races of the year, and that Martinsville Fall race too was just because of the crazy intensity, where it's just like that last 100 laps or so at Martinsville and that Fall race were just.
But still, the Martinsville Fall race now is going to set.
It's going to be different.
The championship race
for sure.
So there's going to be a huge scramble. There's going to be a lot of pressure and chaos, and it's going to be like, oh my gosh, what is the margin going to be going in the championship? This sets it right here. I think there'll still be that urgency.
There'll be some urgency, but I don't think there's desperation. And that desperation sometimes created chaos or drama.
I get
and that was the thing.
But that could also be artificial,
It argues, depends on that. So those are just things I'm going to miss. But I do think overall I'm happy with this adjustment and where we're at.
Yeah, actually, if you think about it, like, remember how Phoenix was before, where Newman, that was the second to last race. He kind of did a Hail Melon.
And Larson.
And Larson, right? And, that was also the race where Denny ran out of fuel. They ran Denny out of fuel, and it ultimately cost him the championship the next week.
2010.
And so Phoenix was really a defining
It set the
race.
table.
And so that's what Martinsville will be now, except Martinsville will be, a lot more compelling in terms of the closeness of the race and all that stuff. So I think there's still, we've talked a lot about the win and in today and how it changes things. And, I like what Chase Elliott said about it, how, hey, look, if it comes down to, a pit stop now to decide the championship, that's because, and something goes weird with it, that's because they got to that point. So you have the 10 weeks to get to that point.
Sure.
So it's okay. Like, whereas before it was just like, oh, one race, everything changed. It's hard to, wrap your head around. But
and Chase was right. I mean, if you have a year where a guy wins 10 races and just walks away with the championship, like it makes it easier to maybe appreciate that greatness a little bit and not stubbing your toe and having something happen to you in the last week or two, and all of a sudden you have a Kevin Harvick type situation where you have this dominant, borderline historic season, and then, what does that ultimately mean?
So who are our nominees for the best interview here today? I'm gonna have to look. I would definitely say Ty Gibbs.
Ty Gibbs was great. Ty Gibbs, a lot of energy.
I enjoyed Chase Briscoe.
Chase is great.
Yeah, Logano was fun.
Logano was good, man. The Logano with the beard and the facial hair, and then no hair.
It's a great look. It's a great look.
Yeah,
if I do say so myself. Chase Elliott was great. I thought
Chase Elliott was good. Christopher Bell was really good.
The Gilliand Gragson.
That was probably my favorite. Just like I could have it was just like let's stir the pot and let them let's just let them boil.
How about Tyler Reddick says he was on a Disney cruise and he's getting dressed, looking in the mirror at his outfit, and he's thinking of you.
See, this is what I inspire. I inspire people to be great and look fashionable.
That is wild.
When's the last time someone thought about you on a cruise like that?
Look, I really hope not at all. I mean, I really don't want them to think about me when they're getting dressed on a cruise. But anyway, I enjoyed Kyle Busch.
Kyle was good.
Yeah, there's a lot of it. Would be hard to choose.
Jimmy was. I thought Jimmie Johnson was really, really good.
Yeah, it'd be hard to choose here.
Blaney was good.
We're obviously stalling because we're still possibly 10 minutes away, 9 minutes away from Corey LaJoie, who got put way at the end here, and with the first break we had all day. Of course.
We have lunch now? Can I have dinner?
Well, if you want to eat on camera. We're so close, though, Jordan, to qualifying as well. Just in about...
How about Austin Dillon, by the way? Speaking of qualifying, I guess very confident.
Oh, he said you could see the 3 and the 8.
Yeah. He was...
on pole tonight.
Yeah, he wasn't like calling a shot, but he was...
He was like... we were done with the interview.
Yeah.
And he's like, I think you could see the old 3 tonight.
Yeah.
Can have a good night here, boys.
Very confident.
Ooh, interesting.
Very confident.
Interesting.
How about that, man? Like Kyle Busch winning this race on Sunday, like snapping the losing streak. And then obviously the couple-year losing streak, but then getting the Daytona win, which would check that box for him, and the 20 or 21 years, however you count it, and then getting RCR back in victory lane here, which is always important, and then is also in a contract year, and then what that could potentially mean, that'd be quite the storyline.
Well, first of all, I just hope we see a race on Sunday.
I don't. It's who knows.
Well, it's Florida weather and all that stuff.
Has it gotten worse? Do I dare look?
It got worse this morning.
Oh.
It did, yes. Last I saw this morning, it was, it's still a 75% chance of rain on Sunday.
And though, that's because when I saw it
and
earlier
75% chance of rain on Monday.
Okay, but like when I looked at the weather forecast earlier in the week on Sunday, I thought it was like at evening, like 6 p.m.
I wish I could pull up this tweet now. This was from earlier today. I don't know what some local weather forecaster, I think it was a local weather forecaster, said, they have those two models. There's like the GFS model and like the European model or something. Sorry if I'm
way too
screwing this up,
complicated.
meteorologist. But one of the models had the rain parked right here on Sunday, and the other one was not till overnight, early Monday. So we need that one.
Okay.
That's the one. We need the front to come in Monday and get this race in.
Is the
Sunday.
two model thing like something new? Because I've heard this a lot lately. Has this been around? I just haven't
I
heard
think
about
it's
it?
because we only hear it because of social media and all the meteorologists who are much more active now, and they're telling us how they, instead of just saying, this is what the weather's going to be, they say, we're showing you our work here. This is what this one says for snowfall, because you probably heard that a lot with your Charlotte snowfall. Yeah. This model says it's running, it's going to say 5 inches. This one says it's going to be 15 inches. What's one is it going to be?
Yeah.
Why is it still so hard for them to figure out the weather, by the way?
I don't complain because, I mean.
Now with AI and everything, shouldn't the AI just be able to be
I don't think they missed on the Charlotte forecast. Like, it was.
No, but
people were
I'm saying,
complaining, but
why is it even a question? It should be like, oh, this is.
People get things wrong. I mean,
it's not people.
Models, data is and all
Tell
these.
AI to get on it.
I mean,
AI can answer my question about what I need.
I want to bring this up. So we're talking about the clash, right, and the fuel and everything. And I was talking to some people in the garage, and we talked about how the Hendrick cars didn't fill up all the way, and that was why they ran out.
Yeah.
Even, I don't even know if I'm supposed to say this, but I'm going to say this, but somebody with NASCAR was saying this to myself, is that even the teams that filled up with fuel were still going to run out.
That's not what the crew chiefs were saying, though.
That's what I'm telling you. They're saying after the fact, NASCAR went back and looked, and they talked to people. They said they have learned that the teams that even filled up were going to run out of fuel, and teams were actually burning more fuel under yellow than they were green, which is unbelievable. Because this is how it was explained to me, is because they were doing a lot of swerving and everything, and that they were actually burning more fuel. This is from somebody who would know these things. Who they were saying that they were burning more fuel under yellow than green, and that even teams that had filled up were going to run out of fuel because of the number of the caution laps.
Huh? No kidding. Well, as we're waiting for the last 5 minutes here, hopefully Corey LaJoy comes in, but we're not going to be doing a post duels podcast. This is the last time you'll hear from us before the Daytona 500, if you are still listening to us. But so what's your prediction for how this is all going to go? We haven't seen the duels yet, but for me, there seems to be some wrinkle that's coming, because the strategy now has gotten what we think is so predictable with the fuel saving and everybody pitting at one time. I think there's going to be, when everybody seems to have the consensus of, oh, this is how it's going to go, this is how it's going to go. Oftentimes in NASCAR, there's a little, oh, wait, we didn't.
Yeah.
Quite tell you this part, or like somebody's going to try something. Somebody has a different strategy up their sleeve, and I'm curious to see who's going to try something different, because I don't think it's going to be as straightforward as we think.
It shouldn't be. I mean, if you're one of those teams that are trying to race your way in, and you maybe don't have you can't beat somebody straight up, you have to do something different. And depending how the cautions fall, maybe you do have to gamble. And because it's more clear cut now and how you get into the Daytona 500, and it's not, well, if so-and-so runs here or so-and-so runs here, and it's like, no, I just need to be the top car, plain and simple. Maybe you don't have to worry about that. I do think there's going to be something. We see it every year. We've seen such wild swings in this. We've seen a Daniel Suarez who we thought, okay, maybe he's going to figure this out. He ends up DNQing in 2020. We've seen Connor Daly, who looks like there's no way he's going to make this, somehow get in. Jimmie Johnson on a half a lap to go looks like he's on the outside, and he thinks he's done. He ends up getting in. It's just, that's how these duels go every year.
Well, I mean, just the 500 itself, though. I mean, it's just going to be. That's what I'm.
Oh,
saying.
sorry. Yeah.
The strategy of the 500 itself is going to be something.
Yeah,
different.
it's just there's always these teams and these crew chiefs and engineers are so smart, and they always are coming with something. It's like the Toyotas a few years ago at Talladega. It's like, no, we're going to pit early, and then we're going to run hard, and we're going to force these other guys to go on the same strategy as us, or they're going to end up, we're going to end up passing them because they're having to save fuel too much. There's always some wrinkle in all of this.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to stick with a Ford to win it, without knowing how well the Chevys will push.
Okay.
I'm going to stick with Austin Cindric, but I do think it would be a Ford based on what I've seen. I think we'll see if the Chevys can figure out their new nose and their new bumpers. And
yeah, I mean, it's so funny. We always talk about Fords, and they are so dominant in these races, and they do so well. But the guy who's won this race the last 2 years is driving a Chevrolet. And, and it's going to be a lot of it is as dominant as the Fords are. And we have seen it happen in this race a year ago with Joey Logano. Him and Ricky Stenhouse got together, and Logano, it shouldn't have happened, and it did. And then go back to last fall at Talladega. The Fords were so fast, particularly the Penske cars. And they set up their teamwork that day was exceptional. And then they just, at the end, it kind of just fell apart. And that's part of it is you can run as – you can seemingly have the perfect plan and put all of these puzzles together and put yourself in a spot, and it doesn't even matter. And that's the beauty of this race. And it's it's what some people, we've heard it today from some drivers of like, this is why this race has changed in their mind of the importance of it.
Okay. A couple hours ago, I said, what would be the biggest story outside of, that goes beyond the NASCAR bubble? If somebody's going to win. I said Kyle Busch, right? So tell me about the other ones of these that you think, rank these basically.
Okay.
Connor Zilisch.
Yes.
Daytona 500.
Okay.
No. Denny Hamlin wins first race, after his father's passed away and after the heartbreak and the lawsuit. He's been in the news. That'd be a big one.
Okay.
Jimmie Johnson.
Okay.
Is Jimmie Johnson above or below?
Below.
Okay. Guy who's been retired comes back, Hall of Famer.
Yeah, but he's part-time. I don't know if you're trying to I don't know if that's going to help NASCAR.
No, I'm saying just goes, yeah, okay.
If you're trying to think of what's going to help launch NASCAR.
Is Zilisch or Hamlin a bigger
story? Honestly, it's a 1A, 1B.
Okay.
It's because of everything that Denny's been through, unfortunate circumstances. That
I think
certainly,
Hamlin is bigger.
That certainly transcends this bubble. And then I do think Zilisch winning, though, it's because of the great article you wrote in The Athletic. I'm like, this is NASCAR's next superstar. Well,
that would be the arrival of
the NASCAR's next superstar, by the way, just won the Daytona 500 in his first attempt.
Yeah.
And I don't know how many cup races he ran. 5?
Three.
Yeah, that's right. Because he didn't race at Watkins Glen. And and so that would be a huge thing. It's that of, this is NASCAR's future next big thing. This is NASCAR's best thing, and he is here now, and he just won the Daytona 500 in his first attempt.
Yeah. And then Bubba Wallace obviously transcends NASCAR.
Bubba's a personality. People know Bubba. They recognize him. He's great in the media sessions. I would 1A Hamlin, Zilisch, Bubba, Jimmie.
Hamlin, Zilisch,
Bubba,
Jimmie. I think Bubba would be bigger than Zilisch in terms of the attention it would get.
Potentially,
first black driver to win the Daytona 500.
Absolutely. I mean, it's certainly the Michael Jordan.
That might even be above
the Michael Jordan component.
MJ.
You're right. Now we're talking about this.
Yeah, but Hamlin is a pretty big name because of the lawsuit and everything that happened too. So
honestly, now that I think about it, I mean, put Bubba 1. Now I think about it because of the MJ connection.
Above Kyle Busch.
Oh yeah, Kyle Busch. So. Yeah, Kyle Busch. No disrespect. That is like a
Bubba, Denny, Kyle Busch, Zilisch.
I think Zilisch is ahead of Kyle.
Okay, wow.
Because how does if you're trying to go outside,
Kyle Busch is a famous name, and you could say, hey, he finally won his first Daytona 500. People go, oh, okay, I think I've heard of him.
I think, but then you have NASCAR's youngest superstar or young next big thing. That to me that's one of those transcendent moments.
It's what we thought we were going to have with Trevor Bayne here.
Yeah.
Because you remember that happened, and it was like, oh my gosh, this could be like the next Jeff Gordon to arrive. Like, whoa, this guy just did this with the Wood brothers and
second career start.
Like, oh my gosh, this is unbelievable. And then it just didn't turn out that way.
No, and it was unfortunate because
well, he didn't run that full
season.
He
didn't even run the full season.
No.
It's like, and that's why I go back to the Jimmie thing. It's like you're trying to build this. You want to have something there every week. You want to be able to promote them, and Trevor just was in an unfortunate situation. They didn't have the sponsorship. You didn't even have a full Xfinity Series ride. Remember that?
Yeah. Well, but it's sort of like with IndyCar when Elliott won his 4th. He didn't have a ride the next week, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, it's like, what does that really do for IndyCar? Yeah, yes, it gets attention for that race, but
if you're trying to build the sport and use that as a launching pad, you need to have them there every single week to help sell it.
Right. Yeah. No, I think that would be huge if Zilisch could somehow do that. Well, I don't know. We're a couple minutes behind.
Looking
here.
like Corey was with Sirius as of like 8 minutes ago.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know where.
Should we still wait?
That's not my decision.
Are people waiting?
I'm just.
Are you guys still watching out there? Are you guys seeing this right now? Who's seeing us right now? It sort of reminds me of like now it feels like we're on like Wayne's World,
I was just
like
thinking
local
that.
access. Like, hey guys, party
Still
on!
there?
Oh, we got him here. We've got Corey LaJoy. Oh, what is up? Yeah, what is up? What is up? We were just saying you're our last driver. After 6.5 hours, we've been going straight.
No breaks.
Save the worst for me.
And we were saying that if anybody's left out there after 6.5 hours, we're like on Wayne's World right now, like local access. Like we're just doing it in the basement, you know, like just like, yeah.
Well, there's some way worse basements than where you got set up here, the corner spot. Kidding me?
It's not, I'd like to watch the race up here.
This is nice.
great.
I mean, like there is something too about the sun transitioning out, nice seagulls in the background to nighttime at Daytona is a special time.
How cool. This is your best opportunity at Daytona? I mean, with RFK? I mean, this is...
Well, without a doubt.
Yeah.
I mean, I hadn't qualified in the top 32 here in single car space speed ever. So the bar with pace has been low. I think we have a legitimate chance to qualify in tonight. Fingers crossed on that. I think there's 3 or 4 good cars between Corey Heim, Justin, and myself fighting for 2 spots. So I don't know. I think everybody, when you take the green here, crew chief included, is just like, okay, give us a little bit of a tailwind on the back, please God. But I think that RFK guys, they have been working their tails off on this thing, and it looks really nice, and it felt good in practice.
You have such an amazing story of resilience here, where it's looked several times like the path is over. I mean, this is going back years.
It was. It's been over like multiple times.
That's amazing. Here you are, though.
Yeah.
I mean, you're in a great car for the Daytona 500. I mean, even putting the money up that you did last year to try to make that work, and then getting the sponsor at the last minute and stuff. I mean, how do you look at your career to this point?
Well, I'm glad I didn't put the money up this year. This was actually RFK called me and said, "Hey, we got a sponsor. Would you like to drive it?"
It's nice to be wanted, isn't it?
That would be much better than what we had last year. But it was a lot of fun last year with Rick and that group. I mean, we were really the underdogs last year, and I'm glad we were able to get a sponsor. I got my money back for clarity, and we were leading with 7 laps to go. I mean, that's why I feel so confident coming down here. Like I feel like I've been in position with some cars that probably shouldn't been able to be in position. And this one is, I mean, car aside, the people we've been working with the last couple of weeks at RFK is some of the smartest, best group I've been around in my career. So, man, my hopes are high. My expectations are tempered at the moment. I don't want them to get it too high because I told these guys, hey, let's just execute every practice session, every time we're on the racetrack the best we can, and let the chips fall where they may.
How does a driver in qualifying here make a difference?
If you're a driver, you say not much. If you're a crew chief, you say everything. Where I go back to everything matters. Let me say that, right? But Alex Bowman is like the king at qualifying, right? It was on the pole here, front row, like 4 or 5 years in a row. And all you hear about as driver is the launch and shift points. Right, you want to hit your shift points, RPM, 8,800, 80, whatever it is. Right, you're gonna hit them. That's like what you're focused on. He said one year he missed a gear, missed a shift on his up to speed lap, and still qualified on the pole by 3:10. So that told me like, okay, maybe it has to do with just the details. Are the hubs spinning free? Are the brakes pulled back? Is the drag knocked out of that thing as much as possible? So as a driver, I would say that you, with that jacket you were wearing last week at the Clash, could jump in my car after a couple practice laps and run the same speed that I could in qualifying. So I think driver is very minimal. Now, you could also make mistakes. You can be off the line a little bit too much. You can put a little too much wheel. But it's not challenging in qualifying. You make your money in the duels and you make your money on Sunday.
You said before the Clash news conference that you were thinking the door might be closing on the race car driver part of your career. Then you go out to the Clash and you had this great battle with Cindric, almost, make that transfer and super entertaining. And, I watched that and I go, well, I mean, obviously this guy can still do it. Here you are. I think you're going to have a good speed weeks. It just feels like that momentum's there for you. What's it going to take to make you go, I don't know. No, maybe it's not time yet.
So I think a lot of those decisions aren't like, I don't make those decisions of like this one. Like my wife calls it meddling. I meddle because I know everybody in the garage, and I know I've got some partners that have been fantastic to me for 10 years. So like, I try to piece together deals when I feel like there's an opportunity to.
Mm-hmm.
And then I get anxious because I'm trying to control things that are outside my control. But this opportunity, like you mentioned, is the best I've ever had. Even compared to when I got, I had 3 days driving the 9, get a call on Wednesday to go do it. Like, I wasn't in the system per se. I just showed up and drive. Like, this is like a full-blown, this is your car, this is a team assembled for you, this car's fit for you. And that was something I never even made a phone call to try to push down the field. So when you ask, like, what's next, I feel like I have a lot of juice left in the tank. I think we ran really well at the end of the year. Inspire's truck, when they were a 10th place truck, we had a couple top 5s. So I felt like, okay, I still got it. I still have the passion to do it, but I don't have the passion to chase it just for the sake of doing it.
Yeah.
I want to be picky with the group. I want to be, I don't want to just drive anything. When I have wanted to drive anything in the past, so there's a balance of that with just life, chapters of life, being a dad, owning a business, trying to do the next thing, whether that be TV or whatever that might be. Like, I don't know. It would have to be the right situation. And, I would love to be, if this goes well this week with RFK and they want to fire it up 4 or 5 more times, that would be incredible as well. It's been a fun group to work with. Let's just get through tonight, punch our ticket, sleep good tonight, go to the duels with the intent to go win instead of just to go cover the competition, and then we'll have a great week after that.
There you go.
All right. Well, in 1 hour and 20 minutes, qualifying begins, and we may see you in that media center back there shortly thereafter, as you were talking about how you qualified your way into the Daytona 500.
I hope so. I appreciate you guys.
Appreciate you.
You guys need a coffee. You guys look a little drunk.
I'm ready for dinner.
You were the last one. Now we can
how
take
many
a pee
guys
break.
How many guys have you talked to?
40.
No, I think we got 30. We ended up getting
42,
38.
30?
39.
39?
We're
Okay.
being told.
Who's your favorite?
You.
Bullshit.
We got some good stuff. I think the favorite ones are the ones that we didn't expect were going to bring it. And like we had a good one with Ty Gibbs. We had a good one with Chase Elliott, Christopher Bell.
Todd Gilliand and
Macho Man, BJ McLeod.
No, BJ didn't come by.
No, we didn't get him, and we didn't get Brad Keselowski. But
he couldn't walk up the stairs.
Yeah,
get the elevator.
But, yeah, I know.
So
Take it easy,
he's got the cane. Appreciate you, man.
He's got the leg up. He's relaxing.
Yeah.
He's got to keep holding that thing down.
Absolutely.
For 500 miles on Sunday.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Appreciate what you guys do.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. Have a good one. Corey LaJoy, everybody. Our last but not least driver, and he's going to be not last and not least when he goes out to qualify in just a little bit. So, everybody, thank you so much for tuning in all day. That was quite a marathon. Second straight year, Jordan.
I know.
We've completed it. Scott Hansen, what does he complain
It's
about?
not that
7
hard.
hours of commercial-free football.
Not a
He's
big
watching
deal.
football games all day, and he doesn't even have to talk the whole time.
Easy. Yeah, like
And he probably can. They say he doesn't take the bathroom breaks, but there's times when they can just run the game for a minute.
yeah, run. We're gonna
he's
go to
not talking.
Yeah, we're gonna go to a football game for another 2 minutes, and
Yeah, and he goes off and he can eat. He's not even on camera the
This
whole
is
time.
easy.
We
This is
couldn't
easy.
eat or drink or go to the bathroom. Neither of us stood up.
No, this
the
was
entire
easy.
time. So everybody who has joined us, thank you
Thank
so
you.
much for watching and listening. It's going to be a fun week. Talk to you after the Daytona 500 on the Teardown. See you, everybody.